Alright, so, for anyone who's unaware, they usually do like holiday events and stuff for this game. The last one was like the Halloween one. I did some farming stuff. It was fine, I guess. And now there's one for like Christmas doodads or whatever, where you're supposed to find them around the levels or you can print them yourselves. Which it's good that you could print them yourselves, because as far as I'm aware, the feature that's supposed to generate these into existing worlds didn't work this year. So I don't actually have any of them. We can look around for a little while to see if I find any, but I don't think they actually generated in my save, like at all. I checked this off stream because I was worried something like this might happen. So this will be exciting to see if we well, I wouldn't say exciting is the right word, but this will definitely be insightful to see if it actually worked or not on stream, because it certainly didn't off stream. So I don't have any expectations for this. I did roll back the save after I checked for that, so in theory there's another chance that maybe they'll generate this time. I really don't know what's going on with that. Let me check my settings real quick to make sure we're gonna have watchable frame rates. That's good. Everything here should be fine. That should perform well. I rebooted my computer, so Windows isn't using half of my RAM for literally nothing. Alright, so, first order of business, I guess. It's been like 2 months since we streamed this game. Or actually, I think it's been about a month and a half, but for anyone who remembered what was going on last time, let me just fill you in on the off-stream activities that I did. So the first thing that I took care of, as you may have remembered, I knocked every single one of these solar panels off of my gateway like a dumb idiot right at the end of the stream. I put them all back. This took like half an hour to do, so I'm glad I didn't spend stream time doing that. But they're all nicely organized. I've like tucked them in with these solar arrays. It's really cute looking. Basically, they're not going to fall off again unless I really start throwing. I also made the rails look a little prettier, so they like circle around it now. I guess I could have just rode the train up there. So I went and did that. The other activity that I had on the roster was to go underground and get all the crap that I saw through the terrain when I was looking at this planet with the satellite view. Using that weird like camera glitch, just kind of put the camera on top of my base as seen from another planet. And I went down and I got all that. There was like an RTG, a bunch of canisters, some other junk. Needless to say, this save is getting less stable like every playthrough, and I have made more platforms to put more things on them because I am tired of crap falling through the ground. So maybe that'll be the end of that, but I mean, we're taking a risk. This one's not on top of anything, so who knows what's going to happen. Generally, those things don't fall through the ground, but you don't know. These things also don't seem to ever fall through the ground here. I don't know why. I'm sure that it'll happen eventually. We'll lose one of those, but they're all empty, so that's not the end of the world either. And then the last thing I did was I cleaned up my shoddy quartz rail that I had. So you may remember last stream we built the quartz extractor, which is this train here. And I just cleaned up this rail to make it not just a hacky mess, meaning it's a straight line now, so it looks really cool. If the camera would cooperate and let me look at it for a second. Okay, whatever, that's the best angle we're gonna get. So yeah, it actually goes down in a straight line, and then you can see some of the building materials. Like, I use this thing as a platform to stand on while I make these pillars, because there's no actual scaffolding in this game. And then here's our lovely quartz extractor. As is tradition, it's also stuck because this game doesn't work correctly sometimes when you reload saves, so this should kick it back into gear. Alright, there we go. Alright, this thing should actually start running on its own now. I'll check the storage sensor before I run off. Alright, and the storage sensor should be full or empty. Detecting this. Or it detects the whole train, and then it triggers this car, which just makes the train move forward. That should work. We'll find out in an hour or so if it doesn't work. Alright, so that was the list of things that I was going to do off-stream that I've covered here. Now let's go look at the new funny event stuff that they added. So, let's go over here where I packaged up all the Halloween-related junk. And let's take this over here, because I already know roughly what it entails for this event. And we need scrap and Astroneer, and conveniently those are both right here. I definitely planned this out and didn't just get lucky that I put them right next to each other. Alright, so Project Cheer. the holiday event that started like 2 months ago that we're only just now looking at with 7 days left. Luckily, these events are made for babies, so we can probably knock this out in the first half of the stream. Let's call down the rocket while we look at what we're supposed to be doing here. So it should be an intro. Okay, recover or produce cheer objects, basically just baubles and Christmas ornaments and stuff. So the usual, you send stuff to them. These are the things we're supposed to send, featuring square, 2 squares, 3 squares, globe, and 4 squares. So I don't know what any of those things are. Speedrun those holidays. I wouldn't call this a speedrun. I mean, we'll see how quickly I could do it, because I don't want to spend the whole stream doing that. Now the thing is, you're supposed to be able to find those on the planets, and I looked at the announcement for it. They're supposed to be on Silva, DeSolo, Calidor, and Glacio. I checked all of those planets off stream. I even made a new save to check them, and there wasn't a single damn ornament on the ground. So I don't know if that's going to work, but you can also print these. So I suspect that's what we're going to end up doing. I'm going to maybe do a little bit of both, but let's start by setting up a printer just so we can look at like what the individual parts are. So let's see here. Need to make a printer. There we are. And we'll kind of organize this a little bit better later. I don't think I'm going to make like an underground factory for this. We'll probably just do it right here because this is just a temporary setup. At the end of the event, I'll probably just tear this down. So anyways, let's see what we've got to work with here. Notably, the rocket doesn't have a tier 2 slot on the top, so we're only sending 8 items at a time. So this I might want like 2 of these, depending on what the throughput is for these like cheer points or whatever they call them. But anyways, they've added a few things. We've got Automaton 1 and 2, they cost scrap. I'm assuming they're worth the exact same value. We'll print 1 of each just to check on that. Cubic object. Alright, it's a letter block, alright. Stellar object, alright, and cosmic bauble. So these 2 take glass and carbon. I can already say right now these are probably bad choices for farming this event because I don't want to have to get more materials. I want to keep this simple. We have an infinite supply of Astronium because there's an extractor down at the core that's been removing that, and this canister literally has 400 of the stuff in it. So I probably have enough Astronium right here to finish off the event. The question is, if I'm going to make Cosmic Baubles, the last one, which is apparently just a gypsy globe, I need scrap as well. I have 123, so we might need to go on like a scrap trip or something. Because one of the things I've said I wasn't planning on doing in this playthrough was just automating scrap production, because that just kind of trivializes the whole resource gathering aspect of this game. So we might go on like a scrap field trip and just destroy some wreckages, fill up a canister, and see if that's enough to cover the holiday event. But anyways, I want to print like 1 of each of these to see if I could figure out which item they actually correspond to. So let's go back to that. I'm going to actually need some extenders here as well, so let me grab my building kit here, which I top off between every stream so you don't have to watch me print things. What now? I don't know, a gypsy globe, one of those fortune teller globes. I don't know, am I not supposed to say gypsy anymore? Is that not, like, politically correct? At this point, I don't even know anymore. Times are changing. In any case, it's a sphere with a pedestal underneath it, so I could get my fortune. Or actually, I don't know what the graphic is inside of it, so it might not even look like that. Anyways, there are the... There we are, power extenders. And we're just going to steal some power from over here, because this is the closest one that I have. Just remember, if you're ever using these, networked power. Otherwise, it'll, like, you'll find you don't have power for anything else in your base because directional power in this game is terrible. Right, get another one of those, and just set the printer down somewhere. What do you got there? Crystal ball. Okay, is that what those are called? I don't know why my brain couldn't figure out what that is. Crystal ball, that's what we're talking about. Or maybe it's a snow globe, you know? Maybe that's just what it is. That's holiday themed. It's probably a snow globe. I'm just a dumb idiot. Alright, so what have we got here? These are unpacked, which leads me to believe then that these are all actually tier 2 objects, but you send them as these little cute presents. So let's make the other ones and just see what they look like, because I'm curious. I think they're the same as last year, but honestly I haven't seen these since last year, and I don't remember what they are. And we need a glass, I think carbon was the other thing that we needed to make all these. Alright, cubic object. Carbon. And we'll go ahead and unpack all these. I have like an infinite supply of packages, so I can easily do this later. Okay, they make little noises when you pick them up. I'll listen to those in a moment. Alright, we got cube. Come on, hurry up. Hey, Jess. A rare cosine stream. It happened again. And then this one doesn't, you don't even package this one apparently. It just is, it's just small. Alright, so what do we got here? Robot noises. I think these two are worth the same amount of points. Yeah, they're both worth 20. Alright, and this one's worth 35. Let me guess, it's an O on the bottom, isn't it? No, it's... I think the EX is like EXO? Oh, there's the O. Okay, yeah, EXO. The hypothetical company that we're giving crap to for this event. Then we got the Astroneer logo, and I don't remember what this is at all. Maybe this is the EXO logo or something. I don't know. There's some lore in this game, not much. Alright, then we got funny, pointy... What is this shape? This is a stellated icosahedron, I think. No, never mind. No, that's a quadrilateral. I don't know what this shape is. Maybe they made this up. There's a name for this. I don't know what this is. This is a truncated something or another with stellations on it. The geometry's weird. And then we got crystal ball, which looks kind of cool, honestly. Oh, isn't that cute? It's got some of the planets on it. Thank you for your donation. Axo is still not here to see the community banding together to bring this emote to life. Well, I mean, I guess it's already alive, but to bring it to channels everywhere and to deny it to people that are not subbed. That said, I am not encouraging you to sub. Sub if you're okay with giving money to a streamer that streams maybe once every 2 weeks tops, or if you really like my emotes or something. No pressure. I'm fine. I understand I never stream anymore, so no obligation to give me money unless you want to. That is up to you. I will not be upset if people stop, like, subbing to me because I'm so inconsistent. I'll try to be better about it, but I can't promise much. So anyways, these are our choices. We got 20, 35, 50, and then the most expensive one, incidentally, is one of the easiest ones to make. Follower emotes are global for subs. Wait, is that how that works? Hold up, I didn't know that. I knocked my headset off my head, chat. This is gonna be a good day. I didn't know that was a thing. How long has that been a thing? They changed it. Okay, that didn't used to be a thing. Oh, cool. Well, everybody can use it then. Well... Wait, no. Okay, so, no, hold on a second. That means he could have been using it everywhere already. Never mind. That means we still deny it to the followers, and only subs can use it. 3 weeks. Okay, I wasn't insane. I had, like, checked for that. I remember I had follower emotes at some channels that I really liked, and I didn't know that you couldn't use them everywhere. So that's good that they changed that. Alright, well anyways, back to what we were doing here. So this one here is the most expensive one. And it's also worth 70... Or rather, it's also easy to make. We need Astronium, which we're never going to run out of, and Scrap, which we are possibly going to run out of. So how many of these points do I even need to finish this stupid event? Let's have a look here. To goal... Okay, so 10,000. Let's whip up a calculator to do some elementary school math that I should be able to do in my head. So these are worth 75 points, which means I need to make 133 of these things in order to finish off the event, which incidentally is going to be... It's going to be 17 rockets. Okay, that's not too bad. We don't need to heavily automate this nonsense. So I need to launch this rocket 17 times to finish this event. So I don't think this is going to be too much work. We have to make 133 of these things in total. And how much scrap do we do not have enough scrap to do that. We're a little bit short. So we are going to want to go on a scrap adventure. Now that said, there are, like I mentioned this earlier, but I don't know if everyone was here. I think this one over here, the 125, is supposed to generate on Glacia. And for some reason, I don't think it did on my save. However, there is something we need to do on Glacia. So we're going to do that first before we go back to manufacturing Christmas garbage. And we're going to see if we can figure that out. So I loaded up this rocket off stream with stuff that I wanted to do on Glacia because it is in my best interest to increase my power supply on Glacia since it's currently very bad and it is not producing materials at the speed that I'd like it to, and I need more iron and tungsten to fill up these canisters over here. Like, the goal of this playthrough is to fill up every single one of these canisters, and Glacio is not putting in the work right now. So let me check my backpack real quick. The snails are gonna get hungry, so let me just do that now so we don't have to deal with that later. Let's see, these two both, I already don't remember what they like. Cataplant, that's these ones. It's been way too long. I need to stream more. There we go. Alright, the snails are taken care of. Nice. Look at those batteries go. I printed more batteries off stream, I think, as well. So we've got... how many of these? 6 of these. Okay, there's 6 of these things, and each of them have 12 batteries on them. So we got... that amounts to a large number of batteries. That's like 72 batteries or something. And then those solar panels during the day are providing, like... it's like 700 units of power or something, so this base should not be running out of power anytime soon. Let's go to Glacia. And maybe we'll get lucky and the game generated some of the Christmas garbage, but again, I don't think it did. Right, Glacia, where? There it is. What are you doing all the way over there? Yep, right through the planet. Good. And that's still not patched. They didn't patch anything in this update, by the way. Like, the portable smelters are still broken. The bug I reported with the particle emitters is still broken. These devs don't care, really, about fixing bugs. It's kind of a shame, too. There's so much potential for this game. The devs just kind of... it just works well enough. That's it. It's like 90% functional. That's good enough for the devs. But we're still making fun out of it. There was a patch, yeah, they had the holiday events, and they patched like a few things that were completely irrelevant to this playthrough. So unfortunately, there's still a lot of problems. Maybe someday, somebody who cares will actually be on the dev team and start fixing things, but I'm not gonna hold my breath for that. Alas, it's a fun game. We'll make do with what we got. So anyways, the reason why we're here in Glacia is twofold. We're gonna add another one of these solar things. I think I brought a bunch of batteries as well. And then we're gonna go look around the surface to see if we can find snowmen, or robot future snowmen. I think that's what's supposed to generate on this planet. So let's go check this out. I guess I scrolled the wrong way. There it is. XL wind turbine. So let's just slap a few of these. I believe it should be these 4. Yep, there we go. Alright, so that's gonna be printing for a bit. In the meantime, we have that. And I think I forget what I brought here. I brought a bunch of batteries. And there should be... did I forget something? No, never mind. This is the storage. Yeah, this was the thing I was going to put all the batteries on. This large storage silo. I also brought a couple of these because I wanted to bring this thing home and shred it. Because it's been sitting here literally since the start of the playthrough. Play as classic guy. Oh, look, I forgot to turn those off. Hold up a second. Yep, had to do something wrong here. The question is, do I refund Captain, who knew perfectly well what he was doing when he redeemed that? Like, was it worth the channel points to, like, make fun of the streamer? Do I consume those channel points and, like, just accept my shame, or do I refund it? That's the real question here. Because we're probably not playing Spelunky today. There we go, just turn those off real quick. We'll see how I feel at the end of the stream, I guess. No, I'm not... okay, I don't know when you said that chat message. I had another tab open. I'm not playing Spelunky 2 later today. And those do not carry over till the next stream. That's not how this works. It'd be absurd if people could just, like, stack up a bunch of, like, play as character redeems for Spelunky and I have to live up to them, like, 2 weeks later. So we're not doing that. Let's see. So we already had 3 batteries, and there's a bunch more here. I don't have a quick way to deploy these, unfortunately, so I'll just do it manually. Alright, let's see. Grab that battery, stick that there. Base is going to be a little low on power while I set this up. And then there's the other 2. And then I was going to just put all this garbage up here, and I think I was going to take back this platform right here. I was probably going to turn off the printer. I think that's all of my power sources for this base. Alright, so I was going to put that one there, do something like that. Doesn't really matter, I just like it to look pretty. I could literally put all these like wind turbines upside down in the ground and they would still work correctly. The game doesn't check for anything like that. And put our big old silo of batteries. Very aerodynamic. And then hopefully sometime today this thing will be finished. How close is it? Okay, it's actually pretty close. When this one depletes, it'll be done here. We don't have progress bars on these things, so this is really the next best thing that we can get. There it goes. Alright. I might have to turn some settings down. I'm still lagging a little bit. Unfortunately, this save is starting to reach critical mass. So it's good that we're getting close to the end of this here, though I keep saying that every stream, and then it's like, no, actually there was still stuff for me to do. But at some point here, we will be finished with this save. Like, we'll have done everything that there was to be done, and I'll move on to other sandbox games of some variety. But we'll make do with the frame rate. I'll do what I can to optimize this, maybe lower some more settings. Now, of course, even though I see wind particles, these are not actually spinning, but whatever. I think once these batteries are topped off, they should cover the downtime. In fact, they're already doing reasonably well. Yeah, that should be fine. I think we have enough power to cover this for maybe the rest of the playthrough. Alright, so I want to bring this one back. That's why I brought the other packager, and then this silo was going to be sacrificed for the batteries. Alright, so the second thing that we came here to do was lower our graphics settings so I can get more frames. Alright, whatever. Low. Except anti-aliasing. This game looks like dog shit with anti-aliasing off, so we'll leave that one turned on. And I restarted my computer and everything. This game is just destroying my, like, mid-tier gaming PC from 5 years ago. Not here long. Oh, there you are. Okay. Yep, just throw in your contribution. If I don't stream enough for this incentive to even be possible, I'll just extend it. So, like, it's not gonna actually be 30 days. I would have set it to, like, 90 or something if Twitch had let me. But I think I can just extend it indefinitely. So I'll do it, like, at least once, I think, if we don't get it. Give people a chance to actually do it. So supposedly there's supposed to be like snowmen. These crates here, I don't believe are for the event. These are freight modules. They're for like the train related quest. There's supposed to be a different like wreckage that spawns on the surface of the planet. And as far as I'm aware, the game did not generate any. It doesn't generate them in new saves. It didn't generate them in my save. I have no idea how it's supposed to work. But I have failed to find any in my, like, testing off stream, and we're not seeing any here. So we'll roam around for a couple minutes, and if I don't spot anything, we're just going to assume that they aren't here, and we'll have to just go full, like, manufacturing to get the stuff. Not the end of the world. Maybe we'll find some goodies while we're running along the way. Like this, just this isolated broken wind turbine that has literally nothing else near it. I don't know why it generated like that. Usually there's, like, other stuff near this. And we're carrying the rocket, because I'm just going to take off with the rocket when I'm done here. And if you're on the hoverboard, it just doesn't weigh anything for some reason. Hello, Stellar. Yeah, it's not looking good. I don't think the game generated any. Or if it did generate some, then they're super rare. We'll go over to that Aurora over there, which usually generates during these events, but I don't know if that even signifies if there's anything under it. I think that just signifies which planets have, like, new stuff on them. But again, it was bugged this year and it didn't work, so I don't think I actually have any. How much fuel do I have? We're running a little low. I need to steal some from the rocket. Come on. There we go. That should cover me. Hey, look, dynamite. Yoink. Alright, so here's the Aurora. Let's see if anything generated, like, right underneath this. Highly doubt it. Yeah, we're basically right under the center of it, and there's, again, more of these crates for the rail missions, but none of the holiday-related stuff generated in this save. Which is weird, because all the Halloween stuff actually did work correctly, but this just didn't for some reason. I don't know what they broke. Hopefully that doesn't become a trend if they do any future stuff for this game. Yeah, I think we'll take the L on this one and go back to the base. Oh, we accomplished the other thing that I wanted to do here, which was set up a new wind power. What is that? Oh, that's I think it's the probe that I put a sensor in like months ago during one of the streams. I can't tell if that's red or not because the fog is rendering in front of the indicator, which is very good game design, so I can't actually see what color that is. Okay, didn't think I was that close to that plant. I can't actually die, by the way. I have the snail that makes you invincible to damage. Yeah, there it is. I don't remember which one that is. You think I would know the names of these by now? Pioneer, that's what that one is. Okay. Anyways, I think we're done here. There's nothing else on this planet. Game design increased to 100. Oh, this game's like underflow to the positive thousands at this point on game design. Yeah, okay, this ain't working. There's nothing on this planet except this cool backpack, but there's no like Christmas stuff on this planet apparently. What is all this nonsense? This is all trash, and I'm gonna take it anyways because I have a small brain, and when I see collectibles, I'm like, oh, collectibles, I want these. Gimme. We're probably just gonna shred all this garbage when we get back home. Let me put them on the silo real quick, and then we'll take off. Maybe we'll keep the battery or something. And the cute little horn. I can't actually print those, you have to find those on the surface. What is that? Oh, that's an oxygen tank. We didn't even use one of these in this playthrough, I'm pretty sure. I think I got the snail that gives me oxygen early enough that it just didn't end up mattering. Alright, and liftoff. I said liftoff. I pressed the button too early. I was still saving. Collecting really is a universal language, at least among gamers. And people that aren't gamers sometimes. I have to do a PSA for this every stream, just in case one of the people who post this on Reddit is watching me. This is the unidentified satellite. This object right here is the same exact object as this one right here. This one's fake. When you click on this one, you teleport to this one, which is where it actually is in space because the devs forgot to turn off the rendering for it when you're not on the unidentified satellite. Any questions, send them to my web zone. Alright, back to Calidor. For some reason, I look at the Reddit for Astroneer, which you shouldn't do, but if you make the mistake of doing that, you'll observe that, like, once a week, there is a post about that thing saying, what is this second satellite thing? How do I get to that? What does that do? It's not a second satellite, it's just the unidentified satellite, and the devs are incompetent, so it renders at all times, even while you're not there. I think I still have my diagram up here. Let's just whip this bad boy out real quick. This is what you're looking at right here. I was on Glacia. I was looking at the satellite. This is where the planets are. The one you're on is rendered. The others aren't rendered, except the satellite, which is always rendered once you've unlocked at least one MacGuffin at the core of a planet. That's how these are laid out. We'll be looking at this later if we do any interplanetary travel that doesn't involve the rocket. The rocket takes care of the magic for us. But yeah, this is what this is. Just please stop posting this on Reddit and be informed. Tell the community, tell your parents, tell everybody that you know what that is so that people stop posting about this on Reddit. It's infuriating. Alright. The redeemed your emote to be that diagram. I wouldn't make that one a permanent email, but yeah, I could make that a follower at some point. At least for the duration of Astroneer. I put effort in my paint drawing. Yeah, it's not a paint drawing anymore, it's in 3D. Nice rocket effects. Oh yeah, this isn't patched yet. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I changed my effects settings so all of the fire emitters in the game turned on. Because I did that. I actually need to reload my save to get those to turn off, so hold on a second. But yeah, winch travel, or you can use hydrazine. You could travel between the planets as briefly shown in that diagram. Don't worry if I glossed over that. We'll try to do that at least once later on during this stream. And you'll see what I'm talking about. I'll show the diagram again. Because I like to do that at least once per stream, because most people haven't seen that. Most people's experience with winches consists of putting the winch on the end of a crane, attaching the crane to itself, flying off into the void of space, posting on Reddit asking how to get back to Silva once you're stranded in space, and then they never use winches again. And it turns out if you actually know what you're doing, you can control the winch and use it to fly between the planets with a surprising degree of control. So there's a teaser for something we might be doing later. Alright, there we go. So all the fire particles are turned off, except I don't know why there's just a dust emitter here. I thought I labeled all these. Why is there just a crusty dust emitter, like, right here? Is that solid? Does that have collision like the other ones? Oh my god, it does. I think it does. Hold on, I need to get a package. It's important. I guess I haven't really explained this yet for anybody just checking in, but all of these like floating packages around my base are attached to these shitty, indestructible, solid particle emitters that you can just stand on. So if you have a base and you've ever been wondering why you just like randomly get stuck on something in a single spot constantly, it's these stupid things. Have solid collision and they cannot be destroyed, and they generate like with the level. I have reported this one as a bug, sort of like as just a litmus test to see if the devs of this game actually give a shit about fixing issues, and nothing has become of that, so I suspect the answer is no. But in any case, that's the explanation for what that is, and it's gone now. I wanted to attach a package or two, and I don't see it anymore. Oh, wait, hold on. Did the packager lift up for a second there? Like, the way to do this is literally just get your cursor on top of it if it has solid collision, and a packager can be placed on it. You can put, like, dynamite on them. Doesn't do anything. You can't blow them up. I tried excessively. I have no idea. Whatever. Maybe we'll see it start rendering again later. Alright, so anyways, all this crap that I got from Glacio, we're gonna go ahead and shred this real quick. Except for the squeaker horn. It's adorable. We're keeping that. Everything else we're shredding. So let me go put this in the collection. Do I have a slot for it? There we go. We got one more slot for that. I'll make room for them as needed. We're not throwing any of those out. They're adorable. They're limited edition, so of course I have to collect them. Oxygen filters is garbage. Tank, garbage. Imagine using small generators. Canisters. I think I actually have a storage for those. Where are my small canisters? I know I had a bunch of these. I was using them earlier. I have no idea where my small canister storage rack is. Alright, well we can just store it in here. Got oxygen filters and tethers that we don't need. Alright, and then I'll take the battery over here and put it on the rack. I think. Do I not have any more small batteries? Did I run out? That's what's supposed to be on this silo is batteries. I guess I used them all for something. Alright, so back to what we were doing here. Actually, not back to what we were doing. Let me put the silo back on the rocket before I forget. And take off the other two items that we brought home. So we brought home a large platform that we didn't need on Glacio anymore, and then this thing, which I'm going to go ahead and shred in a moment. As for this, I'm just going to put it over here near the printers, and we'll use it later, maybe. And shred that thing. Get more scrap. We might actually have enough scrap to do this event, but whatever. I want to go on a scrap trip anyways. I've been wanting to do this for a couple streams now. So again, to fill anyone in who's just stopping by, we're going to automate the production of cosmic baubles for this event because the game did not actually generate any on the surface of my planets. So I can't like go looking for the Christmas nonsense, but I could go looking for the scrap that I need to print a ton of these and finish off the event. So that's what we're going to do instead. We need Astronium and scrap. As you can see here, we are having no problem with Astronium, but scrap is looking a little thin. We need 133 of each. We actually have 133 scrap, but only barely, and I'd like to top this canister off at some point, so we're going to go ahead and do that real quick. Well, I don't know if real quick. We'll try to make it real quick. It shouldn't take too long. So we've got this absolute unit of a rover train here. Maximum length, 2 large shredders. I beefed this up off stream. It's got a couple batteries, more RTGs on it. There's 2 more RTGs on the back here. Then some resource canisters. I think I'm actually going to put a couple more resource canisters on this. We're going to take this thing out for a spin and just obliterate like literally everything that I find along the way. Got a bunch of dynamite as well, so I could blow up large, like, scrap objects that can't be condensed down. Did I bring any packages? No, I did not, because the packages are supposed to come off of this, like, abomination of a silo. Let me grab that real quick. And stick it right here. That's the slot where that goes. That's definitely not going to obscure my vision or anything. Alright, so let me grab a couple more storage canisters. We'll get like 4 of them, and that should be enough to do everything that I want to here. And we'll go on a little shredder joyride. I'm fully aware that you can produce scrap by manufacturing like canisters and then shredding the canisters, but I have already said I don't want to do that in this playthrough because it's boring. And you just stay in the base and just farm resin for the entire playthrough. So we're not going to be doing that. We're going to make things interesting here. These need to all be set to not output. Okay, these ones are good, and how about this one? Right, that one's gonna eat the tungsten. This tungsten is here so I can open up canisters, or not canisters, the research aids, I think is what those are called. So let me real quickly here go look for a couple more tungsten. Because the surface research aids on Calidor require smelted tungsten, and I figure, like, why not also pick those up while we're out? Alright, do that. I have an extra dynamite in my inventory, that's fine, I'll hold on to that one. Alright, I think we're good to go here. How much fuel do I have? Tons of fuel. Yep, alright, we're good to go. Now, can I get this thing out of the base? Should be able to, weasel it through this. Go up this 45-degree angle. What am I stuck on? I think maybe this thing is just so long it's having trouble actually getting up that steep slope. Last time we saw this thing, it was only 3 long. I added more to it off stream. But yeah, the goal here is basically just shred everything that we find that could be shredded. And that includes stuff like this. So if I go ahead and hook this up, pops off. Hey look, this thing is actually worth a lot of scrap. And we're going to fill up a couple of these canisters and come back home. Maybe we'll find some other goodies while we're out. And we have research objects as well that we can get from this, which we don't need. We have 250,000 bytes, and I have researched literally everything that I want to. But of course I'm going to collect these because I'm a gamer. So we're going to take them, and we're going to make the byte number go up when we get back home. And it's going to fuel my endorphins, even though it literally doesn't matter at all. And as I said, I have no idea where I've been before during these like scrap expeditions. What is that down there? We can shred that. And there's also this thing here, score run, and maybe in this game. I can just bring this home. Honestly, I shouldn't be picking these up because these are not worth much, and I will fill the entire thing with these. That's pretty far away, actually. You know, we're going to just let that one go because that one's a pain in the ass to get down to. I don't want to obviously bring the rover down there because I'll never get it out of that pit. So we'll just pretend we didn't see that one. Everything on the surface. So I lied earlier when I said we'd shred everything we saw. It's going to be everything we see on the surface. So let's just go to in the worst possible direction. I already looted that backpack there. But let's go in the worst possible direction through all these mountains and see what we find. I do have a drill on the front of the rover if I need it, but I've explained this before. I explained it a couple times per stream because it is very important, especially if you're on console, even though I'm on PC. The more you dig the terrain, the laggier your game gets. Basically, your save file gets bigger every single time you deform terrain. And eventually, your game becomes unplayable. I have a 10 megabyte save file because I've been meticulously making sure that I don't deform more terrain than I need to. But this game that encourages exploring, mining, and digging performs like dog shit the more you explore, mine, and dig. So it's very frustrating that this is the way that the game works, but you have to play around that if you're going to do a long-term playthrough like I've been doing here. And I know that's a functioning medium solar panel. We literally do not need that, so I am going to be shredding stuff like that when I come across it. We have just Giga Chad solar panels at the home base. Those medium ones are literally just contributing to lag and doing nothing else for the playthrough. Alright, so anyways, with the 2 big shredders here, I should be able to get rid of this stuff pretty quickly. Though I don't know which of these objects are large. Looks like all 4 of these are, so we're going to be standing here for a hot minute. As always, I'm more than open to answering questions for people who are curious in a slightly more high-tier playthrough of this game than what you would probably find normally. Because there is a lot of like technical detail to this game, especially in the end game now. I could show a lot of it. But this isn't just cute baby game where you go dig up resources and activate all the cores and say that you're done. There's a lot to do in this game if you're willing to like put in a little bit more effort and realize all the things that it has to offer. Like the big factory I have at the home base. So I'm more than happy to answer questions if people are curious about that side of things. And create artificial chat engagement. I don't know, do whatever you want. If you want to lurk, more power to you. I'll keep rambling about something or another. Alright, so we got a little bit of tungsten here. I'll stick extra resources. No, that's right, I can't put resources on that silo. But I think the shredders are actually smart enough now to put the resources all the way back here, if this is the only spot that can take them, which I believe is a new feature. I don't know when they added it, but I just remember this not working originally, where a shredder could not output to like a different train car, and at some point they updated that. So like the devs do occasionally make good decisions with this game. And that means I don't have to have all the canisters like up here near the shredders. I can just put them on the back. I'm gonna wait for this one, and then I'm gonna go over to the front and open this thing. Unfortunately, everything here is a large shreddable, so I don't have much I could do except just wait. Astroneer low percent normal playthrough. That'd be kind of interesting, honestly. You'd have to root that out. I don't know if that's something I want to do, but low percent would be kind of... What would low percent look like? I'm actually trying to think about that now. So you need to activate all the cores, which means there is like a bare minimum like set of things you need to print. Finish with the smallest save. Oh, that's... I don't think that would be a good metric for this, just because that's not going to be consistent, just depending on a few surrounding circumstances. Stuff including like where you log out, or like where you unload your save will affect your save file. I think it's bigger if you're near a lot of objects. Low percent I think would be like prints the fewest things possible and don't use the wreckages on the ground. I think would be like a fair criteria for like a low percent run of this game. Because the wreckages could like very, very heavily skew like the outcome with RNG. But like I think a low percent of this game would be basically print as few things as possible and do not utilize anything that isn't given to you by either as mission rewards or stuff you make yourself. Would I think be like a fair criteria for a low percent run of this game. Would be interesting, but again, I'm not sure if that's something I would want to do. Not anytime soon at the very least. Well, but here's the thing. Building a path from planet to planet requires you to make a few things to do it. It might actually be more efficient to just print a rocket instead. I'm not sure. You'd have to root that out. Like, the thing is, low percent does run the risk of being tedious. Like, if it turns out that there is like an extremely low resource tactic to build between planets, you would have to do that in low percent, which would suck and not be very fun. I think that's everything, so we can move on. But I think it's possible that it might actually be fewer printables to make a rocket and a couple solid fuel thrusters and only use that for your run. I think you would need like either 3 or 4 solid thrusters unless you could get a hydrazine one fairly early on. I'm not entirely sure how that would go. What direction do I want to go in? Let's go through this. Add a few kilobytes to our save file. We'll take it off this gross spider tree. It looks like we're keeping up on the power this time, so I'm not like getting stuck while I'm shredding things anymore. Looks like I've been here already because I've been here already. I dug these tunnels last time I was doing one of these a few streams ago. So I need to go somewhere else. That'd make the run a lot more fun. What, building between planets? That suck. What do you mean that'll make the run fun? Are you talking about specifically not doing that? I already have like notes about a potential future playthrough where I'd never craft shuttles, but I would have to figure out how terrible that would get. Yeah, the rockets would make the run more fun. It would not be fun if you had to build between every planet. But there is a playthrough idea that I have, like, that I'm pretty sure is possible to do, where you could beat the game without ever printing or using a shuttle. And it involves making a flying machine that I said I was going to show off a little bit later. But the thing is, getting off a Silva is required in order to get the tungsten to make the winch for the flying machine. So like half of the playthrough is how do you get off of Silva without, like, without a chemistry lab is basically what it is, and without making a rocket. And it turns out there is a way to do that. I don't know when I'm going to do that playthrough, but that may happen like months in the future. So we'll see. That could be somewhere in the future, but I'm going to give this game a break after I'm done with this save. Maybe I'll come back to it and do that at some point. It might be interesting. I would definitely root it out so that it isn't just like super boring and slow and just consists of me like trying to figure it out as we go. I'll figure out how to do it ahead of time if I do a run like that. Alright, we got a couple more of these to shred over here. To transport power across the planets. You would probably make like just medium generators and just use those. Or not medium, like small generators and just use those for the whole playthrough. That's my guess. You would just like transport like 1 or 2 of those like everywhere depending on what you needed. You don't actually have to activate any surface gateways. There's a glitch you can use with vehicles to just clip through the shield at the core of the planet. Like speedrunners, I think, as it is, already do that. So you don't actually have to even activate those. You don't need power for anything except operating your machines. So in theory, like a single medium or a single small generator would be enough to do everything that you would really need to. I would have to look at the speedrun route, like just the regular one for this game. I'm not even sure how many power sources they make. Like obviously they're not doing low percent, so they're going to make a few extras, but I don't actually know how many they make. Or what they really do in the run. And where's the input? It's behind the compound. Come on.
Cosine 2 calculated.
Hey, Kristen, thank you for the resub. 11 months, that's almost a year. 12 is a good number, right? You should definitely give me $5 for 1 more month to get that up to 12. That'd be cool, and definitely isn't what Twitch wants you to think is cool. You're not being manipulated in any way here. No way. No siree. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Well, it's not me doing it. It's Twitch doing it. I didn't come up with their monetization scheme. They did. All I know is I try to make them as little money as possible by never running ads on my channel. Like, the only ads that you get are the pre-roll ads. I never run mid-roll ads on my stream because they suck and I hate them. And I don't think I'm ever going to do that. And if they force me to do that, I might become a YouTube streamer. I've said this before. But as it is, I can't turn off the pre-roll ads. So really, this is the best we get. Basically, open my stream and then never close it again, and you don't have to watch as many ads. That's how I'll get you. That's my strategy. There's nothing else in this area. No, never mind. This was hiding from me. Grab a little bit of this crap, make my save file bigger, and we'll throw this back over there by the rocket. Not the rocket, the shuttle. Not the shuttle. My brain's not working. The rover. It could be a rocket, but this particular rover is not a rocket. It is not capable of flight. I'm going to shred that. These are just... Power extenders are just like 1 copper, so I don't really care about those. Just get rid of those. There we go. YouTube is horrible for streaming, and Twitch is a greedy company. You really can't win. The thing is, YouTube has a few things that Twitch doesn't. YouTube's chat experience sucks ass. It's terrible. YouTube has a shitty stream chat. The discoverability is also terrible on YouTube. I don't even know how to find like live like Minecraft streamers on YouTube. I don't know how to do it. I've tried. And you get like a couple results, and I'm not sure like how you get just a directory of here's everybody who's playing the game. It's terrible on YouTube. And then Twitch is evil and greedy, and their video playing system sucks, and they're like ultra monetizing everything with ads. They want everybody to fucking run as many ads as possible. And I'm like, holy shit, the ads are the most insufferable thing in the universe. I don't want to see another Sonic Drive-In ad in my fucking life, and I get to see one literally every time I watch a streamer. It's awful. But they have a much better chat system. So like you make trade-offs no matter which one you go with. Like, which evil corporation do you want to like support? And as it stands, Twitch was the only thing that was going to give discoverability. It was the one that I used. And ultimately YouTube's platform was even worse when I started streaming. Maybe YouTube will defeat Twitch at some point. They'll like fix their chat. They'll make everything better. But I have no idea at this point what to expect. So I'm just rolling with whatever seems like the right thing at the time. Needless to say, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, but maybe someday. You're okay if you're an affiliate choice. At the end of the day, I like having the emotes available. I like having the channel points. And, I mean, it is money. Like, I'm not making a lot of money from this, but it's still money. But, like, a lot of people have unaffiliated, like Jess, and that is a 100% respectable decision because Twitch is just being scummy and shitty, and if you unaffiliate, I don't think they run ads on your stream anymore. So that just stops being a thing at that point. I am just going to leave this thing here. This is worth, like, barely any research points. Maybe we'll find it at some point in the future, just sitting here, doing nothing. But yeah, it's gross. And like, yeah, Twitch needs to make money, but are ads really the only way they could figure out how to make money? Or could they come up with like better monetization schemes? But I don't know. They just want to run ads. Just more ads, waste more people's times, ruin ad block for Twitch, and then just run even more goddamn ads. And then there's no way to get back to the content that you missed when you were watching the stream. So it's like if the streamer is doing something really cool and they're not paying attention to when their ad breaks are going to run, which is a lot of fucking streamers, and then the ads just play over the thing that was happening, you have to like go back to the VOD to see what happened, what you missed during the ads, especially if you were talking to the fucking streamer and then some loud ass like Monster energy drink ad like plays on top of it. It's just like, oh cool, I just don't want to watch this stream anymore. It's ruined. It's just such a shitty system. At least in YouTube, I think you can actually like scrub back a little bit and then fast forward to whatever you missed. So like YouTube in that regard has a better player for that sort of thing. On Twitch, you basically have to stop your stream if you're going to run ads, or else people are going to miss whatever happened while the ads are running, because the tiny like micro penis video player on the top right during the ads doesn't even have audio. So you basically have no idea what's going on. It's just gross. It's terrible. I wish ads weren't the future. But it seems like that's the only way these companies are able to make money. At least the only way they want to make money. And then you get in this reverse psychology thing where like, I don't want to financially support Twitch because the ads are so insufferable that I don't want to give them money so that they can continue to make people watch ads. I would rather give them money if they would switch off of the ad monetization scheme as a response to the money that they receive, but they're not going to do that. They know the ads are apparently making them enough profit that that's the way to go. We're gonna I'll just drive over there in a second here. Opera's built-in ad block is great. Isn't it just normal ad block? Does it work on Twitch ads? Like I know that there are like Twitch ad blocks sort of that like play the little mini video with no audio just on top of the ad. But I don't think there's one that just straight up removes them. Like, we can't do it anymore. I think Twitch won't serve you the video content. It just serves you the ad instead. So there's like no way to really get rid of that. If Twitch thinks it's time to watch an ad, you can't not watch the ad, is my understanding of how it works now. Which thank fuck YouTube hasn't done that yet, but it's just a matter of time. Okay, this thing is big. I'm not gonna blow this up just to shred it. Oh, there we go. We'll shred this nonsense though over on the right. Yeah, I don't know the details of Opera's ad block, or what any of the other browsers that have like built-in ad blocks really do. I think there's a couple. I seem to be talking about Opera GX, so maybe the base one also has that. I haven't really looked into that. All my favorite YouTubers are sponsored by Opera GX, and I've still never looked into it. My understanding is Opera GX is a Chromium browser, which means they're still gonna fuck it over with the gross, like, Manifest version 3 ad block killing nonsense that's supposed to happen later this year, so I might not even get to use it. I might become a Firefox, like, user. Because I think they're the only one that, like, basically built their own browser, and so it's not subject to whatever the Chromium browser is for. This is technical stuff, but the adblock doomsday might be coming at some point. It keeps getting pushed back, but I don't know when it's going to actually happen. Hey, look, the space elevator. Anyways, how are we doing on scrap? Can't really see that far back. I'll check on it when I stop over at this thing. Let's go use some of that dynamite. Let's blow this thing up. Looks like this is one that I haven't been to yet, and it's got some tungsten in it as well. Alright, so let me extract all the goods from it before we blow it up. There's probably some stuff under the ground next to it, so I'll dig out around it first. And just... Why is there scrap up here? Oh, I guess these ones are just outputting to the nearest available slot. So let me move these to the back to free up a little bit of space. So we've got... Okay, we just filled up 2 canisters. We're on the 3rd out of 4. Okay, so let me fill those up and then move forward a little bit. Yeah, explosions. Not terribly exciting, but... something will go boom here. So let me put these away. I'm obviously going to drive my rover away before I blow this up. I just wanted it to be closer so I could shred all the little bits. I don't know what this thing is. Do I have to blow this up as well? This is a new object. I don't actually know how big this thing is. Yeah, I have to blow this thing up as well. I'm surprised they let me pick this up then. Doesn't have any text on it. I don't know what... I really don't know what that thing is. It's obviously just a part of the bigger wreckage, but they must have added it recently. Alright, so put that there. I wonder if we can get both of these in one explosion then. Some things in this game will, like, you can splash them with an explosion to destroy them, and other things you can't, and I don't really know how to tell the difference. Alright, is there anything on the bottom? Sometimes there's a slot down here. No, it doesn't look like it. Alright, let's stick the dynamite on it. Not in one of those slots. I just want it... It needs to be just... There we go. That'll work. Actually, let me put it over here, as close to this thing as I can get it, to see if it'll also blow this thing up. Alright, that should do the trick. Let's get our rover away. Our rover has sulfur and hydrazine on it now, so it will also cause an explosion, and we don't want that. This thing was slow and difficult to build, so let's get it way over here. I don't know which parts of the rover will get destroyed and which ones will just get launched into orbit, because the explosion mechanics in this game are not consistent. We don't have to find out. Maybe in the future, at some point, maybe I'll do like a parallel universe where I set off dynamite in my base just to see how big of a crater it makes, because there's a lot of hydrazine in my base. So it might make a really cool crater. That could be something I do in the future. Then we just revert the save after that. There we go. Okay, this thing is a bit too much of a Chad here. Did not get blown up, so I'm going to have to bring more dynamite. Luckily, we brought plenty, so I can just go get it from the rover. It's a rover. It's not a shuttle. It's not a rocket. It is called a rover. My brain cannot figure that out. Alright, so we got a bunch of medium shreddables, and then we got this thing. So we'll go blow that up in a second here. Let's drop these off. And then I'll start driving back home. I'll shred anything I find along the way, and then we should have enough scrap to go for the rest of what we're going to do on this stream. I suppose it would be pertinent to put one of these over here just to absorb all the extra scrap, since they're not getting moved to the back for whatever reason. I think it's that these canisters cannot pull resources from other train cars, but these large shredders are capable of outputting to other cars if there's no room on the one that they're on, I think is how it works. There's like different calibers of being able to send materials to other like cars on the train. And of course none of it's documented, so you basically just discover at random whether or not what you're doing actually works. How did I miss this? This must have been underneath it. There we go. It turned into a few materials that very clearly were not constituents of the base object. But now we can shred them. With all this extra dynamite I keep finding that I'm not going to use for anything else probably. Yep, we're having no power issues whatsoever. The 4 RTGs and the batteries have been more than enough to cover it. Excellent. Alright, so we're going to go to the space elevator, and then from there we're going to drive back to the base, which is just a quarter of the planet. It's so difficult to pick these little things up. Why can't I grab this? Okay, it was still stuck in the terrain. Unfortunately, you do have to dig out the ground to pick these up, which is irritating to say the least, because again, yada yada, save file size, but what are you gonna do? Is this a fully functioning... No, this is debris. It's missing all but one of its power sockets. For some reason, there's a debris item of this flavor that just has one cable plug, and otherwise it's completely fine. I don't know why. I guess you could use it if you, for some reason, couldn't find the 2 resin, which is literally, there's resin for days. There's resin there, there, and over there. Probably over there too, I don't see any. And it's like, yeah, here's a broken medium platform in case you're a little bit down on your luck and can't find any resin. It's like, devs, come on. This is not helpful to anyone. Why did you make this? Alright, I did see a wreckage over there, but it's across that, like, chasm, and I really don't want to try to drive across that, so we're not going to go over there. Well, that one gets to live. This one, however... And we got a couple more of these tungsten things. Look at all these bites I'm going to be able to get that I'm never going to use. I think we're running out of tungsten here. How much do we have? And we have the one unsmelted one, and one more on the front. I'm pretty sure they program these things to always be on the opposite side of the object from what I'm trying to access. I just realized the little indicator on the top of this, like, debris object just changes when you pop them off. It's supposed to have a picture of the resource you need to put in it, and it just changes to power for some reason. Literally unplayable. Let's grab the other one. There we go. I'm gonna have to package this one. I'm out of room for research items again. And I think we're gonna acquire a couple more along the way, so let me package these as well. Not the truck horn, actually. Just package this one. For anybody who's wondering why I have a mullet on this medium storage silo, it's because these packagers, you can just put them on anything. They don't have to take up slots, so it's more efficient to just stick them on the side of an object, like a rover or a canister or a silo, instead of actually putting them on the slots. The only problem is, if I deform terrain anywhere near these things, they'll just fall off for some reason, because the devs forgot to check whether they're attached to something. So if you dig out terrain, the game's like, oh, you dug out the terrain under the packager, and it just falls to the ground. It makes me upset. Because testing and handling edge cases is difficult, I guess. So that's like really the only downside of doing it like that. And so we gotta wait a second here for these to finish. And then this one. Or this one. There we go. Good enough. Alright, how far away are we? Space elevator's over there. There's one of these power unlock things. Low percent strat, I suppose. I don't think you would ever make packagers in low percent. Maybe to get back your solid fuel thruster when it's low would be the only reason I could think of that you would want to do that. Yeah, I guess you could technically do that. That might be more efficient than making new ones, because you don't have to tow around as many objects. With the debris platform, hold on a second. Oh, that. No, I was saying it for the low percent strats. You don't use any of the stuff you find on the ground, because again, low percent would just consist of roaming around, finding every, like, smelted resource that you need, and, like, never making a smelter. Which, I mean, I guess could be a category for low percent, but that doesn't strike me as very interesting or clever. Oh god, what is this?
Hey Cosine, have you heard about Dee Snider's pistachio farm in Cali? He's the singer from Twisted Sister.
No, I have not heard about Dee Snider's pistachio
Dee's nuts
farm.
got him.
Oh, I don't get it. I don't know what this is. Is that a person? Like, is anything that you just said actually a thing? I don't even know anymore. Or is that just the most contrived D's nuts jokes I've ever heard of in my life? Thank you for the resub. I just can't believe you're still giving me money. I don't deserve it. I do deserve your horrible jokes, though. I appreciate it. Please never change. Alright, I need to get around this mountain. So there is a tunnel there, but it's a small tunnel, and I don't know if the rover even fits through it. No, the rover's not going to fit through that. We need to go around it. So yeah, that's the space elevator. For anybody who hasn't seen this yet, that goes to Silva, if you can believe it. I could ride it later if anybody wants to see it, or I'll probably just do it anyways because I like riding the space elevator. But anybody who tells you that you cannot build a rail path between two planets is wrong. You absolutely can. It just takes 6 hours and an unreasonable amount of determination to do it. And some bug exploits. But I mean, we love exploiting bugs here. If this game is broken, if this game is 90% functional and the remaining 10% is bugs, you damn well bet I'm going to use that 10% of the game to my benefit. So we abuse the bugs here. Not all the bugs, but like the ones that are kind of fun. And one of them is you could build rail posts in the void of space between two planets. 90% seems optimistic. The thing is, I noticed the 10% because I'm at the end game. This is that part where you get to see whether the development team for a game is working on their game out of passion or for profit. This is a dev team that's working on their game for profit because they don't give a shit about how broken the end game is. They just make sure that if you're playing the game on Silva, everything works correctly. The second you start doing like anything more than that, they're like, oh, well, most of our players have not played the game beyond this point. So we don't have to invest as much development time into making this part of the game robust. Which means they don't have passion, they just want to make money for the game. Or it's not to say the devs don't have passion, but the company as a whole doesn't give enough of a shit to fix like end game problems, like the ones I keep running into, with like automating rail systems or connectors not working, trains just getting stuck, long-term save files becoming unplayable because of file size. Like, that's the kind of shit that they don't seem to want to fix because it's not profitable enough. Like, that's the message that they send by developing a game and just letting the end game rot. So it's very unfortunate to see that sort of thing happen, and unfortunately a lot of games do this. And it makes sense, like, for profitability, but have you no passion for what you do for a living? Apparently they don't. Truly a tragedy. But hey, at least we have 10% of bugs that we can mess around with instead. Try to weaponize those. Alright, how much room do I have? I might actually be running out of room for scrap. I mean, that's really what it is. 2 hours of unbroken gameplay and you can't refund. And I don't want to like say this game is an absolute bug fest dumpster fire. Like this game ain't no like Cyberpunk on release or anything like that. Like this game works pretty well. It's fun even as you start off. But if you play like in cooperative mode online, you'll notice bugs start kicking in like right as you start going to another planet, which incidentally is when a lot of people stop doing their like co-op saves. They just dick around on Silva for a while and then lose interest and do something else. And incidentally, it takes about 2 hours, I think, if you sort of kind of don't know what you're doing, to get off of Silva and find out that your game is going to start crashing if you have multiple people in your multiplayer game going to different planets. So it's scummy. That's just how it is. It's not as bad as like some devs, but it feels very scummy, and it's disappointing to see this kind of thing just keep happening. I don't know why I can't pick this thing up. I guess I have to blow it up. It counts as a large object. Well, incidentally, it comes with some free dynamite for me to blow it up right here. Isn't that cute? Except I don't know how to put the dynamite on top of this object, because it really wants to go in those slots. So I'll do some big brain strats in a moment to deal with that. Let me shred these real quick. I dropped that one. It did not go in the shredder. This is apparently a large object, so it doesn't fit. That's why I dropped it. Alright. Okay, so the big brain strats. Let me just fill this up with garbage real quick so these slots are filled, and then it should let me blow it up. There we go. Good video game. Alright, is there anything else nearby it? No, not really. Go ahead and blow that up. Kablooey. Now we can shred it. I have no inventory space. How'd that happen? Probably all the crap that I put in those slots a moment ago. How the run's going? I mean, it's Astroneer. It's generally, as long as the game doesn't crash, I would say the run is going well for this game. It's really all you can ask for. It's not like you can actually die in this game once you get all the snails. But yeah, runs are going well. Shred that garbage away. Alright, we're about done here. So anyone who's tired of watching me shred things, don't worry, we're on the home stretch. The home base is down where that rail is, and that's where we're going. We'll have more than enough scrap to do the entire holiday event once we have all this, because again, the game did not print, or did not spawn in any of the holiday stuff on the ground, so I have to make it myself. Thank goodness you can at least print the things. So it's not like it's unplayable and I simply can't do it. Now we are going to definitely want to blow this one up. Gotta use all this dynamite for something, so let's grab that and see how much junk there is on the ground near it. My snails are about to get hungry. Now we're fine, I think we have enough. If we don't, I have some extra seeds on the rover itself. So let me dig all those out and put this on top. Ideally, I put this up as high as possible just so it deforms less terrain underneath it. You know, the little optimizations. I do whatever I can to keep the save file small. Now we got a free package here. How convenient. And I just realized it also came with free dynamite. There's so much dynamite now on these things. Like, at some point in one of their updates, they, like, increased the drop table to always have dynamite on, like, every single one of these wreckages. Which is convenient. I don't know if I've even printed dynamite in this entire playthrough because of that, so I'm not going to complain about it. It's useful enough. You can get it before you even have access to the atmospheric condenser, because it spawns so often on these planets. Are snails and escargot the same thing? I mean, I guess? I mean, one of them is sort of like a specific form of the other. You can't really reverse that process, so if you want reversibility, then I would say no, they're not the same thing. I think that's all the garbage that was on the ground there. Hate item juggling. I wonder if I should just move the train closer to these after I blow them up. Alright, I whiffed that one. At least these things shred fast. For whatever reason, like specifically the ones you get for blowing up larger wreckages, shred really fast, which means they're not worth much, unfortunately, but everything must be clean. I must shred all of the things. Alright, so the home base is over the horizon in that direction. I think I shredded most of the stuff along here, but there are a couple things I know I've seen from the rails. There's this one here, and I think there's one, yeah, right over there that I also want to get rid of. And I think this is our last tungsten, so we'll go ahead and use it on this thing. Probably should have brought a little bit more. I didn't actually think I would find that many of these. Usually it's just the power ones, but this is the one that wants a material. Are these still running? They are still running. Okay, they're shredding something that I didn't get from the explosion. That's why that's taking so long. So I grab more packages off the mullet. So we do not have room for these anymore. Why are these taking so long? Come on, like, look at the size of that thing. It's like a... There's like debris for ants. Why is that still there? Go away. I don't understand why this is taking so long. I don't think they're low on power, are they? No, they got power. They're fine. Yeah, well, that one finished. Do I have any room on this? I have one more slot on that. Yeah, we're about reaching the finishing point on this. Pick up all that nonsense. Okay, full. We did it. Okay, we are going to run out of snail food. Also, I don't think I'm supposed to be carrying this battery around. Let's just stick it over here. We're going to be here for a hot minute, so let me actually plant these just to get a couple extras. These will grow in pretty quickly. I think they'll be up before the snails get hungry. And anyone who hasn't been doing this with the snails, like, you absolutely should. Just bring seeds with you, and if you're going to be in an area for, like, even like a minute or two, just plant them in the ground. You can get them back and you can feed the stupid snails. There's really no downside to it. It just takes a few slots, and if you have a rover or a shuttle, you should have no trouble with that. It's something, honestly, it took me way too long to figure out I should be doing that, so I spent a lot of time, like, running back to the base to get more snail food before I realized, like, wait a second, I don't have to do this. Imagine using power cells for anything except shredding them. Alright, so we're gonna go over there, get that stuff, and then head back to the base. I mean, we've been heading back to the base, like, slowly this whole time. I have a slot on this thing. No, it's shredding something big, I think. There it goes. Alright, how close are these to done? Come on, hurry up. No, the snails are hungry. There we go, just in time. Here you go. And there you go. Okay, so let's head over there now. I believe we got everything in this spot. Escargots, French for snails. Okay, I mean, I guess we gotta clarify something here. We talking about escargot for Americans, where the only thing we associate that with is, like, specifically snail food? Like, food that is snails, not food for snails? Or are we talking about the actual, like, literal meaning of the word in French? Please don't hit that. Okay, it just went through. I guess these aren't the ones that explode, so they probably can't set off all the hydrazine. Wouldn't be ideal if that happened, and actually I'm in a bad position here because I need to power that one. So I need to get back in the rover and move it. Yeah, there we go. Just jackknife a little bit, that doesn't matter. I'm sure that won't do any damage. It's not like these things have health bars. Thank goodness the vehicles in this game don't have health bars, that'd be awful. I would destroy this thing in like an instant if it did. I hate these ones because these ones have like a throughput limit, this cable leading off of the rover, so I cannot power this any faster than this no matter how many RTGs I have on this thing. This is the speed that we got. There's nothing to be done about it. There we go. Shred this. I don't think I have a slot for this thing. No, I do not. Give me that packager. And package an extra one just in case I find one later. Looks like we filled all of our silos, so yeah, we're getting to the end of this here. Or we filled all our canisters. This one's got a little bit of room left in it. That's about it. Hey, Teddy Bears. I'm guessing that's how you pronounce that. Alright, so I want to destroy these. I see these every time I drive by on my rails, and it's just like having a bunch of litter on the side of the highway. Also, I think this actually generated in during, like, after one of my playthroughs. When they did, I think, the, like, Halloween update or something, this generated in for some reason. I don't think it was here when I built this. And yet they couldn't be bothered to spawn in the Christmas ornaments. You can tell how large these are because of how laggy they are to follow the cursor. Like, these are, like, large shreddables, even though they don't really look like it because of the delay on following the cursor. They have very high mass. And if they were extra large, I wouldn't be able to walk at all while holding them. And yet this thing, which is very clearly bigger than this debris object, is a medium. Yeah, I'm on Calidor right now. Calidor is where my home base is, so that's why I'm doing this here. I probably shouldn't have put that in there, because now I have to wait for that before I can shred any of these large objects. Okay, something just finished. It's where I would have put this thingamajig if I could have, so just chill for a moment here and wait for that to finish. There we go. And we got two more large objects to shred, and then the base is just along that rail. where I'm sure I'll find even more stuff to shred, even though I keep saying I'm going to be done. And we're going to go back to the base and we're going to do other stuff, and then I get distracted by more debris on the surface. Hard to stay focused. I just want to shred things. I just want to see the numbers go up. I just want more scrap. In fact, let me pick up the extra scrap that's sitting here. Come on. Here we go. That one's done. And one more. I should have just brought a large canister, honestly, instead of like a bunch of little ones. Alright, so that one's taken care of. Long playthrough. Yeah, I've been on this save for dozens of hours. Like on stream, and then even, not, I would say more hours, but a long time off stream as well. Just like doing tedious busy work that isn't worth streaming. Stuff like printing materials for the next stream. So, I don't know how long. I would say maybe at least 100 hours, I think, on this save. Would be my guess, probably more, but I don't actually know. I don't know if the game keeps track of that information. Oh, there's some shreddables up there. How close am I to the base? Oh, there's stuff everywhere. No, we're ignoring it. We're out of space. We need to go back to the base. We'll ignore those. As much as it pains me to do so, I need to get back home. And if you're wondering how long I've played Astroneer, just overall, it's hundreds of hours, like even before I started streaming it. Oh, I forgot all this crap was here too. Nope, another time. Okay, you know what we can do? We can grab 2 large objects and just shred them now, and then leave the rest of this garbage for another day. So let me whiff that one real quick. So that one goes there, and that one goes there. All right, and we just keep driving. I don't have room for all this scrap. Got it a week ago. It is a cool game. I have my gripes with it. I've spent like the last hour whining about this game, but like it is still a fun game, or I would not be playing it. It gets a little bit crusty towards the end game, has been my experience with it, but I mean, if this looks like fun, like it is fun. I want to clarify that. It's just, it could be more fun if the devs would put a little bit more effort into like end game content, or fixing bugs. But I mean, I still don't regret any of the time I've spent working on this game. This has still been an enjoyable experience. I'm going to actually use the ramp. I don't want to flip this rover and get it stuck in the terrain. Yeah, here's the home base. Featuring low frame rates and weird looking terrain because I need to get closer to it for it to draw in correctly. But anyone who stopped by while I was on my shredding extravaganza, this is what I've been working on for 100 hours of this playthrough, is this base. Thank you, Minecraft, for making this feel like a cinematic moment. I am playing a different soundtrack than the game's music, in case anyone wasn't aware. Like right now there's Minecraft music playing, but it's just a mix of like a bunch of sort of adventure-y or calming music. I don't know. I'm trying to turn left. Okay, whatever. We're gonna have to drive around and try this again. So let's just go on top of all this junk. Oh no. Oh, am I stuck? Come on, let's go. Just drive over the packages. These tires are enormous. You can just drive over this. There we go. Alright, let's do a go around. I should have just gone down the road like a normal person instead of trying to make that left turn. There we go. Alright, and here's our parking spot. Base is 8 times bigger. It is an extremely big base. Like, most people would not bother making a base this large. This is an exceptional case. It has if you think this is big, there is an underground section to the base that's almost as big as the above ground section. There's a lot going on here. I've been spending a lot of time working on this. Alright, so let's unpack all of our stuff. Let's see, so what do we got here? We finished all of these off. So I'm going to start unloading scrap into the system real quick. So let me go bring these over here. So drop these off like this. And what I usually do for this kind of thing, just to unload these quickly, I have a sorter that could handle these, but I'm going to actually just swap it out for the one that's here. And that'll just unload these a lot faster. And so while that's going on, let's unload the rest of the stuff that we don't need. So let's see, we have some research items. I should actually leave these on the silo and bring the whole silo back over here, because this goes on the rover anyways. Alright, so we have a ton of research objects that we may or may not ever use for anything. But I'll just pile them up over here and hope they don't fall through the ground before I get around to researching them. Some of these. And what else have we got? Alright, that's everything that was on this one. Back on the rover. Well, I need to sneeze. There we go. That's refreshing. Oh, thank you, Medial. Or Medial. Are you Medial or Medial? This is your chance to correct me, because I have not figured out which one it is, and I'm worried that I've been wrong the whole time. Medial. Okay, I've been calling Medial this whole time. You haven't corrected me. I feel bad now. Why would you do me dirty like that? That's Medial, like medic, not medial, like medium. No consistency in pronunciation for English, which is the only language I actually know. So it's a crapshoot which pronunciation I go with. Everybody uses the second one. Well, you gotta stand up to that. You gotta tell them no, you're wrong. Make them feel bad like you did to me. Even though, don't feel guilty about it. I'm glad to actually know what the correct pronunciation is. Alright, let's dump off all the research garbage. The first is Polish. Are you Polish? I mean, I want to do it correct, so I don't care, like, whether or not, like, the pronunciation doesn't translate well. I would rather just use the correct one. Ah, okay. There we go. We got some lore. Everything makes more sense now. Even though, I mean, English has either pronunciation for the letters M-E-D. It goes either way, really. So, like, meditate and medium. No consistency in this language whatsoever. Gotta love it. What happens when you build a language that just consists of stealing bits from other languages and just hope it works out? I think I've unloaded everything off of these. Yeah, there's no more scrap. That one is literally one, like, little nuggie away from being finished. And then this is the silo I sort of carry around that just has, like, general utility stuff on it. So, like, this will go back on the rocket if we do any flights later. So let me just bring it over here. Of course, I need one more hand, and I do not have it because the devs do not want to make the backpack any bigger. Alright, so here's the auto sorter, which I definitely need to move to a spot that isn't, like, super inconvenient. But eventually these items will find their way home. Like, a train will come through here, assuming the train's not stuck. It's over there right now, and here's the second one. Oh, we can actually demo it. Just wait a hot minute here. Medial? Oh my god, somebody does that? Okay, even I know better than that. I've never heard a word that sounds like that. Yeah, here we are. So the auto sorter turned on. It's going to grab these, and these objects are going to get run behind, like, my storage canisters and stop at each of these posts, and then arms are going to take them and put them in the canisters. That's the auto sorter, and there's two trains, like, on a rotation that shuttle items along this rail, and eventually everything winds up where it's supposed to be. Sort of. Most of the time. Sometimes the game breaks, but it's reasonably robust. I've set it up in such a way that it tends to fix itself if it breaks for any reason. It's great to see my stream because you're French and need to upgrade your English. Oh, all good. I mean, if you don't understand anything I'm saying, I'll more than happily, like, explain it in simpler words if you're trying to learn English. I try not to be excessively complicated in the way I talk, because I do know there are a lot of people where English is not their first language, so it's harder to follow somebody who talks fast and just uses needlessly big words and weird grammar constructs when they're talking, which I'm guilty of sometimes, so feel free to ask if you don't understand what I said. Alright, so let's bring this over here. And I got a lot of scrap out of this. And I'm pretty sure I just had some Astroneer placed in my backpack. I did not want that there. Devs don't want to fix that either. the thing to fix being auto arms placing things in my backpack, which is a feature that nobody has ever wanted, but that's how this game works. Alright, so while that's running, I'm going to start shuttling objects back over here, and then we're going to make a soulless Christmas factory, where we just manufacture, like, goods in China and just ship them over to the States, make a bunch of plastic waste. You know the drill. The kids won't know any better. They'll give me my event rewards, and then I'll move on and do other things. There's a few other things I want to do on this stream, so we're not going to run out anytime soon. Wow. I hope that wow isn't like me making fun of like Chinese plastic manufacturing. Okay, good. It's the base. Good. I'm sorry if I offend anyone. I'm not a super politically correct streamer, but I still try not to like lay it on too hard. Like if I'm saying something that just seems kind of fucked up, like feel free to call me out on it. I do want that feedback. I don't want to like just act like a shitty person if people don't understand that it's a joke or if it's rubbing someone the wrong way. This is gonna take a really long time. Can't defend you. Excellent. You'll fit right in. Like I'm not somebody who gets offended really by anything, so sometimes it's hard for me to relate when there's something I'm saying that I don't realize might be like really bothersome to somebody. Like even if I don't mean it in like a hostile way, or I'm not trying to make anyone upset, but I try not to be that kind of person. So I'm happy to be called out on it if you think I said something that's really messed up. And I'll at least like justify it and then maybe try not to do it anymore if I think it's gonna bother someone, because I don't want to be that person. But I will try to explain that like I don't mean it. And that said, I do not do like any racism, no sexism, no discrimination. I try to stay away from those kind of jokes. Like there's no place in the world for that kind of stuff. But like making fun of like political issues and stuff, like I do it occasionally. I try not to take it too seriously. Is this one done draining yet? Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm just kind of burning time while I wait for this. But again, just let me know if something I'm saying like a lot is bothering you in some way. And I'll take that feedback into consideration. Alright, so my brain just turned off. What was I trying to do? Right, the factory. Actually, hold on a second. I need to go blow my nose. Give me a second here. Just I don't know, go look at this auto arm while I step away for a moment. Alright, I hope the auto arm was very entertaining while I was gone. It's like a big Minecraft sorter. It's a Minecraft sorter that's like tedious to build, but in a completely different way from Minecraft. At least Minecraft sorters work consistently. They're just super bulky and convoluted to make. This thing is bulky and convoluted to make, and it doesn't always work consistently. It works most of the time. It generally fixes itself eventually, but it has its issues. I've done the best I could with like what I was willing to put up with here, and you know, it's filling up the canisters. I haven't seen it get jammed in an extremely long time, so I'm pleased with how it turned out. If I had to go back and do it again, I'd probably make a few tweaks to how like the fallback storage canisters work, but yeah, it's basically a Minecraft sorter. And the goal of this playthrough, at least one of the goals, is fill all of these canisters. This is basically every like usable material in the game. There's a couple edge cases that aren't in here. Like clay, for instance, is actually used for one crafting recipe, and we're never going to make one of those, and I decided not to reserve a slot for it. But for whatever reason, this abomination uses raw clay as a material. I believe it's the only recipe in the game that uses raw clay, and I do not have a storage for raw clay. I turn it immediately into ceramic. It's the same thing for all of like the unsmelted metals. I just immediately smelt those because this thing would basically just have like an additional 8 slots, and there would be no other benefit to it. It would just be bigger, harder to build, and harder to get to things that you want to when you're using it. Alright, I think we got the last scrap canister taken care of here. Excellent. Alright, all the scrap is taken care of now. And we should have more than enough to print all of our Christmas ornaments. right before the end of the event. I think it's like 6 or 8 days or something left. Yeah, we got 6 days left, and we're going to finish this right now. I need to print 133 cosmic baubles to finish this event. Or I guess 134 technically, it rounds up. Don't you make something with clay in your backpack? Not that I'm aware of. I'm not gonna, there's like a million backpack recipes. I'm not gonna skim it right now to check, but I don't think you make anything with clay in the backpack. If there is something, then I don't know what it is. Like, this is where I'm storing the intermediate goods. They're back here. They basically get sent down to a smelter that doesn't work correctly. And the reason the smelter doesn't work correctly is because these goddamn things are bugged and have been bugged ever since they were put in the game, and these just stop working. After you basically go too far away and then save and load your game, these break forever. So all 7 of these portable smelters are bricked right now, and they don't do anything. And depending on whether or not the devs ever feel like getting around to fixing this, I might have to actually just use regular smelting furnaces for that. I was very optimistic when I made a smelter with these. Like, they were up on top of these pedestals, it was super cool and compact, and then they all broke because the devs didn't actually test them, so this is why I complain so much about this game. But maybe at some point those will get fixed. Otherwise, I have like a to-do item for one of the streams to go back and make a regular smelting system out of that. So meanwhile, the auto arms put some more garbage in my backpack, so I need to drop those off at the sorter. I also have a to-do item for the sorter to move the input of the sorter over here. Probably like replace the shredder or put it like right here or something, but I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet. Yeah, so for whoever was pointing out how big the base was, this is how big the basement is as well. It's not quite like the same footprint as the above ground area, but there's more going on down here. Needless to say, a lot of time and effort has gone into this, and most of the digging was done off stream for the sake of chat not having to watch me just dig holes in the ground for like 7 hours between streams where I had actual content. Oh, this is where I was storing the small canisters. I was looking for that an hour ago. Anyways, let's go feed the snails and then go automate Christmas baubles. Or whatever those are called. I already forgot what they're called. They're like cosmic globes or something. There's no clay crafting. Okay, that's what I thought. Like, again, I think the only recipe that uses clay is that horrible pumpkin shelter. And I don't know if anybody has ever printed a shelter in the history of this game. I know I haven't. But it's there, I guess, if you want to use your clay for something other than making ceramic. And then I think all the metal, like, ores serve no purpose other than to be smelted into their respective metals. Alright, so anyways, we need to make, yeah, cosmic baubles. Not globes. What is this thing exactly? It's just... I guess you just put this on, like, your kitchen table or something next to, like, the Christmas turkey. I don't know. Doesn't look like an ornament or anything. Then we got some giant, like, human-sized robots. Blocks that you could not conceivably use for anything because they're so big no child could, like, ever actually move this. Unless it's made of styrofoam, maybe. And then this thing, which you could probably just kill yourself with this thing if you fell on it, because those are some sharp tips. I also don't know what you're supposed to do with this thing, but whatever. Christmas do be a weird time of year. But anyways, we're making this one, which is the least conspicuous looking thing of the bunch. So what do we need? Astronium and scrap. Let's get some auto arms. I think I have a bunch printed out already. So rotate that, and we should have more than enough to do this. So we need 2 auto arms. And how do I want to do this? I could probably use a medium platform for this. Let me go see if I have one in the basement, so I don't have to unpack a bunch of small platforms. Yeah, I probably do need to hydrate. I think that's the first one of the stream. Thank you, background. Alright, let's see. What do we got here? Yeah, this stuff like this right here, by the way, is what I mean by printing stuff off stream, just so you don't have to, like, watch me standing next to the printer waiting for a platform to show up. I make a bunch of things, like, ahead of time to streamline things a little bit. Alright, so the reason why we're doing this is because we need 2 materials that are conveniently right next to each other, and this is just easier to move around. This is all going to be kind of a temporary setup because I'm not going to need this after the event is over. So we're just going to stick it right in the middle of the road, and hopefully I don't need to drive a rover in this general area. Alright, so strontium and scrap. Alright, can they reach? Yep, they can reach their respective materials. Let's just lock that in so it doesn't move. Alright, next thing we need to do. I'm gonna make a couple of these printers. I can just shred them later if I don't need them. So let's grab... Let's see, how long does these take to print? Let me make another one, see how long these take. Decide what the trade-off is here. Right, if you move these things, they just drop the materials. In fact, what is this thing set to print right now? Okay, it still didn't change. Alright, how long is this going to take? Okay, they're really fast, actually. I think we'll just make one more. We'll just make a couple. I don't think we really need too much. Alright, I'm going to put these on... Yeah, I'm going to put these on a platform just so they're easier to move around. Here's the other one. Line these up. Doesn't have to be too clean. I just had to make sure both of the auto arms can reach them. Yep, looks good. Lock it in. Set the recipe on the other one. And set them both to automate. Hopefully we don't get one of those weird interactions where materials just sometimes drop off of them for no reason. Now the next question is, can I get them to print directly onto the request platform? Not sure if I'm going to be able to do that or not. So where is it going to output if I were to put materials on it? It's going to try to drop them like right there. So let's put this as close as we can. Okay, I need to rotate it so it stops jittering. Alright, is it capable of actually doing that? I don't want to turn the arms on yet because I don't want the factory to kick off while I'm still setting it up. No, it's just going to drop it on the floor. So we do need to make another arm that puts these on. So let me go grab one of those. I like to have the arrow like in the forward direction of where the arm faces because that's just where it'll rotate by default. So it's just a consistency thing that doesn't really matter, but I like having it that way. Alright, so having these prints on the ground should be fine. Don't think that'll cause any issues. If I leave the area, I think they'll just float in the air is what typically happens, and the arm could still grab them. Unless I print like way too many of them with the arm stuck in some way. For now, we'll start off with this. And then we drop it on that. Now, unfortunately, there is, to my knowledge, no way to automate the sending of this rocket. You can like send signals to it and it doesn't do anything, which is very frustrating because it basically means I have to come check up on it every now and then. So what I'm probably going to do is set up a few silos to stockpile like a ton of these cosmic baubles or whatever, and then send them like in bulk. So I might want to make another one of these request platforms. So let's get like a sort of a test demo going first. So let me get some sensors. Actually, no, I don't need any sensors. Let's just turn the arms on and start it off. And see what happens here. I want to see if any materials get dropped on the ground or any other problems. You know what? We are going to have a problem. Yeah, I need to turn this off. We're going to run into a problem. The problem is we're going to make too many of these, and they're going to pile up here. And what the game does, if you make a ton of stuff in the same spot, is it starts like shoving it off to the sides, and eventually it'll get out of range of this arm. And it won't work. But I believe there's a feature of this game that I've never utilized before, where you can actually get materials to fill up storage slots on platforms. So I'm looking for a specific one here. Where are my B platforms? There they are. Alright, I specifically want this one right here. I think what'll happen here... Yeah, you see now it's locking on the platform, so it wants to put them on that. And if I go ahead and hook this up, lock it in, I think I can detect whether or not there's anything on that platform and turn them off if I don't want to use them. So let's try that out. Stick a storage sensor wherever. We're interested in full or not full. That is not where I put that segment pin. I put it up here just for convenience. You don't have to actually put it there, but that's an easy way to visualize when you have it connected to two objects like this. I don't actually know what happens when you like attach a target pin to a printer. I've never done that because I've like never had to automate printing something, so we're gonna find out in a second. So if that doesn't work, I can just toggle these arms over here to stop the production line. I need to turn that one off. Alright, so let's just see what happens. Hopefully they both turn off. There goes the signal. They're just not doing anything. So I'm assuming then that it hits this, I think is what the signal is doing. It hits this button right here. So what should happen is if I take one of these off, it should start printing again, which is exactly what we want. So let's go ahead and launch the rocket. Because it has 8 on them, which is the max that we can send. Goodbye, rocket. Yep, just slide off in the distance, right over there. And then I think it despawns the model. So we just wait a second here for it to come back. Now I have to do this, I think I said 14 times or something like that. I have to send like 14 shipments of these things. Don't know if it's worth printing another request platform or not. Maybe we'll like touch up on this like every now and then throughout the next like few hours, and that'll probably finish it off. In any case, let's wait for the rocket to come back. Because I do need to still test this to make sure the full circuit works, because we're about to get a bunch of crap back. Okay, not this one, but eventually we're going to get some garbage back. I think we'll get a care package right here on each of these like blue arrows, I believe is how it works. So let's go ahead and turn the system back on. And when we get a bunch of junk back, I'd like to be able to unload it automatically, but it's kind of difficult to do that. Let me go get a couple of these silos and bring them over. We're going to need some storage space for a variety of things. We have plenty of extras. I don't remember why I made all these. And let me go get one more of these platforms. There we are. A wise man would bring the storage rack of platforms up here. Instead, I just keep bringing them one at a time like a moron. And this is just going to be a general purpose arm that I turn on every now and then in order to draw materials off of this. I did not want that in my backpack. I can't help but notice that this stopped working. I love this game. Isn't it great? Just, I looked away for a second and there's just a pile of garbage on the ground. Alright, so this doesn't work. We're going to have to come up with something else. Let's turn these off and try to figure out why that happened. I don't know when this happened. I don't know why I turned around and there's just Astroneer on the ground. This is what I was talking about earlier with these things being stupid and dropping materials off of the printers. Sometimes when you have multiple arms interacting with them, the same thing happened for the Halloween event when I was trying to put things on the cauldrangias. And I know how to fix this, and I was hoping I wouldn't have to do it, but it is what it is. Probably going to need to move these around a little bit. For now, let's go ahead and clear out some of the cruft. We got some space. Need to make a little more room over here. Right, so this one we're going to leave in roughly the same spot. Now, this arm is just going to grab literally anything. Can it reach? No, that cannot reach. Luckily, this thing doesn't need to be on a platform to function correctly. Well, I might put it on one anyways later to organize it a bit. Okay, do that. So this doesn't need to be powered, but let's just do it for funsies. And this is where we're just going to put all the junk that I'm going to get from this event. Yeah, here we go. Here's a care package. Now, unfortunately, I don't have a good way to not pull things like these. See, this is going to happen. I have to be careful when I turn this arm on and when I turn this one on. Because this arm is stupid and it is going to grab the wrong materials. Because it doesn't know any better. So where are my button repeaters? That's these ones here. Yes, you can stack repeaters like this. It's compact. Don't judge me. Let me just weasel my way over here. I want to make sure only one of these is on at a time, so I'm going to just going to YOLO this. I don't care where these pins go. That one there. Stick that one on top. Alright, so only one of these can be on at a time. So let me take that off for a second here. Did that do anything? What did I attach this to? No, okay, I don't think I held the button down long enough. So yeah, the goal here would be to unload all the stuff that we got back as a reward. I have to just do this manually, unfortunately. And then when that's done, I can go ahead and toggle these two arms by just pressing this button repeater once. Convenient. Now, as for what's going on over here, what if there's only one free spot to print out to? I could do that, but that's slow. I want to be able to print like a few of these at a time and maybe store them somewhere. Maybe make a bigger medium platform here. I don't think you can have them auto print onto storages. I think they only print onto the base like platform itself. So it's kind of janky. I'm just trying to make do with what I've got here. But what I need to do here is make sure that these two here basically need to only be able to feed materials onto the platform and not directly onto the printers is what I'm trying to do. And the easiest way I could think of to do that is to make a B platform. Or get a B platform. So let me grab another one of these. And I'm going to have to, unfortunately, take these off of the platform A and give them independent ones, because we're going to do a little bit of finagling here to get this to work. It's okay, though. We have plenty of packages, and knowing these events, I'm just going to get even more. Couldn't that have made them break? I don't know, honestly. I'm come clean. I have no idea why these things sometimes are like this. They were supposed to turn off when this was filled, and they didn't turn off. And they'll output it for as long as they want. If there's no spots on this platform, they're just going to start putting crap on the floor. So I don't know how to make them not do that. So instead, I'm going to probably have to just turn off the inputs to make them stop doing that. There's two things going wrong here. They're printing too much, and they're dropping their, like, ingredients on the ground. I didn't need to make an extra platform A, but whatever. We'll make do. Alright, so what I'm going to try to do here to make these things a little bit smarter is output just one of the materials they need to their left and right, but make sure that these can't actually reach the printers themselves. So if I just carefully position this, it shouldn't be too hard to do that. So this thing is pretty much dead center. And we just need to make sure that this only overlaps the correct spot. These backwards? The arrow is where they grab from. Okay, I think I had it turned around. So if I just get a little bit, even that much is probably enough. I'll move it just a tiny bit more. Okay, that should do it. Let's lock that one in and power it to see if it'll actually work. Hey, come on, game. Come on, attach. There you go. Yep, there we go. That's what we wanted. And it can fill that slot, and then it should just stop. Please do not put it on that slot. What? No, don't do that. Stop. Don't put it in there. Devs, please, let us put filters on these arms to specify what platforms they're allowed to output to. And not my backpack! God, I hate this game. Go back in there. Why won't it go in, chat? Help me, I'm losing my mind already. Go in the canister. Thank you. Good inventory system. So let's do the same thing over here for the scrap one. Once again, it's also facing backwards for some reason. Just barely get it on the edge of that. That should be good. I'll move it a little bit more. Okay, that should work. Let's see if this somehow breaks. I'm gonna do that. Just whatever, it doesn't matter which of these I power. There's a second one. Well, that's on the output slot of this. No, there's only one. This one's actually attached to the canister. That one's supposed to be there. That one gets grabbed by... Oddly enough, that gets grabbed by this arm right here. which somehow magically puts it through the ground onto this. Like, the precision with which I made this thing was infuriating, to say the least. Like, how exact I had to get these positioned to not put things in the wrong spot. But it somehow works. Like, these arms are only able to interact with very specific canisters, and they never put things in the wrong canisters. It's a miracle, really, that it works as well as it does. Anyways, so we have that. We turn this one on. Okay, so this is what's supposed to happen. That's not supposed to happen. Why are they doing that? I'm extremely confused right now. Why did it decide that it was allowed to print? They're both off. I'm utterly confused. I wonder if this is one of those features that just doesn't work correctly. Right, let's go ahead and send this away and see what happens. I'm watching you. You better not do anything funny. I would love nothing more than to not have an item placed in my backpack by an auto arm for the rest of my life. Alright, so we can't stand here. This is the danger zone. If we stand in that blue area, our backpack is filled with trash, and there's nothing I can do about it. The auto arms are too powerful. Alright, so when the rocket comes back, let's see what happens here. I need to remember to turn this off between shots, just in case there's any rewards. So it doesn't look like there were any this time. There's no power. Skill issue. Alright, what's gonna happen here? Might as well just put some of these on it myself. It's even worse because these things seem to have a spherical hitbox, so they roll around a little bit, which... Why are you printing? Did I get this out of sync at some point? Is that what's going on? Like a slot, one of these gets pulled off, and they're able to print, but they can't print onto the slot that it got pulled off of, I think is what's happening here. Because the game is still doing some kind of janky animation. I think that's why it's getting jammed. How do I fix that? Oh gosh. Or do I just like take the L and just let it do its thing and just accept my fate that I'm never going to make this perfect because this game is too janky. Oh, they both print. Yeah, that's what's going on here. Yeah, they both are like, oh shoot, I can print now. And then one of them prints on the platform and one of them prints on the floor. Having two of these, I think, is just making this objectively worse. Alright, sorry, you gotta go. I don't want to deal with this. Let's just have one. I'd have to set up a system to make sure that there were two slots, and for some reason, the devs removed the feature during development that would allow you to have that would allow you to detect if something was like 50% filled. So you just can't do that anymore. I'll just fill that slot with these. Like that, they released like a preview, like a sneak peek, a leak or whatever, showing like a bar that you could set on a storage sensor to detect how full the storage was that it was attached to. And then they fucking took it out, and the only thing we got was either full or empty as our detection criteria, which is exceptionally disappointing that that's how they decided to do that for some reason. I don't know why they did that. Like, it would have been way better if I could just set a slider for how full the canister was. I wouldn't need this system up here to be as convoluted either. Like, the reason that I have these backup canisters here is to detect overflow. This is basically me saying the storage is almost full. If there's any material in this canister, it means this one is full. And the storage system as a whole is almost full. This would be extremely simple if I could just put a storage sensor that detected 90% on one of these large canisters, but they want to make this game as like baby simple as possible for some reason, and it results in shit like this that's just very frustrating to work with when you make anything complicated and you realize it's literally impossible to do the thing that you want to without building a supercomputer to like count how many materials you have, which would inevitably break because there's like probably a small chance that it doesn't fire one of the signals that you need. So not much I can do about that. So I need to clean up the ones on the ground. We have our single printer. I'll probably shred this one, and this I think is the best that we're gonna get. We only need to make like 133 of these, and we're already like a quarter of the way there. I'm not going to stand here and do this for the next 2 hours. I'm going to, once I get it working, I'm going to like have it do some printing. I'm going to run off, do something else, and then come back. And we'll just do that for a little while. Because there's plenty of other things that I want to do here. So let me just wait and make sure that this thing is functional. It is worth noting they're giving me back Astronium and scrap for some reason. I don't know why. I don't have a good way to cycle those back into the system. I wonder if I should just like make a couple canisters to pick those up. You know, let's just do that. Let me go grab a big platform. I think I have one over here. Let's make a couple canisters just to pick those up, and I'll cycle them back in manually when I'm done here. Alright, so here's the B platform from Glacio that I said I might never use. I didn't think we'd actually get mileage out of it this early. Alright, so put that here, and then we're going to have 2 canisters. How convenient, they're right here. One for scrap, one for Astronium, and that'll free up a bunch of spaces that these were being occupied by. And everything else I have to sort these manually when the time comes. Alright, get rid of the extras on the ground. I forgot to toggle these arms. Automating this kind of thing would be possible, but I don't think it's worth the effort, especially since I'm so close to the end of the event. This is the only stream where we're going to see this event. I highly doubt I'm going to stream this game again before it ends. So I don't think it's worth putting a ton of effort into this. This thing filled? Yeah, it's filled. Alright, so we're not going to get a care package. So I got the throwback bundle. I glossed over this because I had this already, but I got the throwback bundle. Now we get a color palette, apparently, carbonated. So when the rocket comes back, there we go. We unlocked carbonate. What is that? What are all these cosmetics I'm going to unlock that I'm never going to use? Oh my, oh god, that looks awful. Is it supposed to be that crusty? Or is that just because my settings are super low? I don't know if this is supposed to look this bad. Oh no. Oh, I hate this. This is just like a particle from something else in the game, and something went wrong with like the GPU, and the game is rendering it on like the wrong model. Wait, did it just hitch? Does it not even loop cleanly? Hold on, I need to look at this for a second. Yeah, I'm not sure. My game might have lagged for a second there when the rocket came back. Yeah, it looks smooth. At least I think they're interpolating it smoothly. That might be my game. I think I dropped a frame there. That's why it looked like it hitched for a second. I was like, does this not even loop cleanly? Alright, well that's our first reward. Glad I spent the time doing that. So let's see what we got now. I need to get rid of these extra ones. I need to pay attention and put these on the rocket before like this gets filled up again. Snails are doing fine right now. I'm watching you. At the very least, I think I fixed all the problems here. We don't have items dropping off of the printer anymore. And we're not accumulating them on the floor because this thing won't print them on the floor anymore. The way that I would have had to prevent that is probably to have each of these printed to a different medium platform and then have a different storage sensor. It wouldn't have been that hard to do it in retrospect, but the bottleneck on production is this thing. It's not even the printer, so I would have to print a bunch more of these for that to even matter. So I'm not going to worry too much about it. Like, it's printing more than fast enough to keep up. There's a new one here before this arm is even finished. So it's good to acknowledge what the bottlenecks are in the system, and ultimately the bottleneck is the request platform. Okay, we're all topped off. This one is not going to send a care package. Okay, so while that's going on, how much garbage do I have to sort here? We got plenty of room. We haven't gotten that many care packages, so I'm going to go back to the base and think about what I want to do on this stream, in addition to the things we've taken care of already. Now, number one, put the sulfur away. Didn't really want that, but I found it. Couldn't leave it behind. We have some extra scrap here that I didn't even realize I had, so let me get rid of that as well. This is just for the shredder that I have at home that I occasionally dump stuff into, so might as well put this away since it's almost full. Just stay away from the deadly auto arms so they don't put more garbage in my inventory. Alright, so stick this there. It has to be set to output mode or it won't work. Really would love some equipment in this game that just has more throughput capability, but everything in this game is just super slow. You want it to go faster, you just make more of them. Such is the way with these things. I haven't gotten a single packager as a reward yet. I'm almost disappointed. Alright, we're crossing the halfway point on this event. Yeah, I didn't think this would take too long. Alright, so let me check my to-do list. I do have a list of things I want to get done during the stream. So just give me a second to open that. Let me give you something to look at. There we go. Alright, so yeah, we're doing the holiday event. We upgraded Glacia. I want to do some like basic automation for a few other materials, ceramic, glass, carbon. I don't have any automation for that. And there's more chemistry labs that we haven't automated as well. Yeah, I think we'll look into doing that. So let me wait for this one to come back, and let's go see if we can make some glass production, because this is a problem I've been having. Lots of quartz. I've been manually making glass and ceramic and carbon. I don't actually have an automated system for that. I've been doing it down here. We could do better than that. So that's what I'm going to go work on in a second here. Oh, shoot, I got a care package and wasn't paying attention. Stop. Why does it always pick these immediately? It's like, oh wait, look at all this cool stuff I got. Oh man, I got 2 field shelters that I'm never going to use. Let's take all the cosmic baubles off instead so that Cosine has to move them back over. Thank you, game. Very cool. These care packages are awful. Devs, no one has ever used a field shelter either. I only put them on other planets because there's an achievement for doing it. I think we're good now. I suppose at this point there's no reason to stockpile 4 of these. I could just do empty or not empty. That might be the smarter way to do this. I had a brain blast. Let's go make that better. Yes, of course that goes into my backpack. Why wouldn't it? Empty or not empty? Okay, I should make this a little bit better so that I have slots here. I need to toggle this, however. By the time I get this working, chat, we're gonna be done with the event. Isn't that fantastic? Like, this is just fast enough that I don't have time to run off and do something else. At this point, maybe I should just finish this and just ramble the whole time. What happened to Storms? The Storms were awful, apparently. I never played this game during Alpha, thank goodness, because apparently it was a dumpster fire. But the Storms were apparently just, you literally go hide in a hole for 5 minutes and then go back to playing the game. Like, they weren't difficult, they were just like, oh, you don't get to play the game until the storm is over. And also, if you had any stuff that wasn't also in a hole, it just got flung around the place, and there's no fun in that. I'm glad that's not a thing, but I never had to do that. It would be nice if there were other reasons to have shelters. I mean, they're useful for respawning, I guess, but your rocket also serves as a spawn point, so it doesn't even matter that much, in all honesty. Because if you die on a planet and you got out of a rocket, you just respawn in the rocket. So it's like the rocket's basically a shelter at that point. Maybe they make a little more sense in multiplayer. Okay, what just happened there? Why did that happen? It just dropped 2 more material. I'm never going to get this to work. This is what I was talking about again with these printers being bugged. Where sometimes if you cycle them at a certain time, they'll just drop whatever materials were attached to them. And I really don't know why. 90% functional video game. It's just, I didn't mean to grab the printer. 90% functional video game. I don't even have to demonstrate this stuff. The game just does it for me. Isn't that cute? That's not where that's supposed to go. Oh god, I'm making a mess. Look what I did. Oh no. Put these away. Okay, you go in there. Okay, the Astronium miner is working. You see how that Astronium just got automatically put away? I do have a automated extractor, like in the basement, that is producing, and it's good to see it's actually still running. I kind of had the feeling it was jammed, but some just showed up right there on its own. So this canister should automatically fill itself as long as the extractor doesn't run out of materials. And by run out of materials, I mean I had to go jostle it to get it to mine more out again. Alright, we're about to get the second reward. So what are we in for? Shiver, which is an emote. Alright, what is this? What's this gonna look like? Am I gonna like cross my arms and shiver? Is it gonna look like the May ice block in Overwatch? Like, what is this going to be? What's going to happen here? I have not looked at any of these, so I don't know what I'm in for. Or is it going to be horrible like the leaf pile one that looks like you're jumping into a mound of slime? For anyone who doesn't know what that is, I'll show what that is. That's what I got for the last event. I get to jump into a pile of holographic slime for some reason. Alright, Rocket's back. I think I unlocked it already and I wasn't looking. Alright, emotes. What do we win? Shiver. Okay, it's literally just... Yeah, I'm just cold. Alright, here's Leaf Leap. This is the slime emote. There's supposed to be leaves. You can kind of see leaves like in the particle effects, but it's just a pile of holographic slime. Like, it does not look like leaves at all. We unlocked this. I don't know why Dizzy is over here. I don't know why anyone would use anything other than the Gangnam Style emote, honestly. I mean, this is really the only one you need. It's the only good emote in the game. I guess that and this one. Thank you. Very cool. Alright, why did the system stop? I detached this at some point. Let me guess, it's gonna drop these materials off of the printer again, isn't it? So this should be on. Okay, and then you're supposed to turn off, and then you turn on. Oh, I think we're actually not going to get any garbage dropped on the floor this time. Could it actually be working, chat? Did I do it? Did I finally fix it? Just in time for the event to finish? And then it should turn off. Good. You love to see it. Yeah, back to the storms thing. I do wish this game was harder. This game is too easy. Like, that, I would make that complaint about it. Like, especially if you're just, like, doing all the missions, and you're just... Or even if you're just, like, doing the satellite quest line, and then you go to the satellite above the sun, and then just beat the game and call it good to go. This game is too easy. Like, there's nothing really dangerous anymore. I have a snail on my backpack that gives me, like, God mode, and I could turn it off, and I would probably die. And I would just die to fall damage jank. Like, really, it would just be like, oh, that's inconvenient. Now I have to go get my stuff again. Like, I would want more difficulty as far as, like, logistics. Like, actually needing to do stuff not this complicated, but, like, set up some reasonable infrastructure to solve problems that the game presents to you. As it stands, all of the problems I've made in this game are basically stuff I came up with. You don't need a sorting system to sort like 400 of every single material. You don't need an automated factory for all the chemicals, and I don't necessarily want that to be like a requirement to beat this game, quote unquote. But it would be nice if there was a reason to automate anything. If you needed more than like 2 nanocarbon alloy to beat this game, like as it stands, you need 0 nanocarbon alloy to beat this game. So it's a lot of this content like builds up to an exciting end game that then has no goals other than the ones you set for yourself. Which, I mean, I've set goals for myself, but I'm running out of stuff to do. I wish they would add some more like end game resource consumers other than these like cheer events and stuff, which I guess I have a use for my Astroneer. I'm not complaining about that, but they could do more with it than that. They could add like another tier of like buildings or just something else to work towards to actually make use of like all these high tier buildings that otherwise serve no purpose other than to get them and then say you have them. So it's kind of a shame that that's like kind of where the game stops. There's more they could do with it other than just adding more planets like everybody on Reddit wants them to. Like, they're not going to add more planets. They would have to add more resources to make that even make sense. But there's other things they could do. They could add more biomes, more hazards, larger buildings, and then more missions to accompany all that stuff. Things like ship 400 compound or something, which is one of the events that they've done before. But what if that was just built into the game and it encouraged you to actually use the auto extractors, like the one I have over there that has mined me probably like 2,000 compound by this point. So, oh well, they're building this game for just the early game, it seems. I don't know if they'll ever add more stuff later on, but oh well. Again, still a fun game. I complain about things because I care. If I didn't like this game, I wouldn't play it at all. But I care. I want the game to be better than what it is right now, so I'm just kind of disappointed. But we'll have fun with what we're designing here. We're solving problems. Maybe the problems aren't terribly interesting here, but like I've never actually automated printers before, so now I kind of know what kind of jank to look out for. And hopefully that'll go better next time. Because I might want to like make an automated printer for packagers, and now I know what to expect and how to prevent it from just dumping the packagers all over the floor. So I remember to actually toggle the arms this time, so we're not going to get overloaded with garbage. We have these field shelters right here, which I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of these now, because again, I don't know what the point of these is. These are dumb, they don't serve any purpose. I have a couple on other planets because the game gave me one for free. Can I not even shred these? Oh, no. No, I can't even shred this. I have to blow it up first? It's not even a big object, is it? Oh, I hate these even more now. I can't get rid of these. I have to blow them up. I'm just going to put it over here. Maybe I'll get lucky and it'll fall through the ground or something. Well, this one might. We'll deal with that another time. I might blow that up at some point. Because I don't think I can get rid of it otherwise. Oh, they're worse than useless. Now they're taking up space and I can't get rid of them. I can't even turn them back into scrap. Devs, please, what am I supposed to do with those? Okay, we have another portable smelter. Again, these are bugged. These do not work. This will break when I unload my save, literally anywhere except my home base. And we got two of them apparently. Medium batteries are fine. We got some dynamite, a bunch of exo chips. All this other stuff, like, could conceivably be useful. Alright, how are we doing on this? I need to toggle this. Empty out my backpack. How close are we? I think we need to do either 2 or 3 more shipments to finish off this event. And then I'm not going to grind the care packages on stream because it's really just going to be more of this garbage. Nothing to write home about. So this thing will be just sitting here for the rest of the stream, and I will probably just deconstruct it off stream because we won't need it anymore. The events should be over by the time I stream again. But I mean, this is what it would look like to automate this. If you have a bugged save file like I do that did not generate any of the Christmas objects on the ground, you just got to make them yourself. Alright, send the rocket. Yeah, we need 2 more. We're not going to get a care package from this one. I think I could take this off, right? Yeah, that can't actually output to that slot. I suppose there's no reason not to just put this on a platform to make it look pretty. Also, fun fact, you can just whip this thing around while the rocket is like coming back to it, and it'll just latch onto it. You can put this at the core of the planet, and the rocket will find it. Come on. There it is. SpaceX got nothing on this kind of landing technology. Just moving landing platform while the rocket is like mid-flight. And it's like, yeah, no problem. I'll just snap onto that. Future. Where? Oh, there. I was trying to combine the power extenders. Didn't need these anymore. I can put these back in my storage thingamajig. Yeah, these are just fast enough that I don't really need to leave this running in the background. I thought I was going to have to accumulate a bunch of these and then send them all in a bulk, but I really don't need to. They're fast enough that it just don't matter. It looks like the care packages are not going to fill up these 2. And we have more broken portable smelters. I need to actually store these somewhere that basically says that they're still functional technically. Just in case, like, the bricked ones never get fixed by the devs, but they patch the bug that causes them to get stuck, so I know which ones to shred, because these cost 8 Astronium, which isn't that hard to get, but I mean, that's still, I have to wait a little while for that to get mined out. Alright, so here it comes. That's definitely an exhaust vent. I can definitely see rocket exhaust coming out of... Okay, there is a vent there, you just can't see it from this angle. I'm shit-talking the model, it actually makes sense, except the rocket exhaust doesn't go down. Alright, so fill it up, and that should be all the rewards, and we'll get to see what the seasonal allure hat is, which I'm assuming it's just like a Christmas tree hat or something from like Team Fortress 2, but we'll see. Off you go. Alright, let's do an edge case test. Did I get the reward? Will it pop in as I receive it? No, it does not. Literally unplayable. There it is. Oh, it's okay. It's way stupider than that. I don't want to equip that. I just want to look at it. It's literally just a fishing rod with a piece of mistletoe on the end of it. All right. Well, glad we spent an hour doing this. I'm keeping my farming hat on. You expected this? Look, Captain. Not all of us can be as smart and handsome as you are. I was just expecting like a Christmas tree hat. So yeah, that's the payoff. That's the event. I'm gonna let this fill up and then just kind of leave it here. And I'll decide what to do with this nonsense off stream. Let's go ahead and unload these. Just not a little baby piece. It really is underwhelming, isn't it? So what do we got? We got 4 scrap and 2 Astronium back, like as like mid-tier payout, like when we were getting the care packages. I don't know if that's like a viable care package that you can get anymore. Let me put these away, and then we'll just leave this stuff sitting here for the rest of the stream. Just manually put these away. I guess you can use the tech that most people don't know about. If you put these in your backpack, like so, and then you click on this, it'll just put that material on the slot if you have it in your backpack, so you don't have to actually like drag it off of your pack. There's some high-level tech for any of you aspiring Astroneers out there who want to save like 1 click every time you do something. Alright, so I think we're done with that. Thank you, Christmas event. Very cool. Let's go see what our haul was. So Santa gave us all this crap. We got some coal for Christmas. That's that shelter up there. Don't want the coal. But we got some other stuff that isn't entirely useless. So let's see what we have to work with here. We have even more of these, like, exo chips that I haven't really been using for anything. And to think, people complain about needing these to, like, print stuff. And it's like, dude, you got, like, millions of these things just by playing the game. These are not hard to get. I don't know why people whine about it so much. Like, if I needed more of these, I have a stack of 10 of those, like, exo caches up there that you need to blow up. I have 10 of them, like, sitting in a cool pyramid that I could blow up if I needed even more of these. I even put the dynamite on it ahead of time, just in case. Like, they're not difficult to get. There's way bigger issues with this game than that. Like, the fact that my camera keeps pulling down without me wanting it to. There, devs, please fix the camera. Alright, so what else did we get? We're gonna shred the small, like, power sources like these, because these are just causing lag and basically serving no purpose. Alright, so these 2 are technically functional. I'm gonna store them over here. We're not gonna actually use them, because they will break if I try to put them in my smelting array. Hopefully the devs will fix that at some point. However many lines of code it takes to fix that. My guess is probably 3, like just an if statement, and then a closing bracket at the end, but I guess I have no idea how much spaghetti code is in this game. Alright, we don't need these either. And we got some dynamite, which we're keeping away from the base, just in case we have a small explosion in the base. Hopefully it does not detonate the much larger explosion that would happen right here if this got set off, because explosions in this game do add together. So if I detonate this thing, we don't get 1 dynamite explosion, we get about 60, which would not be ideal, because that would be enough to probably set off the hydrazine canisters in the basement. Can I save and blow that up? I am going to do that at some point, but I wasn't planning to do it today. I have something on my to-do list that basically consists of making an absurdly large number of explosives, and that is when I think I would, like, blow up my base just for funsies and then reload the save. But we're not going to do that today. We'll save that one for another occasion. Like, comment, and subscribe if you want to see that, I guess. I don't know. Maybe, I'm not even a YouTube. That doesn't even make sense. You can't like. You can follow. Follow, comment, and subscribe, I guess. And engage in chat. Tell all your friends about my channel and how I'm going to blow up my base, because no one's ever done that before. Very original content. Do not steal. Alright, so I put these away. I'm not using RTGs to power my base. You'll notice that there's only solar panels and then batteries, with the exception of these little ones, because ultimately these produce a negligible amount of power, and it was just convenient to store them over here with the batteries. No, don't do that. No, that's not supposed to work.
Cosine 2 Soap King.
Ah, thank you for the sub. It's not supposed to work. You're not supposed to actually do it. I feel bad now. I feel like I'm just begging. Oh no. Thank you. I do appreciate it though. What do we got here? I don't know why I have this many medium generators. Let me shred this. Remember, we have a community incentive. If you really like that Soap King emote for that inside joke that only a few of you probably remember at this point, to go put your channel points towards that, I guess, and then it'll be a sub emote so that only subs can use it. Literally fund removing it from the followers so that only subscribers can use that emote. That's basically what you're doing here. Oppress the peasants. Alright, well, we're done with this. You have no idea what it is. It's from Power Wash. It's from a bit from Power Wash Simulator that we did a couple times. Back when I still played that, which maybe I'll play that again at some point. I think they are still working on like a DLC for it, but I've not played Power Wash Simulator because I finished it. I beat the whole game. There's not much else to really do with it. I streamed most of it. I think I streamed all of it in co-op actually, like the parts that I played. So like, you didn't get to see the whole game because I did a bunch of it off stream. But maybe I'll come back to that at some point. Alright, I think I moved everything downstairs. Alright, so, what are we going to do now? I said I was going to make a proper smelting system for a few basic materials. So we do not have automated smelting for ceramic, glass, or carbon. And that's something I want to do here. So the ceramic is back here. It basically happens automatically. We don't have to do anything special to get that to happen. I just need to, like, produce clay somewhere. Glass and carbon, however, I do need to make an automated system for that because they're also base materials that I want to keep. Like, I want to have a basic supply of quartz because it's used for other recipes. So that would be the glass. And then for the carbon, organic is, I think, also used for rubber and maybe like one other thing. I don't remember what. I mean, it's used for making glow sticks, but nobody has ever made glow sticks other than for the mission that requires you to do it, so that doesn't count. So the way that we're going to do that is not with the portable smelters, because those don't work. We need big smelters, so I don't remember what I set up down here, so let's have a look. You can see more Astronium, by the way, on the train here. That Astronium came in from the unloaders that I have over here at this end. So that's the magic of automating all this stuff. It just happens on its own. I don't have to care about it. Alright, so we got a bunch of chemistry labs and smelters, so let's go ahead and grab one of those. And where am I going to put this? I think I'll make the carbon first, just because it's a little bit further out on the end. I could probably cram it in over here. We do need access to the organic. I think I have everything that needs access to the organic here, so I just need to make room for one more thing. I think we'll stick it over here. I believe I can reach it with an auto arm and output it onto the smelting furnace here. And then I could use this output slot to sort it. So we're going to go ahead and try to do that. Let me bring the building materials over. Go ahead and grab that. This is a very convenient thing to do. If you're doing like mega projects, having just a storage rack, just with literally everything you could possibly need for the project is incredibly convenient, instead of having to go upstairs and print something new every single time. So that's why I've been doing this. And then there's a third one. It's this one over here. That one's got all the large platforms on it. I could carry around a slightly bigger platform, but these do get really unwieldy if I use larger than like the T platforms, so that's why I'm not doing that. Okay, anyways, the smelter, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head how I usually do this. So let's start from the raw materials. We need an auto arm. And we need a platform to stick it on. And this is going to grab our organic. So I'll stick that there. And see if we can reach it from over here, which I, again, very strongly suspect I should be able to do without any trouble. Anyone who doesn't know, these auto arms can reach really high up. Basically, the maximum height of these arms is not this like spherical thing you see on the ground. It's actually about here, like at the top of these auto arms, is how high these can reach. So it's very tall. It's a capsule. It's basically a hemisphere, a cylinder, and then a hemisphere to cap it off at the top is the actual shape that these things grab from. The devs couldn't be bothered to show us that information, but that's the range of these things. So this will be able to grab the organic off of that tall storage right there, even though it doesn't look like it should be able to. And the reason why these are on these janky tall storages is because upstairs is where my storage array is, and this auto arm is able to actually reach up through the floor and grab materials off of the little display racks that are right above this point that I'm circling my cursor and bring it down onto this tall storage. And then the tall storage can be reached by the ones down here. So that's how I set this up. It's much easier than trying to do this in a big flat base and just having a giant spaghetti mess of arms everywhere. Instead, we have a spaghetti mess of arms, but it's only down here, and everything looks really clean upstairs. So that's the rationale for why I did things the way I did. Let's go ahead and... It doesn't matter, but I like to have the power going in the direction that it's going to wind up in later. That's just crippling OCD that caused me to do that. There's no reason to actually do that. So what's going to happen here then is we're going to fill up this smelting furnace, and I can either have the furnace output onto a slot like adjacent to it, or I can have an arm pull material directly off the furnace. Pulling off of the furnace basically means that there's downtime where I can't smelt anything because there's something on the output. So I want the furnace to be able to immediately output onto something. So let's go grab one of these T platforms. This is how I've been doing it for the chemistry labs as well. Try to keep it reasonably compact. However, I do not want this auto arm to be able to reach these slots over here. I only want it to be able to put on the input slots to the furnace because these are going to be for outputs, and I need to measure how many outputs I have. And this is not going to be super aligned because it's very, very difficult to like actually get it to work correctly if I just like meticulously try to line these up to the grid. So it's going to be a little bit flexible. So turn that on. Now the next thing that we need to do is make sure that these are running at the right time. And the way I'm going to do that, I think, is the same thing I've been doing with the chemistry labs, is checking if there's anything in this output slot. If there's something here, we turn off the inputs and we turn on the system that will remove things from the outputs. Do I have the ability to reach this train with an arm here? If I don't, then I think what I'm going to do is actually output to this one right here. I think I need to output to the one on the side. But we'll need a storage sensor either way, so let me get that now. Just stick it on the side. It doesn't really matter where it goes. I just want to be able to see what setting it's on. And we want full or not full. Now, of course, that thing would only be full if I had 4 of those, which is a waste of space. So what I'm going to actually do, if I could find my tethers, there they are, is tethers are useless. Like, they don't do anything in this game, basically. Like, there's so many other ways to get oxygen, but you can fill slots with them. So they're a really good filler item that you could carry around in packs of 11, like I'm doing here. So I'll just do something like this, and now this thing will be full if I have a single carbon on the output, which will turn off the input, but the smelter has its own little storage slots, so it'll keep smelting. And in the meantime, the system can pull that carbon off and put it on a train if it comes by. Now, it's worth noting that I don't have any buffers. I'm not storing like I'm not storing like a canister of carbon or anything. And the reason I'm doing that is because I just don't really need to. Like, I have a system here that isn't the fastest that it could ever be, but it should work. It should eventually do all the things that I want it to. Designing it to be as fast as possible would make it bigger and more complicated, and as I was complaining about earlier, in a game that doesn't really have any end goals other than the ones you set for yourself, I have to decide whether or not it's actually fun to do the things that I set out to do, and I've decided that it would not really be fun to just make the same build 12 more times and have like an additional set of auto arms and sensors for the complexity of like storing a buffer of whatever the output material is. So there are better ways to do this, but I don't really want to do them. It just doesn't seem like it would be that enjoyable to me. You make your own fun in this game. Anyways, so what we are going to do is just get our proof of concept smelter system that will eventually fill up the canister of carbon. Now, the next thing that we need to do here is get the output arm. And then what I have here on these rail posts is each of these rail posts that has this like timer mechanism is basically a stop that one of these two trains is going to stop at for a few seconds and give the arms time to load them up. And I'm just going to add one to the one that I have here already. This one's actually for unloading miners. Actually, this is where the Astroneer is. It's not over here. These two are aluminum and copper. And then I have Astroneer and quartz coming out of this like abyss that goes all the way down to the core of the planet. That's where I'm mining those materials from. The aluminum and copper are actually right over there, so I didn't really even need rails for them, but whatever. I like the consistency. And I'm just going to piggyback off of the one that I have already and put an arm here. Now the only thing that really matters is that the arm is able to reach the entire train. So I could just overlap these. That should do it. That arm could definitely output to the entire train. And it can grab from the slot that we have open right there. And that's basically all we need for that to work. So let's attach a sensor to this one. Once my camera stops moving. There we go. I just like having it on that spot. It's visually consistent so I could tell what is attached to what. And then we're going to be pulling more segments off of this later, so I'll just store it there. Let me put these back before they fall through the ground, or I forget where they are. And here comes our train, so you can actually see it in motion. We don't need any aluminum or copper, so these trains are basically just stopped because the canisters are already full. But as you see it coming over here, it's about to pick up some astronium. And there, the train that had the astronium on it was waiting to be unloaded, and it goes down. Again, there are no buffers. This is not as efficient as it could be, but it works. It eventually fills the canisters. Maybe if I ever come back to this game, or they add like better storage sensing tools, I might like come back to this and take another shot at designing like a better system. But for now, this is what I wanted to do. This seems sufficiently fun. So we need carbon, and I'm just going to grab one over here as the filter item. Stick that there. Now, the conditions for this auto arm to be turned on are as follows. I need to... I think I have... Let's see, how many conditions do I have for this? I have, I believe, 3 conditions that would make me want to turn this auto arm on. I think it's the same thing I've been doing over here. Yeah, we have 3 conditions that we need. I need carbon. Like, the carbon canister has to not be full, so that's the first condition. Second condition, there's something in this slot, so the arm isn't just turned on when there's nothing to grab, because it'll waste power, and more importantly, it'll waste my frame rate, my CPU cycle, so I want it off unless there's something for it to do. And third, the train needs to be here. And the way you do that is you make an AND gate. And the way you make an AND gate in this game is with these power switches. So if you thought these power switches were useless, they're almost useless, but they actually have a function, and it's for logic gates. So I'll explain this once while I do this, and hopefully anyone who checks in later doesn't care about how this works. I don't know if anybody cares now, but I mean, I figure I'll make this somewhat educational. That's sort of the science-y focus of my streams, is I try to make things informative, so hopefully this is interesting to somebody. We need 3 power switches and a battery. The battery will not actually have its power drained by this system, but I need a 100% reliable power supply in order for this to work. What in the world is going on with the shadows here? Oh, it's because I lowered my shadow quality. You know what, we'll sacrifice a few frames just to get that back. That looks like garbage. There we go. Back to medium. Anyways, it's not mandatory that I do it like this, but draining power from your base in order to power the switches causes other issues that I've explained in the past. What it boils down to is directional power in this game is really bad, and you want to avoid it if you can. And unfortunately, the only way to put power into a power switch is with directional power. And for whatever reason, they work a little differently. They don't drain batteries, but they will deny power to the rest of your base if you attach them, like this, for instance. What'll happen here is the network of my base is going to have access to all the power that I'm producing, and then this cable plug is going to help itself to, I think, 50% of whatever is left or something. It's going to, actually, this is going to help itself to 100% of the power that's left. And if I were to add a second one and attach it to a different device, now each of these is going to have half as much power, and so on. So it's going to split it into thirds and fourths, and if you network your base together with power, like cables like this that have directional power, what you'll notice is that even if you're draining power in a direction that's not using it, this will still deny power to the rest of your base if you have another directional power cable somewhere else on the network. It's weird. It could technically work if I'm diligent about making sure that I only have one tier of directional power. Because again, I believe the first network gets priority and then the excess power goes down this directional cable. But if I had multiple of these and I wanted to power anything more than these 0 units per second power switch systems, I would start running into problems. So that's why we don't do that. Instead, what we're actually going to do is have a battery on this platform, and then we're going to plug it in like this. So now we're powering the switches. And then I need to carefully get these cables connected. And again, they're not going to actually take any power from the battery, but it's still directional power, and it would still cause problems for the rest of the base by denying power access to things that might need it, because directional power is so damn janky. And we can just put this wherever we want. And the way you make the final part of the AND gate is what we're doing here, is you get a power sensor, which I have somewhere. That one. Yeah, power sensor. And just stick it right here. Gained or lost is what we want, and we power the sensor. Like so. Not from the platform, from the power switches on top. The platform is only here to just organize them. It's not actually part of the mechanism, really. Like, the battery is on the platform, but the battery could just as easily be over here like this, and it would work the same way, but this just keeps stuff off the ground, so it's easier to move it around later. And since the battery is the only thing interacting with the platform's power, in turn, can be routed through these power switches into the sensor. And then we go ahead and we attach that like so. And then the arm would be on in this state normally. Alright, so these are the AND gates. These are conditions. Again, there are 3 conditions. Let's set them up. I think the first one will be whether or not the train is here. So if the train is here, we hit that power switch. The train is here, so it should be turned on. How convenient. And then when the train leaves, this is going to turn off. There it goes. The AND gate is closed. If any one of these power switches in the sequence is turned off, no power goes through, the auto arm turns off. That's an AND gate for you. That's how you make logic gates in this game. If you want an OR gate, all you have to do is basically have each power switch independently have access to the power sensor, which you can do with like medium platforms and stuff. You can put the power sensor on a platform, and then every single one of these cable plugs is an input for your OR gate. And if any single one of these power switches is letting power through, then this activates and it turns on your arm. I have not had to build a single OR gate. I've only been building AND gates. It just so happens that seems to be the way that I've needed it in this base. But logic circuits are a little bulky in this game, but they're not that conceptually difficult to understand. Well, hopefully. I mean, feel free to ask questions if that didn't make any sense. And if that doesn't matter to you and you're just here for the ride, or you're falling asleep to my voice or whatever, then that's all good. But for anyone who was curious, I'm more than happy to explain this stuff to you. Alright, so anyways, the second condition. Is there something in the output slot? And that's why I left this segment pin here. Doesn't really matter what side I stick it on. I'll just put it on the closer side, actually. So it's a little bit more visually obvious where these go. Just right there. Doesn't matter exactly where that goes. Alright, so is there something in the output slot? No. So we turn that off. That's the starting state. The last thing, do I need carbon? And I need to pull that signal from upstairs. So I need to go around a little bit. And then this is how I've been doing this for all of these. Is I have this sensor here, and what this sensor is detecting is there anything in the overflow canister? And I can pull that signal downstairs and utilize that. And you can see there's a few of these wires that are just kind of diagonally going through the ground. Those are attached to that storage sensor, and we need one for the carbon as well. And I've been, just for consistency of the design, so I could tell what these are since they don't have a way to label them, is I've been sticking them right here. So once my camera stops moving on its own, come on, right there. And then with this still on my cursor, actually it's aligned. Yeah, it looks like it's correctly lined up. Wait, or is it? Hold on. I need a better camera angle. Let me go up here. Yeah, we're lined up. Alright, so with this still on my cursor, I'm going to go back downstairs. It won't actually detach as long as I don't try to place it on anything. we need to go back underneath and place one through the floor on this side, where I also have conveniently marked out the ceiling along my true flat grid. And we're going to put it, let me go up real close and get it nice and aligned, make it look pretty. It'll work better if it's beautiful. Right there. Again, camera's moving slightly. There we go. And now we have access to whether or not our carbon is filled. And I need to pull the signal over here. So I will just continue to extend it. Give it a little bit of slack in case I move stuff later. I don't want it to be at maximum length, because otherwise it's harder to work with these. Get it right above the sensor. And then go straight down and attach it to the side, and that's our third condition. And we do need carbon, so we do want it to be turned on by default, like that. So basically, if there's something in this output slot, and the train is here, thank you train for demonstrating, and there's, and what was the other thing? And we need carbon, which we do, then we will remove things from the output of this smelting furnace. Otherwise, the system will back up, it'll stop running, and we will not keep consuming organic. That said, there is a fourth condition that is very difficult to implement that, again, if I could go back in time and redesign this storage, I would have had consideration. And that is whether or not we have too little organic. As it stands, I don't have any way to detect that until the organic is completely empty. At which point the system wouldn't be running anyways, so there's really no point in me checking for that. I basically would need 3 canisters. I would need a small canister to make sure I have some organic. I would need a large canister to store the bulk, and then I would need a third small canister to detect if I have too much organic and stop the system before it backs up. Unfortunately, I don't have a good way to do that without completely redoing all this, so that's just like for another timeline, maybe I would do this differently. I don't know how to pronounce that. Batter BD? Batter, maybe? Thank you for the follow, either way. If I scuffed your name, you feel free to correct me. It's like the letter E, like letter Y. I'm not sure how to pronounce that exactly because it's very ambiguous. Let me feed the snails real quick so we don't have to listen to this noise. There we go. Munchy munchy. For anyone wondering, this is also an AND gate with a timer. I've kind of glossed over what I have here, but this is basically just going to run automatically until these racks are full of plants, and then it turns itself off. I've explained it before, it's kind of complicated, but it's not that bad. Yeah, I do need to hydrate, thank you. What is that? Hold on. Oh my, okay. Alright, that's a weird emote. Thank you for that. Alright, so the last step of the process. Turn that on. And let's see if it works. Oh, those are some cute emotes. Maybe some cute emotes. I may have Jess draw me like a cute, like, crow emote or something at some point here. Snails are kind of adorable. Alright, so we've filled up all the organic here. This arm turned off because we have something in the output slot. And again, this is what I was talking about with the buffer. We do not have a buffer. If there is one thing in the output, it turns off the system. In theory, it would be more efficient to stockpile a few carbon. I have, for whatever reason, decided not to do that, because it's hard to detect that. I could probably design this a little bit differently. I could have like a different setup here, but it's just more complicated, and I don't want to deal with it because we run into the problem where I need this arm to detect if there's any carbon, and I need this arm to detect whether there's too much carbon. So I need 2 different conditions instead of the one condition that I have here. And that results in, I think, me needing to split this off into a separate platform, have 2 different storage sensors, because I cannot detect, like, if the smelting furnace is full. The game just doesn't give me a way to do that. It's difficult. Like, maybe I'll do it for like one of these at some point here. I'll like redesign it to be like the actual optimal throughput system, and the optimal system would be to store like maybe 4 carbon, because that's about how much time this auto arm has to unload them. It's not doing anything because it's not powered. There we go. Good. Great. The train showed up and I did not have time to actually do anything because I forgot to power the arm. This is something I do a lot because I'm a dumb idiot. Let me just plug it in real quick. Our next time around, that should work correctly. This is the power switch that'll turn back on when the train comes around. That said, the train cycle, I think, is about 3 minutes and 10 seconds. So it will be a minute and a half before we see another train. In the meantime, it looks like everything worked as intended. The only problem now that we're going to run into is I don't have automated organic, and that is on the to-do list. We're going to automate organic, and you might be thinking, but cosine, it's not possible to automate organic. You have to dig it out of the ground yourself because auto extractors don't work on it. And the thing is, I might make an exception to the rule that I have about not using trade platforms. And by might, I mean I will, because that's what this setup is. I don't know if we're going to do that on today's stream, but you can use trade platforms to get organic. And I was thinking about this like between streams, and what I realized was it's not possible to get organic without manually digging out soil or digging out the organic yourself. Hydrate, will do. So I was like, you know what? I could show off automated trade platforms without actually like just defeating the purpose of automating all these systems here, by using auto extractors for everything except the trade platform. So I'll go ahead and unpack these now just to show it, even though we're not going to build this whole thing today. But the gist of it is, you can trade scrap for organic, as seen here. 1 scrap, 2 organic. That's a pretty good trade. And you can get scrap from Astronium. By using Astronium, trading it for jump jets, I think, is the most efficient choice. 1 Astronium, 2 jump jets. And then using a shredder to turn the jump jets into scrap. So I automatically mine Astronium from the core of the planet like I've been doing this whole time. I turn it into jump jets, and then I shred the jump jets into scrap, and then I turn the scrap into organic, and then I feed the organic into the system. You're about to dump 30k. Unfortunately, you can't. There is a limit. I would have made the goal higher if there wasn't a limit on that, but it's hard-coded to 2,000. If I had hard-coded the limit, it would have been 2048. So Twitch does that, unfortunately. There's not much to be done with that. Yeah, there's nothing else to do. Just throw your money in the hole because you can't spend any more of it. I don't design these things. And I kind of wish that I could set the limit. I would have set it to something higher and then set the goal to be higher as well, but it is what it is. So yeah, thank you for your contributions, Adrian, Q-Ball. I think I saw somebody else do it in there, but I don't know who it was. Now, whatever. Either way, thank you for your donations. Axo is going to be very happy if this becomes a permanent emote, and the other people that like it. Not to say there's anything wrong with liking it. It's not my favorite emote, but you know what? You give the people what they want. I wasn't paying attention while I was rambling, but I think, yeah, here we go. We got a train coming in, so let's hold up for a few seconds to see the system actually working. Why make it a sub emote? Because it becomes permanent is what happens, basically. Like, I was only recently made aware of the fact that follow emotes can be used everywhere as a sub, but it becomes a permanent emote. Like, it's not so much the fact that it's a sub emote, but rather it does not occupy a slot in my follower emote roulette anymore. Alright, so here we go. We output on the furnace, and there we go. That's the system, like, in progress. And then it'll fill up the furnace again, it'll occupy this slot, that'll turn off the organic arm, and then when the train comes along, it'll do its thing. Cosine wave is a bits redeemed, is a bits emote now. Beck, I don't want to like hurt your feelings or anything, but I have to cycle out emotes because I'm out of slots. So, like, emotes are going to have to come and go at this point. Like, it is what it is. I have to look at the usage statistics for my emotes and see which ones are getting used the most. And the fact of the matter is, you're the only person that uses sine wave. But it is still there. It is a bits emote. I don't know if you've given me bits. I could move a different one to that slot if I decide to. But I can't just like constantly shitpost emotes anymore because I do need to move them around. I added a new like basically an L emote like for Spelunky, and that's what replaced it. Because I had been wanting to make that emote for a while, and I finally got around to doing it. So I do have an L emote now for anybody who's a sub. You can use that, I guess. Don't be too toxic with it though. You can use it on me if you want when I play Spelunky again. Yeah, Mushroom is back as a follower emote, which again I guess you could use everywhere now, which is cool. I don't know when Twitch said that they did that because I was not informed of this, but it's a good thing that they did. I'm happy about that. So now I don't have to worry too much about like good emotes being locked away to only my channel. So anyways, we want to do this for glass as well. I'm stuck. Okay, I just like clipped out of it. They didn't say. Of course they didn't. And yet I still can't give you moment badges. Like, the shit's stupid. I forget, chat, do I have access to elevated chat messages? Like, please tell me no. But, like, are you able to do the elevated chat messages in my chat, or do I not have that feature either? Because I just want moments. I do not want elevated chat messages. That shit's awful. But I think I'm one of the channels that got them, so I don't know what Twitch is doing. I don't have them. Okay, Keyball says I don't have them. I hope that's true. Because it's a scam, and I would feel bad if anybody elevated a message on my chat. So please never do that if they actually unlock that. It's such a terrible feature. I just want, like, moments. Like, just, like, fun little things that aren't just there to, like, to steal money from whales. Twitch, what are you doing? Oh, I'm getting a little unhinged here. Back to what we were doing with this, though. Let's make the glass smelter. So we need to more or less do the same exact thing that I just did before. Let me check real quick if I have any auto arms just sitting around. Yeah, I do. Let me just grab these, because this will make this a little easier. So get a couple of these. Yeah, I'm talking about money whales. Whales are people who will basically, like, spend... They'll just casually drop, like, $50 on, like, a cosmetic in a video game. That they just, like, will play for maybe an hour. Like, the whales are the people with either extremely disposable income, or the people who don't have disposable income but are subject to stuff like fear of missing out or, like, gambling. And there's a lot of predatory companies that'll, like, take advantage of that kind of stuff. And people will spend way more money than they should on a cosmetic that is, like, a limited time thing. Are elevated messages still a thing? I'm assuming that they are. I don't think they would have taken them out. I mean, Twitch is weird. But the point is, the whales are the people who would spend, like, too much money on something that is, like, not worth spending money on. Regardless of whether or not it's a financially good idea for them to do so. And I think the elevated chat messages are literally a fucking scam. And I would feel bad if anybody in my chat, like, actually did that. Like, they're so awful. It's so expensive for such a negligible payoff. And it was even worse when they came out. Like, they were an actual scam when they were originally released. Like, it was cheaper, I think, to buy, like, the 30-second one 5 times than to buy the 2-minute and 30-second one, which costed, like, 25 times as much money. Like, it was so stupid when they released those. But I still hate them. It would be cool if you could use points to do that. I would absolutely, like, have a point redeem if you wanted to pin a chat message. I would definitely make a point redeem for that and come up with some reasonable price for it. But unfortunately, we only get lame features now. So, it is what it is. The only cool thing they did was add the follower emotes for subs anywhere. And they didn't even say that they did that, so I had no idea about it until somebody in chat mentioned it. Like, I don't know what Twitch is doing. I don't know how they're managing to run this company and haven't already just lost to YouTube. Mixer, where did you go? I needed you. The world needed Mixer and didn't realize it until it was too late, and Mixer was gone. Truly a tragedy. By the way, I'm not really explaining what I'm doing here because I'm setting up the exact same thing, but for quartz instead of organic. So there's not a whole lot going on here. Alright, I forgot about this. You have to independently put these tethers on this or else they'll combine together. And the tethers, again, are just a filler. Alright, there we go. That should be good. Stick that there. Storage sensor. Text-to-speech point redeem. Don't know about that. Okay, here's actually, you know what? Here's the deal with that. I do know about that. If I ever get off my ass and actually set up like a proper like streamer bot, like you know, like Nebgul has that, and there's a lot of other streamers that have it as well. I need to do that at some point. Until I do that, I don't have a way to do text-to-speech point redeems to the best of my knowledge, but I would probably do it. It would be kind of expensive, but it would be the same text-to-speech as giving me bits. Which, by the way, it is 16 bits if you want the text-to-speech to read out your donation. You do not have to do it to test it. Like, take my word for it. It's 16 bits is the number I went with. Because, haha, powers of 2, math stream, yeah, you get the point. But I would definitely add a point redeem for that. That's, like, kind of expensive, but I would try to balance it out. It might be, like, maybe maybe like 1,000 or 2,000 points or something to do the point redeem, and it would just be the same text-to-speech readout. So that might happen someday, but not yet. Where's the other auto arm? Oh, I already stuck it here. So we need to grab glass. I don't have glass down here, so I'm going to go grab one upstairs to put the filter on the arm before it starts breaking things. Waiting for your free bits to come through. Now, what do you mean? Like, am I supposed to do something, or you just mean the ones that come in over time? I've said this before, but for anyone who was wondering, chat, the streamer does not know how many bits you have. Twitch has not given us that information. So I literally do not know how many bits anybody on my stream has. So I can't tell if like a specific person is poor, nor do I know like on average what my viewers have. They just give you like an estimate for like what the average income is. So it's very hard to price things and figure out if something is fair, and I have been pricing things more or less based on how much people have been using it, because that's really all I can do. It's kind of lame. I would love to have more information about that, but we don't have nice things here on Twitch. We have like sort of functional features, and then we have elevated chat messages if you want to just throw your money into the dump, like your real money, not even your channel points. Like I have a channel point like wasting ground, it's the money hole. But I don't have anything of the sort for real money, thankfully enough, and hopefully they never give me elevated chat messages, because I don't want that. Ugh, gross. Alright, do this. Again, I'm just setting up the same exact AND gate as before. And then move this over here. It doesn't really matter where this goes, so I'm just going to kind of stick it here. Since all the slots are occupied, I don't have to worry about arms actually like putting anything in this slot. It looks like I had this mirrored for all the other ones, so just for the sake of consistency, I'm going to turn this around. Break all the connections. There we go. Perfect, and we need the power sensor. Yeah, there you go. There's the money hole. Thank you for demonstrating. If only Twitch wasn't a week late with your bits. Wait, what do you mean? What, did you buy bits and they didn't give it to you? I thought that's instantaneous. I don't know. I've never actually bought bits, so I have no clue how that works. I've only ever like subbed to a few people, and in general I have very few subs because I don't have like any real income. Like once I get a proper job and have a source of income, I'm absolutely going to sub to more people. I just have savings right now, so I don't worry about... I say this like every stream when I mention I don't have a job. I have money, I just don't have a job. Like, they were paying me the big bucks before I quit the job I was working at, so I'm living off savings. I'm just still trying to be responsible about my finances. So that's why I'm not spending like a lot of money on other streamers that I would otherwise like to support. That might change at some point in the future. Well, it will change. At some point I have to stop being a degenerate and get a job. But in the meantime, I get free healthcare and I get to do whatever I want. So I'm enjoying it while it lasts. Where's the train sensor? There it is. So I'll grab one of these. This should be set to full or not full. Grab one of these. Hope I'm getting a good interest rate. I do have investments, but unfortunately the economy fucking sucks right now, so they've been losing money. Overall, they've gained money, but it's going down at the moment. And I'm just kind of like sitting on them and hoping things work out. You watch an ad and do a question. I thought they stopped doing that years ago. Is that back? Like, I know that's only available in some regions when they were doing it. Did they bring that back? You can actually do that again? I was fairly certain they removed that. I don't even know what Twitch is doing anymore. Alright, so anyways, train just left. So train's not here. Nothing in the output slot. But we do need materials. We need glass. So once again, I need to pull the glass down. They just rebranded it. It's Twitch RPG. What? What is it? What do you mean it's Twitch RPG? What did they do to that? How, like, bastardized is this content that they've come up with to, like, swindle you into watching ads? Like, hopefully you're not actually watching the ads, but, I mean, I'm not going to encourage you to scam the system or anything. I mean, you do what you want. Needless to say, I would not be watching the ads if they had a system like that. Or is the questionnaire related to the ads? I guess I don't really know how that works. You get an email and it links you to a questionnaire. I don't... How many bits do you get for doing this? Is this even worth it? Like, is this worth your time more than just, like, actually getting a job and working for 1 hour and getting paid minimum wage? It's related to the ad. Oh, God. I shudder to think, like, how bad this is, but I mean, if you want to get bits, I guess, to support a streamer. Or if you're, like, young and you don't have a job yet, I mean, I guess that's the way to do it. Just ask your parent or guardian first. We're done. I don't care. I'm not your mom. Alright, so let's go ahead and attach this bad boy. These are 3 tiles apart, so this is the consistent spacing I've been using. And I left-clicked instead of pressing E, so we have to go all the way back up and get it again. Good user interface. I'm running out of hydrazine. I need to grab more. I need to top off my rocket as well. Actually, I'm about to run out now. Let me just steal some from the rocket real quick so I can finish what I'm doing here. I mean, I know you're 30. I'm just saying in general. Anybody who, like, heard about this and got excited, I guess do it if you want to. Only if it makes sense for you to do it. Free bits is free bits. Hey, okay, I'm getting into like naggy parent territory, but just remember, time is money. Like you decide if it's worth spending your time doing something for a tiny amount of bits, or like actually getting a job and making more efficient use of your time. So it's something to consider. Like if you're spending an hour to get like $1 worth of like in-game currency, and you could get a job or you could work for a little longer or something, like consider whether or not you're actually spending your time intelligently. Now, if you don't mind, like, watching the ads or whatever for the bits, then more power to you. But I would be looking at that situation and thinking to myself, I could be making much better use of my time than that. But that's your prerogative, whether or not you want to do that. Stick that right there. 5 minutes for $1.50. Okay, that's not too bad. Or a pound 50, which I think roughly translates to $1. I don't know what the economy's like over there in the wacky UK, across the pond, or whatever it is the old people say. The kids don't say anything like that. I don't know what the old people say about British or about the Brits. That's where you are, right, Beck? I don't know anymore, honestly. I might be just completely like wrong, and you're just like somewhere else. But I'm assuming that's where you are, since you said pounds. Alright, so I think we have this all hooked up. So we do need that. The train is at the station. I think we're good to go on the glass, so we can turn it on. $1.81. Okay, so it's a little bit lower. All that wacky Brexit stuff probably hasn't been doing your economy too good, but here in the States, we have our own way of ruining our economy, and it's called Donald Trump. And I'm still feeling the repercussions of that. I lost like fucking thousands of dollars of investments because of the recession, and I'm sure he didn't help anything in the process of that happening. I think it's going back up a little bit now, and ultimately I've still made a profit from my investments, but this is just adult shit. I don't know how many kids are in my chat. I'm sitting here talking about investments and like the sterling pound, and it's just like, no, I just want to see Cosine play the funny, colorful video game. It's okay, Chad. I'll play the video game in a second here. I'm just waiting to see if this is going to actually work correctly. So we have it set to full or not full. Like, just friendly reminder that I am in fact a grown-ass man, and I have to worry about this stuff right now. Like, free healthcare is something as a kid that you're not even thinking about until you become an adult and you realize, like, yeah, that's really important if you don't have a job. Thanks, Obama. It's also the only, like, applicable situation where you can say thanks, Obama, like, completely sincerely, because that's literally why I have free healthcare right now, I'm pretty sure. Alright, here it comes. I did turn on the smelter. Nope, it's ruined. Now, smelter, hurry up, the train's coming. Hurry up! Please! Oh, is it gonna make it? It's not gonna make it. Why did it not? No, it was out of sync. I forgot to toggle the arm. Whatever, we know that would have worked. It would have worked. I'm not going to make you all wait another minute and 40 seconds for that to come around again. Whatever, I found the one problem. Had the free healthcare. You mean the US healthcare or the UK healthcare? Because I don't know if it's different or not. Why is this so loud? There we go. I don't know, like, how different the free healthcare, quote unquote, is. Because, like, here in the States, I think you still have a shitty deductible, and then you get the free healthcare, and then they'll fight you every single time you try to claim anything. Thankfully, I'm healthy right now, and I haven't actually made a claim on the free healthcare. I just have it as, like, an emergency plan. I used it up on tests. That's how they'll get you. It's like, oh yeah, you got free coverage for some stuff until you don't. And it's like, oh yeah, we don't cover that because the government didn't make us do that. Why are we talking about healthcare? This is making me upset. I'm sorry, chat. The stuff upsets me, and I haven't even, like, been bitten in the ass by the healthcare system as much as some people have, and this stuff still upsets me. It's frustrating. Maybe someday we'll enter a utopia where healthcare doesn't suck ass, but we're not there yet. So anyways, we have automated the production of glass and carbon and sort of ceramic. I still don't have an input for clay, but I know where I'm going to get that from, so I need to do that at some point. I did start this. This is my fault. I did this. Now, the thing that we don't have set up that I, again, would build in my storage system if I could go back in time and do it again is detecting when these canisters are low. As a result, my glass smelting system is eventually going to drain my quartz if I don't keep up with the quartz supply. For now, we should be fine. We have a almost full canister of quartz, and we have an auto extractor that is mining it out. I do have to babysit the auto extractors every now and then. The quartz one is really good, however. Like, it's an extremely thick deposit, so it takes a very long time for it to empty out. The organic, on the other hand, we do not have a system for at all, and that means eventually I'm going to run out of organic. It is going to drain my entire supply of the stuff. In addition to that, the rubber is also manually turned off, as well as the plastic, because those were also draining my supplies. So what I need to do here to really get this running is I need a source of, like, organic so that I can make consistent rubber and make carbon from it, which will allow me to make plastic. So, like, getting organic automated unlocks a lot of stuff. That said, I think I might save that design project for next stream, or we'll do it at the end of this one, because I want to go do something else for a little while, so you don't see me standing in that basement for the entire stream. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go touch the quartz extractor and the astronium extractor, because we have drained those quite heavily, and I need to get more of that, and I need to make sure that the extractors haven't stopped. I wish the devs would fucking, like, make this system consistent, decide whether or not it's supposed to work this way. Because the way extractors work in this game is you put them on a resource deposit and they extract 15 times as much from each nugget than you would get normally by digging out that terrain. They're supposed to deplete the resources that they're extracting when they're running, but they don't. Nobody knows if this is a bug or if the devs poorly explained, like, how they're actually supposed to work. But you see what's going on here. This one actually did run out. The bar is empty, and yet it is surrounded by quartz. And that is because for some reason they deplete the supply of materials that they're sitting on, but they don't delete the nuggets. They just have an internal bar that basically says, I'm allowed to extract a certain amount of quartz and then stop running. But if I pick it up and place it again, it resets. It's like it was never here. It's never going to remove this quartz. This is going to be here forever. I just have to come over here and pick it up and place it again, which is stupid because that means it's not automated. Despite being called an auto extractor, I have to come over here and kick it in the balls like once a day of, like, playing this game. Sometimes more often, depending on how bad the extraction is, to get it to run again. I don't know what the devs are doing with this. They've never explained this. They've never changed how this works. What I wish these extractors did instead was I wish they worked forever, and I wish the extraction speed was based on how dense the deposit is. So you put it down, it runs for as long as possible, and the more materials you have around it, the faster it extracts. That is how this feature should work. It would be fully automatic, but it would also encourage the player to find good deposits of materials instead of just slapping it down on a single nugget of quartz and having it run forever. You would be like, oh, I want to go find a thick deposit, or I want to like extract from multiple deposits. It would add more decision making to the process. So that's what these should do. They should nerf the base speed of the extractor, make it run forever, and then increase the speed based on deposit quality. That would be so much more fun than what it currently does, where I have to go over here and turn it on and off again every now and then to get the stupid thing to work. But in a second here, it should finish this one off, place one on the train, and this will run for a few hours, I think, before it runs out again. Like, I am ultimately encouraged to find good deposits, but it doesn't matter how good the deposit is, I still have to come over here and babysit the damn thing every few hours. Like, devs, this should not work this way. This is not fun or interesting for anyone. At the very least, if it's going to deplete materials, like, tell us what it's supposed to actually do. So yeah, there it goes. That's how the automated system's supposed to work. And I need to go back down here and play and touch the Astronium as well. Literally unplayable, not quite, or they might actually fix it. It's just frustrating. This ties back into the thing I say every single stream, multiple times per stream. This game is 90% functional. And that's the 10% right there, is the auto extractors not working in a way that anybody fully understands. Alright, so let me get out and check this one. So this one still has a bar, but I'm going to go ahead and reset it anyways. This is where we've been getting the Astronium from. So pick it up, place it again. The arm could still reach it. In this case, this one is backed up because I'm not using that much Astronium, so it doesn't really matter. I'll just go ahead and grab the ones that are here. But eventually this will empty out if I try to top off that canister. It's just a slow process. Alright, and since I'm in the driver's seat, I think it doesn't automatically get sent back, so I need to do it manually. But like, just the devs telling us how it's supposed to work would at least like make me happier. Even if I didn't like their decision, just knowing whether or not this is a bug would be nice. But it is what it is. And by the way, I guess I glossed over this. Yeah, this tunnel does go all the way down to the core. You could see it there as I was heading down to the Astronium. Well, not all the way down to the core. It stops at the final layer because I didn't need it to go further down than that. Alright, so here we are again. It looks like the train is here just in time to show this off. I'll go ahead and pull off a couple of these manually just so it empties the train, and the train automatically gets sent back down to go wait again. This train would do so as well. I'll just pull it off manually just to speed things up a little bit. All these slots are filled, so this train is actually full. I wonder if I could fit a third one in. There's a different bug that's preventing me from adding more rail cars to the sorting system than what it currently has, because they don't work correctly when you move far away from them. Take a shot every time I complain about something not working when you move far away from it. But in any case, the trains don't work correctly when you leave them for too long, and if I add more to the system, it just kind of stops functioning. It is what it is. Alright, anyways, what was I doing here? I said I was going to go reset those. We have set up a glass smelter and a carbon smelter. So those two things are automatically taken care of. I should never have to do that again manually, but they are both going to deplete my supplies automatically. In particular, I am worried about running out of the organic. The quartz should be able to keep up with the glass production, so it'll be either close or it'll just barely fill this canister before I run out of quartz. Organic, we do not have an input for that. We're going to run out. That might be a project for a future stream. This is the system I've been using to produce organic in the meantime. It's just I have a centrifuge here that is dedicated to that. I fill up canisters of it, and then I either smelt them, which we don't need to do anymore, or I would put the canisters of organics straight into the storage. So that's a project for the future. Meanwhile, I'm trying to think what I could do here as an excuse for going on a joyride, because I like to show this off at least once per stream for anybody who has never seen this before, is the flying machines, which I briefly mentioned earlier. So let's see, what do I want to do for a little joyride here? What options do we have? I could go search the other planets to see if I could find any Christmas, like, decorations that spawned onto the surface. I already suspect that the answer is going to be no. It didn't work. It's bugged. I didn't get any Christmas decorations on my save, so I have to do it all manually, but it's a good excuse to hop into the flying machine and go have a good time. So let's go ahead and do that. Have a little bit of fun here. There's not really a huge function for me doing this, but I enjoy riding on this thing. So here we go. If you've seen this before, this is a good time to go take a really long bathroom break or something. So I'm going to explain a few things here. The first one is I need to flip over this rover. This will all make sense in a moment. And then I need to use the winch and attach it to a very specific spot on the rover. And if you've ever done this in your own playthrough, you might be thinking, wow, that's not a good idea. Your rover is going to go flying off into the void. But the thing is, if you know what you're doing, you can actually control the rover while you have a winch attached to it like this. We can weaponize the winch physics. So if I attach it to that very specific point on the bottom and flip it over, you're going to notice the rover is moving forward on its own. A little too forward, but I can flip it over again and get it to stop doing that. And we can use this to do some things that you're not supposed to be able to do in this game. I more or less meticulously discovered this positioning on my own through trial and error. Getting a winch in that exact spot pulls the rover forward without making it uncontrollable, without making it spin out. It's like just at the right amount of tension. And as far as the mechanism for how this works, this is the equivalent of having a person like sitting in a wagon with a magnet on a fishing rod pulling the wagon forward. It's troll physics. Due to the way this game's physics engine works, the winch attached to the front of the rover will pull the rover forward, which in turn moves the winch forward, which causes enough tension to pull the rover forward again on the next frame, and you just have perpetual acceleration. Because the game doesn't understand that the rover should be a reaction force. The winch is not pulled backwards into the rover. The rover is only pulled forward into the winch. That's physics for you in this video game. So if we whip out this bad boy that I showed off earlier, we can go on a joyride. So you might be thinking that the planets are arranged in a disk, as has been demonstrated in the past when I was using the rocket view to look around. They're not actually in a disk. There's no solar system. Silva is at the center of the universe in this video game. This is where they are in the game engine. The sun doesn't actually exist. It's just a sprite. It has no collision. Well, it's not a sprite. It's a big sphere, but it has no collision, and it's just rendered in a different spot depending on what planet you're on. So if I'm on the surface of Silva, for instance, and I'm looking at DeSolo is always over here, and there's a fake DeSolo orbiting Silva about at this distance, and if you fly over to that, it's not solid. Nothing happens. But if I fly along this specific axis, I can get to the actual spot in the game engine where DeSolo is stored, at which point when I cross this line right here, it'll start rendering it. We're on Calidor, and I have a space elevator on the North Pole of Calidor that I glossed over briefly. It goes to Silva by running along this line right here to Silva's south pole. You can see the red lines here indicate the poles. This is north, this one is south. So similarly off Calidor, south is down here and north is up here. The labels are a little bit unclear because this would indicate the south is up on Calidor, but it's more or less this is the universal direction of north and south. So if I want to go to one of these planets, I can just fly there with a rover. I don't have to use a rocket. All the rockets do in this game is you get in the rocket, you fly up into orbit, at which point you're still orbiting Silva. You go to the map view, which shows you the fake disk of planets that looks like it's an actual solar system. You click where you want to go, and then if I want to go to DeSolo, and I'm right here orbiting Silva, the game is going to teleport me to DeSolo, kind of out into the void over here, and then the rocket is going to just come in at an angle that looks like I came from wherever Silva was relative to DeSolo. But the game actually just teleported me out into the void of space and flew me to DeSolo, at which point there's a fake Silva that DeSolo appears to be orbiting, and so on. So if I want to go to Silva, which is what we're going to do here, so we can go see if any of the Christmas ornaments spawned on the surface, I need to fly off of Calidor's North Pole. So let's go ahead and close out of this, go back to the video game, and demonstrate that. Where is my game tab? There it is. I need another monitor. Wait for Twitch to catch up. Okay, good. So we can go to the north. What direction is north? And it's hard to tell, but take my word for it. North is underneath all of these indicators. It's in that direction where that gateway is. We are currently on the side. In fact, I can open this up again and show you where I am. We are currently right here on the surface of Calidor. So this side is where we're located. And if we go straight up to the north, I can pretty much run along the space elevator, and I will wind up on this spot on Silva if I line it up correctly. Similarly, if I took a slightly different angle, I could get to the satellite, or De Solo, and I'm going to actually show you. You see how the satellite is up here? We're on this spot on Calidor. Satellite's up here, so if I look to the north and up, like about 22 degrees, I should be able to see the satellite. And if the clouds aren't in the way, let me go a little bit higher so we can spot this. Hey, look. No, I'm blocking this up. There we go. Okay, you can see this now, right? So here's the satellite in the spot that we predicted that it was going to be, like right above the gateway, at an angle of about 22 degrees or so above the horizon. That's, again, I mentioned this earlier on the stream, that is the actual position of the satellite. Unlike the other planets, it always renders. The Solo, if I can get my camera to cooperate, is roughly here where I'm circling my cursor. You cannot see it. You can see like certain objects built on the surface of the Solo, but the planet itself cannot be seen. In this case, I haven't really built anything on it, so it's not visible. I'm not able to point out anything in particular, and it's very hard to get a good camera angle that can even look at De Solo from where I am. But that's not where we're going anyways. We're going to Silva. So let's head out. Let's just go on a joyride. Actually, no, hold on, abort. One thing I need to do. One thing we need to do. Go back. Stop. I need to get the silo that has the snail food on it so that I can use that potentially in the middle of my trip. So let's just use this worthless shelter for something to hold my rover and grab this silo over here. Fun fact, if you take out your terrain tool, your grab range is about 4 times further, and you can grab things from that far away and bring them with you. Anyone who didn't know that, there you go. And actually, just before we take off, let me go top off the snails because they're about to get hungry again. And we do not want me to be mid-flight when they get hungry, or there is going to be an ear-splitting noise that you have to listen to until I land again. And that's just not fun for anyone, because I have to mute the game audio if that happens. It's a feedback loop involving the portable oxygenator, because testing edge cases is very difficult, apparently. Alright, here we go. So I'm just backing up to get to a ramp so that I can take off. And we can see the winch drive in action. The winch is the only thing accelerating this vehicle once we get it into the air. It just pulls it forward. Just enough with the wacky physics that I could fly with this. Supposedly. I might not have tensioned the winch enough. Let's see if we can achieve flight with this. I need to retension the winch once we get to Silva, but we are achieving lift, so I should be able to get out of the gravitational pull of the planet. And as I said, we need to go to the north, and we're currently not doing that. We're currently just kind of tumbling, because this thing is extremely hard to control. I cannot stress this enough. I am fighting the camera. I am fighting the rover rotating in weird directions. I have spent literally dozens of hours honing the craft of flying these things over the course of my playtime in this game. But I am eventually able to get it to go in the direction that we want it to. So let's do a flyby of the space elevator. We just broke free of the gravitational pull of the planet. It just abruptly cuts off at a certain height. And that's the space elevator. And you might see some rail lines up there. That's Silva. And this is indeed a rail just floating through the void of space. It took me 6 hours to build this space elevator, and the terrain only covers about half of it. And here we are, the south pole of Silva, and then you get stuck in the ground with some litho braking. It's that easy. All you have to do is learn how to control a nearly impossible to control flying machine, and spend a ridiculous amount of time just learning the intricacies of how this game engine actually works, and then you too can fly to another planet without a rocket. And that, I mentioned earlier, is why it's possible to do a rocketless run of this game and actually beat the entire game without ever printing or entering a shuttle for any reason. Now, of course, we still have our wacky flying rover, and I'm just checking around here to see if I can find any Christmas ornaments, or maybe we'll get lucky and we'll find anything of interest. Actually, let me go get some food for one of the snails that might show us like points of interest on the surface of the planet. So the actual location of my original base on Silva, the one that everyone starts off at, is just over here, over the horizon. So if I can just get this to cooperate. Why is there a backpack there? That generated, I think, after I started this playthrough. Yeah, this definitely generated after I started the playthrough. I might as well grab this stuff, because I have a hoarding instinct. I'm not going to use much of this. I'll shred most of this, except the dynamite. Don't shred dynamite. Or if you do shred dynamite, back up your save first, because you won't like what happens. Alright, so let's head over to the base, because I have a few plants over there that I can use to feed Usagi, which is the snail that will hopefully show me if there's any marbles or something sitting on the ground. And anybody wondering why I never used the VTOL, like, which is the flying, like, medium-sized hover whatever craft thing? It's because it sucks. It's super slow. It has a limited height that it can fly to. It's basically just bad. Also, I saw that auto arm snipe something out of my rover. Doing this at the expense of a vehicle that's borderline uncontrollable is actually a lot faster, and you have way more storage space on the thing. So really, you're making trade-offs when you do this. So the reason we're here is because I built this on the surface of this planet, and I can grab one of these to feed Usagi real quick. I'll take a backup as well, just in case I need to do it a second time. Actually, I do need to do it a second time, so here you go, I have 2 of these. That's Usagi, right? Which one did I just feed? I fed still guy, I wasn't supposed to do that. There we go, this is the one we wanted. Whatever, we have more of these. Can't tell them apart. I barely ever use those snails, so I don't know visually like what the difference is. They all look different, by the way. All the snails do have like a different like graphic to them that I rarely ever look at. Let's see if I can get it to show up. There, you can gaze at them. They all have like a little different appearance to them. I think different animations as well. But you never look at that after the first time you use these things. How do I put it away? There we go. Because you always see them from this angle on your backpack, so that is what it is. Alright, Usagi. So Usagi finds curiosities on the surface of planets. Love janky physics working in your favor. Those are the best kind of janky physics. It's like getting mad at the Skyrim physics. It's like, yeah, the Skyrim physics suck, but you can use, like, buckets to clip through walls. So, I mean, there's just some fun to be had with it. But anyways, on this compass here, I'm hoping that indicators for interesting objects show up, because that would allow me to potentially find marbles or backpacks with curious items on them, which ultimately aren't useful for anything, but like none of the things I'm doing here are useful. I could have ended this playthrough like dozens of hours ago. But as long as it's fun or interesting for me to do it, I don't see any reason to stop doing it. Also, the rover is still incredibly hard to control, even on the surface. Like, this thing has just like, this rover's literally starting in 2nd gear right now. It is hauling ass compared to the normal speed that you'd be able to get from one of these things, but that comes at the cost of it being really hard to actually steer the thing. It's very floaty, it bounces a lot, it tumbles. And right now what I'm doing with it is I'm just kind of trying to hover with it. I have a solar panel. I think that's the one that you can't use, though. That's the wrecked solar array that doesn't produce power. But I'm just trying to use it to sort of fly to different spots on the planet and just spot check to see if I could find any Christmas items. And it is not looking like anything generated on this planet like it was supposed to. And I'm guessing that's the case for all the other ones. We'll go check the Solo as well after this, because we can just fly there. Usagi, however, does have an object of interest here that I'm going to go check out once I get myself unstuck from the ground, which unfortunately I had to do a little digging to increase my save file size, but we should be unstuck now. It's jittering. Come on. Come on, get out. I have to get out and do more digging. Oh, of course, I got out and then it unstuck itself. I didn't even touch it the second time. Let's go see what Usagi found. Unfortunately, it's just a wreckage, which is not useful to me. I actually just want to find, like, the marbles. Sadly, not the case. Not this time. They're going to be a little hard to find because for whatever reason, the range that Usagi can find the marbles is extremely short. It's a large horizontal range and an incredibly short vertical range in altitude. So if I'm too high up above them, they just won't show up even if I can visually see them from where I am. Don't know why the devs did it like that. They didn't want Usagi to be too powerful, apparently, even though that snail was bugged and literally didn't do anything for months after it was added to the game. So, I don't know. Don't know what they're doing. There's 2 more Usagi indicators over there, though, so let's go check them out. And if this doesn't yield anything, we'll go to the Solo. And if that doesn't yield anything, we'll go back to the base. And I figured this was just fun to show this off. I'm not going to spend too much time doing this, because I've collected most of the things that I was interested in with these rovers. Notably, there are a couple things I've done that are interesting, one of which is flying things between planets. And I do have a clip of that. It's !Apollo, and I'll put it in the chat later. But basically, you can bring things between planets that you're not supposed to be able to by using rover flying machines. Normally with rockets, the part where the rocket secretly teleports... Thank you, Medial. The part where the rocket like secretly teleports you would detach any winches that were carrying objects. But if anybody was wondering why you saw the Eagle lander in my base on Calidor a couple times, it's because I actually brought it over with a rover. So Usagi found these two objects right here. This one and then the one down there, which is not helpful to me. So let's go see what the one is on the other side of the mountains. Again, those just have like resources and random scraps of things that aren't unique or interesting, so I'm not interested in like collecting those. But Usagi had an indicator on the other side of this mountain range that I want to go check out. Over in that direction. It might just be another useless wreckage. Unfortunately, it is, again, very hard to control this thing. If you're going to make one of these in your own playthrough, back up your save. Or do it in creative mode where it doesn't matter, because it is a pain. I would also like to point out, I have indeed done everything in this save in survival mode, or adventure mode, I think is what it's called, and Usagi found another uninteresting wreckage there, so we're not going to collect that either. Doesn't look like there's anything in these mountains. I think we're going to go to Solo, so I need to go to a gateway now to get my bearings, and then I'll show the diagram again to explain what I'm going to do next. Usagi does have an indicator underground. That could be a marble, so we're going to go down there in a second. Let me see if I can find a tunnel that goes underground. We're directly above it. Let's see if this will take us there. Oh, there we go. Usagi found something. This used to not work. Like, this feature was bugged for a while, but it does work now. You can actually use Usagi for that. Just, again, the vertical range is pretty bad, so it's difficult to spot these. Oh, there we go. We found one of these things. By the way, these don't do anything for anyone who is wondering. If you use them, they change their skins and they teleport, and they also roll around on their own sometimes in no particular direction. But yeah, those don't do anything. So please don't post about that on Reddit. Like, everyone's seen that question a million times. They do not do anything. I don't want to go in that. Oh, I don't want to go in there! No! Oh, no. Can I save this? Can I go up? We might be able to save this. If I go down in that cave, I have to tow the rover out with a winch. Come on. Come on, you can do this, babe. It's upside down right now, so the game doesn't want me to be able to control it. Oh, it can make it. I don't know if we're making it out of this pit. What are you umming? My predicament or something else I said? I think we got to get out of push. I need to retension the winch anyways. Yep, all right. We're stuck now. All right, so here's why we have a second winch, by the way. It's not just to flip it over, it's so I can do this. Let's haul ourselves out of the pit and then go to that gateway like I was supposed to and see if we find anything along the way. I don't think Usagi's going to find anything else here. Detach that, and I need to retension the winch. And what I mean by that is, due to floating point errors, these winches eventually don't pull as well as I'd like them to, and I need to sort of just take it off and put it back on again in the original spot. Flip over. Right, there we go. Literally unstoppable. What? Oh, me towing it? Yeah, the character has infinite force in this game. If you attach a winch to yourself and you move around, literally you can pick up anything. The winch will detach if the thing you're towing is stuck, but if it's not stuck, you can just carry it forever. It doesn't matter. It has no weight to it. This game's physics engine is very weird. Alright, so we have retention the winch. Let's go over to the gateway. The reason we want to go to the gateway is because I need to know what side of Silva I'm on right now in order to know where to fly off to next. Alright, so we are on the North Pole of Silva at the moment. So if we go back to our funny diagram. So we're currently here. This is what we found our way to. Where do I want to go next? Probably De Solo. Let's go to De Solo. So the way that we can actually do that is, I don't even need to figure out like which direction De Solo is in. I just have to look for the satellite, because I could see the satellite from where I'm standing, and that's where De Solo is going to be. So we're right here on the North Pole. We're going to look around in a circle, find the satellite 45 degrees above the horizon, and then go flat in that direction to get to De Solo. That's going to be our flight plan. Alright, so let's see if I can spot it from here. There it is. You see it right up there? That's the satellite. 45 degrees above the horizon. That means this direction right here is where De Solo is. De Solo is right here where I'm circling my cursor. So if I go to a straight line, we get to go there. And really, navigating this thing is that simple. Now, controlling it is difficult. If you lose your bearings, it's hard to get them back. But if you know what direction you're going in, and you can kind of keep this thing going in a straight line, then it's not too bad. So I just need a ramp to take off from. This will do. And we need to turn a little bit. Aim for the satellite. And this should get us where we want to be. And as long as I spitball it and get close enough, I will get close to De Solo. The game will switch to rendering that planet instead. And then from there I can make corrections to my trajectory. And you can see the space elevator looking a little chunky over in that direction. It's about to unload because we're about to enter the sphere of influence of a different planet. Oh, that's the fake De Solo that you just saw me flying by. The one that's like rendered off in the distance. Here's the real one. That's the fake Silva. If I fly over to that, that doesn't have collision. In fact, honestly, I think we could fly over to that. It's in a spot where I should not enter the sphere of influence of any other planet. So this is what happens if you fly to the fake ones. You'll notice that the quality of the planet is consistent. This is just the level of detail these always draw at. They don't have any like additional steps to them. Whereas you can see down there, De Solo's looking a little bit crusty. That's the real one. This is fake. If I can get the rover to stop overshooting and actually fly into it, we can see that it sort of tries to render the center of the planet, but for the most part, there's nothing here. It has no collision. There we go. Into the depths. And here we go. So it's this is sort of an approximation of like what these layers of the planet would look like if you had this level of detail and you were actually on the planet, but it's just kind of a fixed level of detail. And just like that, we pass through the other side, and we're going back to, again, the real De Solo. So that's what that looks like when you do that. That's what happens if you fly through any of these fake planets. But if you enter the sphere of influence of a different planet, it's not really a sphere of influence, it's just it's like a frustrum. It's a weird, I don't know how to describe the shape. It's like a trapezoid in 3 dimensions, pretty much. But whichever planet the game thinks you're closest to is the one that gets rendered, and all the other like orbiting planets are sort of put in a position that physically would make sense if you were actually in a flat solar system with proper circular orbits. But the planets do not actually move, ever. It is all an illusion. And all we're doing here, by the way, is looking for more Christmas stuff. But again, I don't think any actually generated. Let's turn on the compass to see if Usagi finds anything. I would like to not get stuck in these if I can avoid it. Actually, Usagi's going to be finding chess pieces. And for anybody who wasn't here for that misery, I did complete an entire chessboard already. I have 1 of each chess piece and like 8 of each pawn and so on. There is a chessboard back in my base. It's in the back. I don't think I've shown it yet on this stream, but I already did that. I did it for the ones on Novus and the ones on De Solo, so you don't have to watch me do that again. That took several hours on and off to get that done over the course of a couple streams. But it's a collectible, so I mean, you know I'm going to collect it. We have an indicator to pick something up at the landing pad. Like, this is how a normal person would actually get to this planet, is by just flying a rocket. And I did fly a rocket to this planet to get here initially, but we don't have to do that anymore. And really, there's no point in coming here. Like, this is my entire base on De Solo. All I did was come here really to set up the gateways, and I think I went to Calidor first, so I didn't even mine any tungsten while I was here. I've basically done no digging whatsoever, because there's just no reason to. So I'm trying to interact with this little mission terminal. Oh, there's a new... Okay, there's a new event. This is for the Project Cheer thing that I was doing earlier in the stream. I get 500 bytes. I'll spend it all in one place. Friendly reminder that I have 250,000 bytes. So I literally do not care. I could make a byte farm, but I've just kind of decided I don't want to right now because it's not very interesting. Maybe I'll do that in the future. Maybe I won't. I don't really know. So it's not looking too good as far as, like, finding anything. I don't think the game generated any Christmas baubles on the surface of any of these planets. Like, something is wrong with my save, or... Again, I made a new save file to check for these, and it also didn't generate any. So it's just, maybe it just doesn't work. I've seen screenshots. It can work apparently, but it doesn't seem to be, at least not in my case. Maybe certain situations doesn't allow them to spawn in correctly. What is that over there? There's something shiny over there. I'm going over. Let's go check it out. Okay, what is that? Oh, it's just, okay, it's just a part of that research object that for some reason is always full bright. Whatever. I don't think it's worth much. I'm not going to be collecting all the research objects or anything like that. That's... I have my limits, and there's no, like, way to know that you've gotten them all, really, and there's a couple that I think only generate extremely rarely and might not even be in my save, so it's just not worth the trouble. So, I think then... We already checked Glacio, so yeah, I don't think any of these generated in my save. So I'm just going to go back to Calidor at this point, I think. So the way to do that, if I could figure out where south is. So that's north. I guess we could fly over to this thing real quick, and then we'll head back to the south after that. I'll just show this real quick, just to show this is, in fact, the unidentified satellite. Always rendered forever, once you've unlocked one core. And then we'll fly back to the south to get to Calidor. It's hard to get my camera to cooperate with me, but I am roughly heading towards it. So it's going to switch to the influence of the satellite in just a second here. There it goes. There's the satellite. See if we can land on it. I have a ramp that I can take off from, so I need to turn around a little bit because unfortunately I'm moving very fast. Yeah, this is going to take a hot minute. Again, the only thing I can do is just accelerate forward. If I want to go the other direction, I have to turn around, decelerate, and then gain speed in the direction I'm facing instead. That's just how this works, which, I mean, isn't far off from how real rockets typically work. Like, if you want to go backwards to adjust your orbit, and you have just a actual rocket, you'd have to turn around if you've ever played Kerbal Space Program. Minor adjustments can be done with things like RCS thrusters, but if you need to just, like, change your orbit in a different direction to a significant extent, you have to turn the whole thing around and just thrust in the opposite direction. Kerbal taught me that. It's amazing how much realism you can get out of a game like that. Fun fact, this game also has a space kraken, just like Kerbal Space Program does. If you fly too far out into the abyss, your rover gets deleted by some combination of floating point, jank, and maybe other parts of the physics engine, and then you're just stuck drifting in the void of space for the rest of eternity. Alright, can we snipe this? I'm only going to try this once. If I miss, then we'll just go fly through the sun. Oh, we're getting it. Oh my god, nothing but net. That's a hole-in-one for sure. Let's go. I just gotta level out here. But yeah, there it is. That's the satellite. Actually, can I just take off from here? If I can keep myself stuck on the wall. No, don't do that. Come on, game. Let me up. It's not quite doing it. I might have to get out and tow it. Oh, wait a minute. Can we do it? There's an invisible wall. Alright, cool, we got out. We got over the invisible wall. We didn't actually have to land on it. Just a stop and go. Alright, so here's what it looks like if you fly into the sun, by the way. This will be fine. Put on your sunglasses. And we're in the sun. It's hollow. Get wrecked, flat earthers. and hollow earthers. The earth ain't hollow, the sun is. Like, this is really the stuff that NASA doesn't want you to know about. Alright, so I have no idea where we're going, so let me see if I can get my bearings and make our way back home. Notably, I do not know which direction is north or south. Okay, well, we ended up at Atrox for some reason, so if we... Let's see, what do I want to do here? How fast am I moving? I think I have time to quickly whip this bad boy out and take a look. Alright, we are on Atrox. I could go to Atrox, figure out south, and then probably wind up on Calidor from there. Let's see if we can figure out what direction is south from here. I just need to actually go to Atrox. Okay, I think we're moving in the correct direction now. And meanwhile, what I'm doing right now, you see me kind of like looking at the stars for no apparent reason. I'm not looking for like constellations or anything. I honestly haven't figured that out. I'm just trying to figure out if I could spot my home planet, because the rail lines will render from literally anywhere. So we got the satellite over there. Okay, I think I know where we are. That's south in this direction, and we're not able to spot the space elevator from here. I think I'm too far away from it. But if I keep going in this direction, I think I'll eventually be able to spot something to head towards. I sincerely hope that's south. If it's not south, we'll wind up at Visania, I believe, which is gross, and we don't want to be there, but really any planet will give me my bearings, and from there I can figure out where to go. Okay, what do we got? There we go, Calidor. Okay, nailed it. Now, can we land at the home base? That's the last step. By the way, I'm fighting the camera for the entire time that I'm flying this thing. So if you're wondering why the camera keeps doing this, and then it snaps, and then it's fine for a while, and then it snaps again, it is because the second I'm not holding right click and pulling on the camera, the game decides that the camera needs to be looking somewhere else. It's infuriating, but I've just kind of instinctively been fighting it this whole time. So for the most part, I've got the rover pointing in the same direction that the camera is. Right now it's cooperating, but once I gain some speed, it might start snapping again, so we'll see how long that lasts. Oh, there it goes again. That's the camera doing its own thing. See, I'm fighting it. Every time I pull it up and let go, it snaps back. Infuriating. It's part of what makes it so hard to control these things. But you make do with what you got in this game. A 90% functional video game. And by the way, we're trying to go to those indicators that you see on the top of the planet there. That's where my home base is. That's what I'm aiming for. The problem is I came here with so much velocity that I'm more or less just decelerating, trying to cancel it out so that I can go back in this direction. Which I think we're finally moving forward. Yep, there we go. Okay, let me turn around to slow down just a little bit. Don't think you're supposed to use a car. Now, this happens even if you're driving around on the surface. It's not just a problem with spaceflight. The camera does this shit whenever it wants to. It's not just flying. It's just really bad while you're flying, but it will also fight you while you're just driving around on the surface. Especially when you're doing like steep slopes and things, like driving down tunnels and stuff. There are a lot of problems with the camera in this game, and this is just one of many. Alright, can we do this? There's the base. I'm trying to see if I can land on the asphalt. Or the concrete, I guess. It kind of looks like concrete. Can we get the hole in one? Actually, I don't want to hit the gateway. Oh, not quite. In the green, though. That's good. That's like a birdie. I think I'll take that. I don't want to hit the gateway because I don't want to knock my solar panels off the top of it. It's like high risk. I could go right down the middle, which would be really sick, and I've done that I think once on stream for one of these flights. I landed in the gateway. But if I hit the sides, I knock off all of the large solar panels, and I have to set them up again, which is absolutely not worth the risk to me. But yeah, there you go. That's how you fly between planets without a rocket. Anyone who hadn't seen that, I showed it a couple times. You can look at the VOD if you want to see it again. It's just a very precise winch setup, and then you need to be able to control this monstrosity. That's really the hard part, is getting this thing to actually be controllable. And then when I'm done here, I want to remove the winch. I'm trying to get the game to let me click on that. There we go. And we detach the winch, roll it back a little bit so I have access to the front next time. And that's the end of that. So we didn't actually find anything useful except this marble. There was one useful thing that we got out of this adventure. And you know, Usagi, you did a good job, so you can have that food. I'll leave that on the snail canister. You can eat that later. Even though I'm not going to be using Usagi for a very long time, and it's probably not going to matter. And these are all the marbles that we've collected over the course of this playthrough, except 2 of them, which are on these tall platforms, just because they look kind of cool. There's no function to this. These just look really neat, so I like to put them on top of tall platforms. Maybe at some point I'll put more like street lamps around the base. But for now, the rest of them are being stored over here, because if I don't store them, they will just roll around. As seen here, and that's not ideal. Who knows where they're going to wind up if I do that. And then to follow up on the thing I mentioned earlier about the chessboard, we go over here. Let me actually turn these off just so I don't have to worry about these putting crap in my inventory. And this one. We finished the Christmas stuff. There's not really much more to do there. I'll probably send those away off stream and then be done with it. Here are the chessboards. The one on the left is finished, and the one on the right is just extras that I got while I was looking for like a Jasper Queen or something. I forget which one. I think Jasper Queen was the one that I was having trouble finding to finish the set because they are just random. But maybe someday we'll do like chat. We'll do like chat versus streamer Astroneer chess or something. Not this time though. I would want to set up an overlay with letters and numbers for the ranks and files or whatever those are called. I don't know anything about chess, by the way. I think they call them that. But I would want to set up an overlay so chat would actually know how to tell me what moves to make. But that's for a future stream, potentially. I'd like to do that at some point, just not now. And the astute, like, chess aficionado might have noticed that these chessboards are wrong. That's not me, that's the game that has them set up wrong. The lower right corner of a chessboard in this arrangement is supposed to be the light color, not the dark color. But the game actually wants the chessboard to be oriented like this. You can see how the knights are rotated to face forward depending on what side they are. This is actually the halfway line of the chessboard. The devs did this. I did not do this wrong. If I rotate this board 90 degrees, then all the pieces are going to be facing sideways. Devs, please fix. It's literally, you just need to go into GIMP and flip the texture. That's all you have to do. You do that in Paint, honestly. But whatever, this is what it is. You're bad at chess. Yeah, good, me too. So I don't have to worry about chat winning. I can't think more than like 2 moves ahead. I don't know anything about chess. As I've said in prior streams, like anybody who's even like vaguely proficient at chess would just absolutely obliterate me. They just say some like shit talking like, oh, you played the Frenchman's cum sock. Now you're going to get that's a mate in like 16 moves. And there's nothing you could do about it, and you just have to take the L. You might as well resign right now, nerd. And it's just like, oh, okay, I just played pawn to e5. So, it'll be exciting. Hopefully nobody knows how to play chess, and we'll get to have more fun with it. But that's for a future stream, potentially. So, I don't know, I'll just shill the stream again. Like, comment, and subscribe if you want to play chess against Cosine in Astroneer. Maybe, eventually, on stream. It might take like 2 months for me to do that, based on how inconsistent my streaming schedule is. Okay, anyways, back to what we were doing here. You're a good anti-chess. Can you just, like, post bad chess moves, and, like, hopefully I read those ones? I don't even know how I'm gonna do it. Like, I'd have to think about, like, how I decide what moves to play for chat. So, it could be interesting. I might just do, like, a majority thing. Where I just, like, let people produce a few moves, and then I just pick whichever one had the most choices. And if there's no majority, I just like randomly select like the first one I saw or something. Like I wouldn't bias it towards me if I knew that the move was bad. I would just pick like the first one I saw to be a tiebreaker or something like that. I don't know, that's an activity for another day. I could maybe set up some commands to streamline the process a little bit. Okay, anyways, we're back here because I wanted to see if there was anything else I could automate. So let's check and see actually what we have automated already. Aluminum alloy and tungsten carbide is where we stopped. So what is next on the list? I'm not gonna make all of these today because these are slow and not very interesting to make. But I've been chipping away at a couple of these every single stream. We have it built out up to right here. Graphene is the next one that we don't have. And graphene's actually a problem, not only because we don't have any of it, but because it requires hydrazine, which is a bit complicated to make right now because I don't have a storage solution for hydrazine, and I need to think about that off stream before I just flounder around for an hour trying to design it. I'm tempted to actually skip to silicone or steel. And because graphene and diamond is an extension of graphene, and these are both a pain to make right now, I could also make explosive powder. So let's look into silicone maybe. So to make silicone, I believe you need quartz and resin. Do I have a system that makes that already? I might have already made silicone. Anti-chest, the one where you try to lose. Wait, that's a thing? What does that even entail? Like losing chess as fast as possible against somebody that's competent? I mean, it's good to be something. But yeah, it looks like I already have silicone. I think I had this same exact thought process last time I streamed this game. And we already made silicone. So the next thing to do would be explosive powder, which I think would actually be fine. So yeah, let's make explosive powder. Explosive powder uses 2 carbon and sulfur. You're forced to take pieces. XCC, you got that right. I don't know what anyone's talking about anymore. Thank you, Benny, for the follow. So let's see here. How are we going to make explosive powder? Or rather, where are we going to make it? I think I'm going to do it right here in this gap. That should be pretty easy, and I think I can use this rail post to unload the materials. Yeah, let's do it here. So you're forced to take pieces. I'm not getting the whole picture of how anti-chess works. Is it just like you have to take a piece if the opportunity presents itself? But you're trying to lose? Is it something like that? Like you're trying to throw the game? That actually sounds kind of funny. Maybe we could do that instead. I don't think anyone would be good at that except cue ball, so you might carry it. Explosive powder's right here. Alright, yeah, let's do explosive powder. I think that should be a reasonably simple one. So first thing I want to do this time is get the pin that detects how much we have. So that's gonna go right here like the others. You suck at it? Okay. Well, I mean, you made it sound like you were better at it than normal chess. We'll do both. We'll see how that goes. We'll do both types of chess. A little something for everyone. Alright, so this is where we need to put the explosive powder detector. It would be here. I don't have to pull it down because I don't actually make anything out of it. I make dynamite, which I just do by hand when I need it. I may never actually need it, but we are going to fill the canister with explosive powder. I left-clicked. I have to go back up and get it again because I left-clicked. Pain. I have to press E. Alright, we create a branch, and then I have to create a segment. Because this is a video game that is unfortunately being crippled by bad controls because they want to cater to console players and controllers. And so there's a lot of overloaded inputs. E does stuff, left click and right click does stuff, and it's contextually different, like which action happens depending on what you're doing. Because they don't want to just add more buttons. I have a keyboard, I have like 80 buttons on this thing, and for some reason it's like, nah, just overload all the inputs. That's like the biggest downside of Deep Rock Galactic as well. Is like they have all these cool inputs that they could be using, and they're like, nah fam, we're just gonna put everything on C and E. It is what it is. Live with it. At least Deep Rock is a really good game, so it kind of makes up for that. But like, my god, I wish they would add split controls for some things. It would make it so much easier. Chess is a game where you think you're good until you play a couple games of online. Dude, that's every online game. Have you never like played an RTS? and you're like pretty good against the AI, and you're like, oh, I could beat that AI on hard, and then you go play online, and the first person you play against dumpsters you within like 8 minutes, and it's like, oh, I'm actually dog shit at this game. Like, that's just how it works. That's how it is. Where are my... Oh, there they are. I was looking for these. That's why I was running around for a few seconds there. It's just like, people are so much better than you expect them to be. And then actually being good at anything requires you to put like way more time into it. It's the same thing for like FPS games, in my experience. It's like everybody else at the game is so good. And you have to put so much time into it to actually be competent. Humans are scary. Alright, so we need another T platform, which I made plenty of, and a chemistry lab. That's an atmospheric condenser. Actually, no, I need that down here too. I had a reason for making that. There's the chemistry lab. So we do this. Bring it all over here. This is an extra smelter that I might use in this area. I'll keep this thing though. And we need a couple auto arms. Pull this all the way over. So we need one auto arm for the carbon, one for the sulfur. You'll see where we're going to get that in a second, because incidentally we're on the planet where you can make sulfur. And one to get the output product. That should be all we need for those. So stick that here. We have easy access to the carbon. We're going to need this for steel as well. So I'm wondering if we're going to need to make room for one more. I'm going to actually shove it off to the side because I think I'm going to be making steel in this spot as well. Or maybe I'm not actually. Hold on. You know what? No, the iron's over here. We're going to make the steel over here. I'm going to have to just hop the carbon across this. So yeah, never mind. We don't need to make room for the steel production. Or do we? Well, I could bring the iron over here. I want to plan ahead. If I can get the iron to this spot, or I can get the carbon over here. It's getting crowded over here. I think we'll just build this in the middle. We'll put the steel on the left side. That'll be for later. Alright, so this is roughly the same drill as most of these chemistry labs, but there's only one ingredient. Explosive powder. Carbon only. That's not what I wanted to grab. Hopefully I did not sever the target pin. I did not. Good. I wish I could lock those as well so I can't accidentally pick those up. And the reason I'm using tall storages instead of tall platforms is because they have a slightly different height and they interact better with the storage sensors. But storage sensors don't work correctly on tall platforms. Tall platforms, by the way, are these ones, the one that the arm is on. Storage sensors do not work correctly on tall platforms, but they do work correctly on tall storages. I don't know why. Devs, please fix. In the meantime, we make do with what we got. So that's the rationale for why it's set up the way it is. Alright, so let's get this arm crammed in here. It can access both of those carbons. And just because this looks a little nicer, let's do it like this, and then like this. And I like to use the material that I'm grabbing with the arm to power it just for visual consistency, so we'll also hook that one up like that. Doesn't actually matter, this is all on the same gigantic power network, but it matters to me. Alright, so we want to make sure we can't reach the output slots, which we can't, so tentatively this is where I'm going to put this. Right here. Let me move this target pin just so it's not underneath that leg. There we go. They're afraid of heights and platforms that are just a tiny bit bigger. Yeah, I guess, I mean, you put it at the bottom and it still doesn't work, so I don't know if that makes any sense. Maybe they're just afraid of tall things, which is probably a different phobia that somebody has. Alright, so the second thing that we need, however, which actually I didn't make much room for, so I'm going to need to move this over a little bit, is the condenser. Because we're on a planet that has sulfur, which means we don't need to stockpile it, and we're not going to stockpile it ever. We're just going to get it, like, on site and never collect it for any other reason. Now I have a couple of sulfur canisters upstairs that I was using that I'll bring down here, but there's no reason to ever store the stuff anywhere. I could just get it on demand and simplify things considerably. So let me go grab the ones that I had up here, which is just these two, and that should be it for that. Now, how am I going to weasel this in here? I think what I should do is shift the whole thing over. So the easiest one of these to output to is probably going to be the one on the left, I think. So I'm going to move this over to the left a little bit. Well, it's okay, it's whatever. Now it's left. We're going to move this over here and rotate this one slightly. It can definitely reach everything, and I need it to not be able to reach that. I need it to not be able to reach any of these slots, or we'll be able to interact with these ones if a large slot over here is active. That's just how that works for some reason. So that's good. It can't interact with any of those. I didn't mean to turn it on there. That was an accident. Turn it on when I'm ready. And I should have an A platform sitting around somewhere. I thought I did. Maybe it's upstairs. Whatever. I'll just grab another one. We don't want any output slots to actually put the sulfur in, because this thing is going to produce more than enough. Like, it'll be more than fast enough that I don't need to actually buffer it at all. Even though, as I've said before, I don't even care that much about buffering things to begin with, but there's no reason to do it with the atmospheric condenser at all. It wouldn't help anything. Alright, next we need a couple of these. Alright, this arm should be able to place on the gas output, but it shouldn't be able to place anywhere else, or the gas input rather. Move it a little bit more. Okay, that should be good. It can reach the output. It can reach the gas input. Again, these things are actually a cylinder, they're not a sphere, so it can grab that even though it's outside of the sphere shape. Well, it's a cylinder with a sphere on either end, so that'll work. Just turn this one on now. And we should be good to go on that. And this will have a full canister before I've depleted the one here. Because I'm on the planet that produces this stuff at maximum speed, 100 parts per unit, I guess. I don't know. Parts per unit of atmosphere or something, I don't know what. It's a made-up unit, it doesn't actually matter. Now, the last thing is, how do I get these outputs? I need to have an arm there. I need to move this a little bit, I think, to get this to work. So let's just shift this, let's just carefully shift this over here. This is gonna be fine. This one's going to disconnect, unfortunately, but I can just plug it back in again. Right there. Particles. Well, what? Wait, no, hold on. The question was, what's the letter U there? This is typically parts or particles per something. And it's usually like parts per million, like, or parts per billion of like gas particles, but this is just parts per U, and I don't know what the U means. So they use the letter U for power as well, like units of power, so it's just generic. I don't think it's worth reading into this too much, because I don't think there's much to read into. Alright, so that's a good spot. Yeah, that should work. That arm actually first tried that, I think. Well, second try. Let me move it a little bit. There we go. So that can reach the entire train. Just plug that in. Doesn't matter how I do it. We need to set the filter on it to explosive powder. And I need my filter, or my filler tethers. There we go. We have just enough. Just the 3 that we need. We have all these pretty... Oh yeah, that's a good spot. Yeah, just put it right there. just in the atmospheric condenser. I should be good to go. Storage sensor. This isn't too different from the smelters I made earlier. I mean, if anybody's just stopping by and has questions, I'll be happy to answer them, but I'm not in excruciating detail explaining what I'm doing here, because I did this a couple times already today. Don't really have a consistent spot where I put these. I just try to keep them out of the way of that slot. Full or not full. You don't have to put the segment pin up there. I just do that because it's easier to visually see what it's connected to. I hate how these arms do that. They just put crap in your backpack. I also want to attach it to this one. This counts as an input. Unfortunately, we have an extra sulfur that just exists now. I'm just going to drop it here, and I think the arm will preferentially grab it at some point. And if not, then whatever, maybe I'll blow it up later or something. Alright, and then actually we need to set up the logic gate. I think I'm running out of the platform that I need to do this. Do I have one more? E-platforms, talls. I need to go grab one. I think I have them printed out. Let me get the rest of the stuff for the logic gate. Which I don't have enough power switches either. Alright, let's go back up and restock. Let me just drop off what we do have. I think I made extras, so I still don't believe I have to print any. I need to make a better ramp system for this. Someday I'll get around to it. Alright, let's go see what we have in the backup. Yeah, see, I made a few extras of these because I figured this was going to happen, so we're not actually going to run out. I'll just put the remaining ones here. That's a power sensor. So I'll top it off, and off stream I will stock this thing back up. If a stream goes well, then you basically never need to see me print like a sensor or a platform. It means that I was prepared. Alright, we have... Yep, good, we have B platforms. Alright, stream saved. Christmas is saved. So the B platforms I was storing right here. There we go. And as far as A platforms are concerned, I could grab a few extras of those as well. Those are the ones I use the most. So I have a lot of extras. That should cover me for now. Off stream I'll take care of the rest of that. Alright. Down in the mines. Oh no, the snails are hungry. Cover your ears, chat. Theme design. That's a feedback loop, by the way, with the portable oxygenator. Where it receives power from the base for like one frame, and then it turns on, and then it cuts the tether to the base because I have oxygen, and then it turns off. And then on the next frame, it receives power from the base again and recreates the tether line. And it does that in an infinite loop like 30 times per second, I think. And that's what causes that super loud-ass noise. It's basically, they need to fix it, and they don't fix bugs very well in this game, if they ever fix them at all. So I just have to rush back to the base every time the snails run out of food, or that's going to happen. Alright, now you might notice I have 4 power switches instead of 3, and there's a reason for that, and that's because I want an extra one as a cutoff switch, because right now we don't have a way to regulate whether or not we're taking too much carbon, and I need to be able to manually turn this thing off. That's something that I would have ideally solved by setting up a better storage system, but regrettably I failed to do so. And so maybe in the future I'll get this right. And what direction is the spacing in? Okay, here we are. This is good. I want these to be consistent so it's easy to tell if they're turned on and off. Alright, so it doesn't really matter where I put this. I'm just going to kind of cram it in here. Again, I do not want it on the power grid. I actually need it to be separated for it to work correctly. Otherwise, the power of the base will be slightly drained, and it will also, whether or not the base is powered, will also act as a condition for the logic gates, which that isn't an issue, but the other part is. And then we attach that, like so. Alright, so it's the same drill as before. Is the train in the station? That's the first check that we need to do. I'm going to actually move this ever so slightly, just so that line isn't running through it. Alright, so is the train in the station? That's what this is going to detect. That's currently off. Excuse me, I did not tell you to turn it on. And that's an example of this thing just grabbing shit that I don't want it to. I need to get an explosive powder onto it so it'll actually not do that. In fact, let me take it off for now just so it doesn't turn on until I have a filter item on it. Alright, so the next thing that we need to check, is there something in the output slot? That's what this detects. Right there. And then lastly, do we need explosive powder? And that's what this one is going to check. All the way over here, this is connected to explosive powder. I set it up earlier, so we just kind of run it along the ceiling where the cables aren't really in the way. Need to make sure I don't stretch it too long or it won't work anymore. And we just drop it like right over here above the logic gate. And then run it down. Just attach it to whatever side, it doesn't matter. It don't matter. Alright, so do we need explosive powder? Yes. Is there anything in the output slot? No. Is the train here? No. And then I mentioned I was going to add an extra one, and that's what this is going to be for. This is the toggle to turn the system on and off manually, which I'm going to leave turned on initially, but I will turn it off after a bit because I'm going to run out of carbon if I don't do that. So that one's on by default. So let me turn it around, just so that when they're all turned on, they're all facing in the same direction. Consistency is sometimes helpful. Alright, so now I think we have the system set up. And I think we can turn it on. So fire that one up, because that would have been on by default. Alright, automatically running. And then when it drops one in this slot, these should turn off. And this one will turn on if the train shows up. There we go. Actually, that'll be the filter item. There we go. Now it's actually safe to use this. Otherwise, it was absolutely just going to grab like my storage sensor or something. Because these auto arms are meticulously programmed to grab the wrong item, like without fail. If you want them to grab a specific object, it'll be the wrong one. Guaranteed. You have to put filters on them. That's just how this game works. Meticulously crafted to be as frustrating as possible without making me want to not play it. Good job, devs. Alright, so what we're waiting for right now is for a train to roll along. So the next one over here, it looks like it has some slots on it, so it should be able to accept an explosive powder. Let me put it over here just to simulate what this would look like. Because generally the arm would be in this state, and there would be one right there waiting for it. So we're about to get one right here. The train's going to come by. Arm turns on. Drops it in the slot. And then when this is empty, the arm turns off. Again, there's no buffering. It's not as optimal as it could be, but it eventually will work. And I will eventually fill up the canister. Like, I'm not going to make everybody sit here, like, watching the canisters fill up to 400, like, when I do my finale stream of this game. Like, I will probably, like, come up with a more efficient way to do that, or I'll get them all kind of close, and then we'll do the finale stream where we get, like, the last few materials topped off. And we'll make you watch this entire canister fill up with explosive powder, because it's going to take forever. Now, the train that has the explosive powder on it, I'm pretty sure is still down there. I think it's the one that should be right in this area. And I don't want to wait for it to come all the way up here, so you're going to have to take my word for it that it will get filtered all the way up and into the storage canister. Just want to see where it is right now. Yeah, there it is. So unfortunately, it takes like a minute for the train to get through this system because it has to wait at each stop for items to get unloaded, and there's no way to detect whether or not there's nothing to unload. but it'll get over to this one over here. This arm will grab it, stick it in here. This arm will grab it, stick it in the big canister. And then the arm in the back will grab it and put it right here. And we'll have a full stash of explosive powder so I can make more dynamite if I ever need to do that, which I haven't had to because these are all the ones I've found laying on the ground. But you know what? We're going to be diligent and we're making everything. Everything that has like a reasonable use is being manufactured in this factory, and that includes explosive powder. So I think that one's done. And as far as the gases are concerned, this should always be able to keep up with what we need over here. All I could think to optimize this... You know what? Okay, hold on a second. My brain is turning on for a second here. Is there any reason why I couldn't put this condenser on the same platform as the chemistry lab? The only downside I could think of to that is that getting output slots would be difficult because I would have to use an auto arm to retrieve materials from the chemistry lab, but there's so much downtime in this system anyways, I wonder if that would be more efficient, because it would eliminate this arm entirely if I did that. It would, however, mean I need a arm to grab directly out of the chemistry lab. You know what the problem is with that idea? I can't detect whether or not there's something in the output slot of the chemistry lab. I can only detect if there's something on a platform. And the problem is, if I put the condenser on the same platform as the chemistry lab, and I have extra slots open, the condenser is going to fill those slots with sulfur, which is what we don't want it to do. And then it won't be able to output explosive powder anymore. This is why I really wish there were ways to control like filter slots, and there sort of are. You can use like resource canisters to do that to some extent, but if I have the resource canister set to output mode, then the chemistry lab can't input onto it. So I think I'm out of luck with that idea. I think I do have to keep the condenser on a separate platform and use an auto arm to shove it into the chemistry lab. The only other option would be to have an arm that is always on, waiting for something to come out of the chemistry lab. Which isn't ideal because, again, I want these arms to spend as little time turned on as possible, because the more arms you have turned on, the more likely they are to stop working correctly, because this game only works 90% of the time, and I'm trying to like move those odds as in my favor as much as possible by having as little going on as possible. So I don't want an auto arm that's on 100% of the time. As it stands, this one... Yeah, the whole thing is shut down when it's supposed to be. When there's a powder here and nothing else to do, the whole thing shuts down. So there's actually, like, the way this base works right now, there's only ever like half a dozen arms turned on at any given time. So like these, for instance, would be a problem if these were always on, but they're going to turn off when the train leaves that station. This is just optimizations I've had to make to get this base to work correctly. And there's a couple exceptions. These ones I think are always turned on because my hydrazine system is just a mess right now, and it's hacky, and I do need to redesign it. That's on the to-do list for the stream, is to redesign the hydrazine system that I have there. Anyways, we made explosive powder. Do I want to make the organic system? I kind of do. Let's make the organic system. Let's do that. I've only been streaming for like 4.5 hours. I can go longer. Let's automate organic, because automating organic basically means I can fully automate rubber, I can fully automate carbon, and by extension I can fully automate all the things that need carbon as well, which is steel, tungsten carbide, and explosive powder. And then by extension that would unlock stuff like nanocarbon alloy later on. So yeah, I think it's worth doing this now. So let's go ahead and whip that up. I already set up all the materials for it because I was going to explain this earlier. But essentially these are the components that we need to automate the production of organic. This is the only thing I intend to automatically make that involves trade platforms. And the reason for that is because you can use trade platforms to get everything in the game, but then it removes the logistic challenge of setting up rail lines and auto extractors. And that's just boring. Like, it was much more fun to do stuff like build these sick tunnels and rail lines to gather things underground instead of just make a trade platform and just use Astroneer to trade for everything. Like, that's boring. It doesn't make for a fun base or a fun stream. So we're not going to be doing that. However, I made the exception for organic because you cannot use auto extractors to get organic. Literally, there are only 3 ways to get organic in this game. Soil centrifuge, which requires manual digging. Organic on the terrain, which requires manual digging. Or trading for organic, which can be done with something that I get from an auto extractor. So that's why we're going down that route. So to explain what I'm about to do here as I set this up, this is not related. Let me just move this out of the way. To explain what I'm going to do here, we have Astronium. It's upstairs. I think it's this target pin right here. We can pull Astronium down and use this one, not this one, this one, to trade it for solid fuel jump jets. Why do we want those? Because we can shred solid fuel jump jets and turn them into scrap. We could trade scrap for organic and then send the organic into the storage. And just like that, we have fully automated organic that does not require terrain deformation. As far as I'm aware, this is the only way that I can do this. And so that's how we're going to do it. Now, where do I want to do this? Probably right around here. Like the nanocarbon alloy is in this spot. This is scrap and this is Astronium. I have not decided for sure if I want to feed into my scrap system with this or if I want this to be a closed circuit. I think I want this to be a closed system for now. Later on I might store the scrap in this system here, but we'll see. For now we'll keep it closed. So all we need to be able to do is, which I do need these two, that's right. We need to be able to pull down the Astronium. So that'll be the first thing. You get to see how I set one of these up. I printed these earlier just so we wouldn't have to watch me do it for a while. But it just consists of an arm grabbing from the surface. And if I actually show this to explain how this works, let me first line up this pillar. So again, this is nanocarbon, scrap, and the Astronium is underneath this. Did I align this wrong? Nanocarbon, right there. Scrap, right there. No, this is correct. It's just tilted a little bit because our surface is flat, but the planet is not flat. So gravity is pulling me in that direction a little bit. We want to stick this bad boy right here. Yep, that looks good. I don't have a filter on it, so I will have to set that up before I turn it on. And then we want this one right here behind it. By the way, the reason why they're jittering like this is because there's a bug for some reason where if you have these perfectly aligned to one of the orthogonal axes, so the X, Y, or Z axis, sometimes certain orientations will cause it to start jittering like that, which is actually useful because that means that this thing is literally at a perfect angle. It is at an exact 90-degree angle. There are no extra values, no floating point like fudgery going on here. So that actually works in my favor. What doesn't work in my favor is that I forgot to connect this first, so I had to move it and then place it back again. The jittering is kind of a mixed bag because it also causes problems if rail lines start doing it, because if you have a jittering rail line and you place it down, it will actually start carving terrain in its rotated position. But jittering rail lines also allows you to place rails really close together if you know how to do it. Normally you can only put them about 6 units apart, 6 units being these like grid units here, but you can actually get them as close as like 1 or 2 if they're jittering, because when you place them down it does a distance check and it's like, oh, they're far apart, and then they rotate into position and the game will still connect the two of them. So there's a few, it's kind of a hit or miss exploit. Alright, so we do that. I need to set up the filter before I do this. And let me put my cursor on this so you can see what I'm talking about here with how this works. So the auto arm, you see the green circle on the ceiling. Again, that's a cylinder. It's not a sphere. It is a cylinder with a sphere on the top and the bottom, and the cylinder is about 10 units tall. So you can't see it, but the cylinder hypothetically is actually centered right where I'm standing, protruding up through the floor just enough to grab 3 of these 4 Astronium. So the auto arm can reach these 3 items right here, and that's what we want. So if I grab one of these and put a filter on it and then turn the arm on, it'll actually be able to grab them through the floor and pull them down onto that tall storage. And that's how I'm able to get the items down here. Turn that on, and there it goes. It's just pulling them out of thin air. And when this is full, it'll turn itself off. And that's how I've been doing it for every single one of these. That's how these are built. I set up most of these like ahead of time, but every now and then I realize I need a material that I don't have anymore, and that's what the setup process looks like for that. So it's very convenient. It's what I would assume is, it's not really a bug, it's obviously intended by the devs, but it's like just a weirdly undocumented feature, the actual reach of these auto arms. But I figured out what it was at one point, and I've been utilizing it for this kind of thing ever since. It's incredibly helpful. Alright, so Astronium. We need to trade it. I have never automated trade platforms before, so this will be a little bit of a new process, a new discovery. Hopefully I have enough materials to do this without having to print anything. So let's bring all of our stuff over here. Alright, let's see. What do we need to do here? Astronium to jump jets. I need an arm, so let's set that up. See if we can do this all on one platform. This is something I can get away with doing occasionally, which is putting an arm like this. Let's see if it can reach all those slots. It definitely can. But can it reach these two slots is what I'm worried about here. I think this won't work, but let's go ahead and try it. So it can reach all the Astronium. I need to turn it on, or the first thing it's going to grab is definitely going to be that storage sensor. And let's see what it does. Will it fill these two slots? It does. That doesn't have to be a bad thing, however. Because I can detect when these two slots are full to see if I have a full shipment. Let's see what this looks like. Let's trade it for the jump jets. And let's just see what this looks like, and also see what a storage sensor would detect in this situation. So the storage sensor is waiting for storage to fill. Let's see when it... Okay, it doesn't think it's full right now, does it? Yeah, it thinks it's partially filled right now. That's the current state of this storage. So what is it going to do when the rocket comes back? Through the ceiling, by the way. It can just do that. I don't know why. I might flip these over so they launch through the ground, just so I don't see them. Here's our jump jets. It does automatically unload the jump jets if it has the opportunity to do so, which means that I wonder if that's going to cause any problems. No, that means I can't use detecting this as a consistent way to know whether or not I've filled it up. What I'm trying to figure out here, chat, is how do I know when to launch this? How do I know when to send a signal to send this trade platform away? And I feel like the only way I could really know to do that is by counting how much Astronium I've placed on it, which luckily I can do that. I know that every 8 is going to do the trick. But how would I detect when I've had 8 Astronium placed on this? Or not every 8, every 4. It only fills up to 4. And that would be a good system to detect when it's time to launch this. So I'm trying to think off the top of my head how to do that. Because I can't detect cycles of this auto arm. That's not a thing you could do. I could have an intermediate storage that increments a counter every time something gets pulled off of it. Like basically every time the storage stops being full for a second, or every time it receives one object, I would go ahead and increment a counter. I think that's going to be the way to go for this. I'm just thinking off the top of my head, is there any better way I could do this? Because right now the storage sensor is waiting for the storage to stop being full. Why does it think it's full right now? If I unload this, does it think it's full? Can I actually detect the state of this thing? It still thinks the storage is full. Now it doesn't. Yeah, that doesn't help me very much. Can I put a storage sensor on the rocket? I don't think I can. I'm pretty sure nothing else lets you do this, but let's find out. Ooh, wait a minute. No, it thinks it's full. No, this doesn't work. It's not detecting whether or not there's anything on the rocket. Waiting for storage to empty. Yeah, it thinks there's something on the rocket even though there isn't. I don't think I can use that, so let's try and set up a counter. I did not plan this out ahead, so like, this is a discovery process here to see if I can figure out how to do this. So if I can get my camera to cooperate for a second and grab one of these count repeaters. Actually, I've got the taller one. No, I don't want that. There we go. Alright, count repeater. Okay, so how do I detect how many Astronium have passed through the system? That's the first question. Trying to think, I'm thinking like one last time whether or not there's any other way I could do this. Like the rocket's going to automatically pull materials that I place, but it's also going to unload onto the same platform. That's the thing that's causing me problems here. Because it's kind of got the dumb. You know what, before we do a count repeater, there is one more thing I think I can try. Yeah, let's try the one more thing. There's one more thing I can try to see if I can get this to work, and that involves these things. I haven't seen these in a while, but I might be able to utilize this. Why'd that get pinned? What just happened? Why did that get pinned? I didn't click on that. No, get out of here. No, you don't get a free pin. I didn't click on that. Why did it just pin that message? I must have clicked out of the window and just like hit the tiny little pin button that shows up when you hover over a chat message as the streamer. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. No, you don't get those for free. Maybe I'll make that a channel point redeem. I'll pin a message. That could be a good redeem. It's kind of like elevated chat messages, I guess. Except it lasts for as long as I want. It's honestly better than elevated chat messages. Alright, let's get all this nonsense off of here. Let's do a little bit of testing. So I need a B platform. That's not a B platform, neither is that. Do I not have any? No, here they are. Why am I making a mess or what? Alright, so this game, I believe, is actually, believe it or not, consistent about where it unloads things. I know, shocking, right? So, if I put a couple of these on it, like so, and fill this up and launch it, where is it going to put the outputs? Can I utilize this in some way? So, we have the forward arrow here, left and right. This actually matters. It matters in a way that I've never understood before. Where are the jump jets going to go? Because what I could do is I could have all the jump jets go onto this one, and all of the Astronium go on this one, and then put some fillers. And basically, if I fill this up with Astronium, then I know that the rocket is also topped off, because it's going to pull them from this platform. But then when it comes back, I can unload all the jump jets to this one, and I can make sure that they've all been cleared out before I send the rocket off again. Like, all 8 jump jets being removed, and this condition being met, would be the criteria to launch the rocket again. Now, meanwhile, I should shred these, or I'm going to have millions of these things sitting on the ground. Let me just do that real quick. So they all output onto the right. Okay, we're on to something. I need some tethers. I need fillers. Okay, I forgot I had this. I already have a couple arms here. We'll have to remember to use those. 1, 2, 3, 4. Since this is not a combined storage, I should be able to place them like so. Yeah, they do not combine together on their own. Okay, so something like this is what I had in mind here. I'm just trying to get rid of the extra jump jets because they're not doing anything right now. I don't really care how aligned this is. I'll put it at a weird angle just because there's more room in this direction, and I'm going to have to eventually put some nanocarbon stuff over here. Can all be moved later. So what we need to do is make sure that this arm can only reach these ones. And I guess it's okay if it also places them on the rocket, so I'll go ahead and do that as well. Let it overlap both of them. But I do not want it to be able to reach the right side under any circumstances. That's what needs to not be able to happen. Let me inch this just a little bit over. Okay, so that can interact with all the rocket slots and these 4 slots here. This doesn't have to be 4 slots, but we'll start it off with that. And then if I carefully place the storage sensor on the medium storage and not the platform, it'll detect just the medium storage. So what do we want to detect here? We want to detect full or not full, and we want to turn this off when it's full. And we're also going to read we're going to take another reading from this, I think. So let me set up a segment pin so I can have multiple pins come off of this. For now, we just do this. Actually, this should be facing in the opposite direction, I think. Is it backwards? Oh, it's not power, that's why it's not turning around. Doesn't matter where the pin goes, it just aesthetically I prefer to have it in that spot. Alright, so we would do something like this. Now, while this is going on, let me think about what I want to do with the output. Under no circumstances do I want solid jump jets to end up in these slots, so that means I cannot launch this rocket unless this is empty. So we definitely need another storage sensor to detect that condition. And we'll stick it on the side of this. And we want to detect if this is empty. So the rocket is just sitting here doing nothing. If there is anything on this, I want an auto arm unloading it into the shredder. That's the next step. Well, it's not the next step, but I'm going to have to come back to the issue of when to launch the rocket. For now, let's work on the shredder. Just aesthetically, I prefer to have the machine on the big spot. Does not actually matter. I'm going to need another arm. This one actually, I guess I could do this potentially. I suppose I could have done that with the other arm I was messing with. Yeah, this could work. Because it's going to output scrap here, and it's going to output very little scrap. My snails are hungry. Yeah, they have a backup, so they'll be fine. Alright, so we can do this. I can also, come on, there we go. I can also do this to make it a little easier for the arms to grab these. Because again, the range of the arms is very tall. I don't really care if this arm can reach the rocket, because it's going to unload immediately anyways. It'll work out the same way. Set up a filter item. And the arm won't do anything with these slots because it has a filter item. This is where scrap is going to wind up. It's going to wind up in these 2 slots right here. And this sensor will be able to detect that. We want full or not full as the detection mechanism. Alright, so this is going to also control multiple things. Why in the world would the pin go over there? That is not where my cursor was. But so I want to be able to do this. The first signal is going to go to this. That'll turn on the arm when there's anything to retrieve from it, which there is. So we do that. It's not powered. Of course it isn't. Got it. Alright, that's going to go into the shredder. Now, while this is going on, I need to think about the logic behind this. What's the condition that I'm waiting for here? In order to launch the rocket, 2 conditions need to be met. So I think we're going to have another AND gate. This needs to be full, and this needs to be empty. I need to make room for scrap. These things produce a lot of scrap. This is why this is like the way to do this, as I understand it. All the jump jets over here, just get these out of the way. There we go. Okay, I'll deal with the scrap later. What is that? No, no, stop! Stop! Don't put those there! Ah! I hate this game. I just realized what it was doing, like where it was putting these. Oh my god. Oh, what a mess. Okay, I think I got all of them. Devs, please, just let me specify which storages the arms put shit on. It would save so many problems. So much grief. These all need to stay here. How do I have so many of these? I guess I had a whole nother shipment of them that I sent. I guess I had 16 of these, didn't I? It's gonna be a scrap arm eventually, so I might as well just do this now. I'm just horny. What, me or the auto arm? I think the arm has been getting excited here. Alright, so that's set up. Back to the logic gate. So, I think it's as simple as just an AND gate that sends a pulse when the condition is met and does not send a second pulse when the condition fails. The AND condition is this is full and this is empty, which is what these two storage sensors are doing here. So I need a B platform. I should have just enough of these switches to do this. If not, then I'm a failure because I said that I wasn't going to have to print anything. Oh, we're cutting it close on this. Alright, so I get a couple of these and a battery. I have plenty of batteries. I'm not going to run out of those. Stop making noise. Yeah, these produce so much scrap. This is so broken. This is why, like, this is what you'll see people recommend on Reddit. Is like, oh, just trade scrap. Like, trade Astroneer for jump jets and then use the scrap to make everything. Like, it's overpowered. Like, to the point where I would say this is unreasonably strong. Because I can turn this scrap into literally any of these materials here, and then I would just have chemistry labs, and I wouldn't have to ever use auto extractors for anything except Astronium. It's simpler, it's optimal, like it's absolutely the optimal way to do this, but it's boring. So that's the reason why we're not doing that in this playthrough. It's a game that you play the way you want to, but I've decided this is just a little bit too overpowered for my liking, so I'm not going to actually do any of that. We're only using this system for something that literally cannot be acquired by extractors. Professionals have standards. Alright, do that. Oh, not like that. This one here, we don't need an extra gate, so it's only 2. And then we attach that here. I'm not going to do that just yet. I'm just going to set up a fake one to sort of demo this to see if it triggers under the right conditions, because I don't want to... Every time I send this rocket, it's basically a liability where I have to just wait for it for like an hour and produce a bunch of jump jets I'm not ready to use yet. So I'm going to test this before I actually send the rocket away. Camera, please. Right there. Alright, so, are the conditions met right now? They're not. This condition is met, this one is not. So that switch should be turned off until we have unloaded all the jump jets, which we're very slowly doing. I could use a larger shredder for this, but I'll have to see where the bottlenecks are. If this is a significant bottleneck, I will use a larger shredder, but I think the trade platforms are going to be the bottleneck. It's a question of whether I can shred 8 of these solid fuel jump jets before another rocket is finished coming back. I suspect that this will actually be the bottleneck, and I'll need to make a better shredder or make 2 of these small ones, but we'll see how that goes. For now, I'll just manually keep up with it. And I think we're going to want to do basically the same thing with this trade platform right here. Because, yeah, I want to make sure I do not overload the input slots. How else could I do this? Yeah, mostly the problem is auto-sending the rocket. Because you'll notice there is no auto-send button. All the other, like, things here have an auto run button. That's why we haven't had to deal with this. This button right here basically means process when you are able to process. But the rockets do not have that feature because you can send a varying amount of materials. So what I'm doing is more or less implementing that button manually. Also, I am a failure. I need more storage. I need more power sensors, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna have to print more. Oh, I failed. Sorry, chat. But luckily, that doesn't take too long to print. Those are very fast to make. So let me set up everything else. And as for this, God, this produces so much scrap. Yeah, I thought I was prepared. Nope. Too bad. So that met the condition. And now it's waiting to lose power. Now this has modes that basically is you can detect gained, lost, or power gained and lost. We only want to detect when power is gained. So this would have fired the rocket under these conditions. But if I were to fail this condition, it does not send the rocket. But when the condition is met, it sends the rocket again. I think that works then. The worst case scenario, I think, is we send the rocket more than we're supposed to, but I do not want these getting launched constantly. So let's see. Yep, it has power. So let's go ahead and try this. Let's send the rocket. Let's simulate as though we met the condition. This is... oh my god, there's so much scrap here. This is absurd how productive this is. Well, meanwhile, let me add the last arm here. I don't want to jostle these too much because they're just going to fly around if I try to put a platform through them. Let's get these out of the way. Okay, so that can reach that. We only need one output slot for the scrap, I would say, but yeah, I'll fill it with a tether. Let's be consistent. And then this arm is going to be also controlled by whether or not there's anything here. Which is that's the only thing this is controlling, I think, is whether this arm is turned on. And for now, I'll just let it fill this up. Now, what's the exchange rate for the other thing that we're trying to make? Meanwhile, the rocket came back, and it looks like we're good to go here. Like, something I want to... actually, there is a reason not to fire the rocket early. And I believe it's if I fire the rocket too early and there are still solid jump jets on it, but it also has Astronium, it will just drop them on the floor. And we do not want to leave it up to the physics engine to decide where those end up. This I can't detect them anymore. They're going to roll around. I'm going to come back and there's going to be like 70 of them just all over the place. So I need to be very careful about making sure this is only launched when it's supposed to be. So yeah, I think I'm doing this the right way. Let's get another B platform. And let's do the exact same thing with this one. So we know that it prefers to output to the right. Let me get all this junk off. I guess these were filter items that I was going to be setting up. Just put it here. So we're going to put the scrap in on the left, and it's going to output to the right. Now what's the exchange rate? 1 scrap to 2 organic. I think that's the same rate that I had for this one. Yeah, 1 to 2. So we're going to need to fill these slots with tethers. And we only want the top ones to have any scrap on them. Keep the ratio consistent. I don't necessarily need the tethers, but I try to reduce as many excess materials I have sitting around as possible. There's probably more efficient ways to do this. It doesn't really matter. I could fill the whole thing with scrap, but this is how I've decided to do it because there's more clarity for what my intent is with the design. 4 scrap, 8 organic. This isn't going to cause any bottlenecking issues to my knowledge. Why did I not bring enough auto arms for this? So much for me preparing this. Here I thought I had this all figured out. So anyways, let's sift through the pile of crap for a second. Turn this off as well so that it doesn't put anything down. I want to make sure that it can only reach the trade platform and the input slot. That should actually be perfect. Let's go ahead and lock that in. Now I have two options for this. I can either turn this arm on when I need something in these slots, or when there's something here. And I'm trying to think what the state is going to be like if I do that. I think I should actually not have the storage sensor on this one. I think I should just leave this with the one spot and just turn on the arm when I'm waiting for something to put in here. I could always make an AND gate for that, but for now, let's go ahead and just do it like this. It's going to be a very minor difference. I think it'll work both ways. It's just a matter of which one has more downtime on the arm. So we want the arm to be turned on when this thing is not full. Alright, so the arm should be on right now. And then it's going to turn off in a second here. There we go. So now we're waiting to trade. And we're going to do the exact same logic system that I did for this one here. So I do need another storage sensor. Got plenty of those. This one is going to detect empty or not empty. I guess I need to also set up a proper pin for this one. Why does the pin go to like a completely different spot from where it's supposed to be? And I always just store them on top of the machine anyways. Having them on the floor is a little bit weird. I think they disappear sometimes if you just like paint over the terrain, but they should be stable if they stay on this. Oh, there it goes. Alright, we got to see it actually running. I don't actually have the thing I need to attach these to yet because I need 2 more of these sensors. Yep, alright, well, everybody point left. I didn't plan ahead. I have to print a couple of these. I think these require copper. Let me see what else they require. Power sensor. Okay, we need not power sensor. I need a power switch. This is a good crafting menu. Power switch. There it is. Alright, just copper. This one's copper and zinc. Okay, we're gonna need both of those. Alright, so here's how I would normally do this off stream. I would go and just like top off a canister like this. So you remove these two, slap it on like that, and then let this fill up for like a minute or two while I'm doing something else on the side, and then I would come back and then slap this over my auto printer. Crust, is it you making fun of me, or is there like, was there crust? I haven't actually seen the bitrate drop yet, but always good to know if it did. Otherwise, you can just make fun of me for scuffing my stream. I think we got everything. Enjoying those emotes. Captain drew them himself. They're actually not that bad, honestly. Well, he's been telling me he drew them. I don't actually know for sure. I just have to take his word for it. I'm just gonna wait for another minute here. They're pretty bad. Dude, my standards for drawing, like, my drawing is dog shit. So, like, compared to anything that I could draw, that's, like, way better. AI art. Not really. AI art does weird shit like having extra hands or, like, connects things together that aren't supposed to be. That just looks like somebody drew it, honestly. Alright, how many of these do we have now? I wish this was a little bit faster, but these auto arms are really damn slow. There's not much to be done about it. I don't have to fill up the canister, but I figure I might as well just get them all done right now, so I don't have to do this particular one off stream. One more. Actually, now it's one more because there could be one on the top. There we go. So then I would run this over here, set it to output mode, and set this to auto print. And this will just make like 30 of these, and I'll have plenty of them. Alright, so as far as storage, I was putting them here, I believe. Grab a zinc real quick. Where's my zinc? There it is. Might as well print a couple of these while I'm at it. since I also have the materials in place for that. You're not going to print anything? There we go. Yes, of course, all the copper is taken care of. I told you these things print really fast. There's like 30 of these things stacked at this exact spot right now. Alright, hopefully this is the only thing we have to print today. Nice dust cloud. I wish I could get rid of these, like, dust emitters. You have no idea how badly I want to remove these. And not just because they have solid collision, but because they're just visually irritating. Devs, please. Give us a way to get rid of these things. Nobody likes it. It's good aesthetics until you build a base, and then you're just constantly getting sandblasted by them. Like, I hate sand. It's rough, and it's coarse, and it gets everywhere. Or it's coarse and irritating? I don't remember the line. Okay. This is actually like 7 of these things, all at the same exact spot. I'll just grab the 2 that I need from it and worry about the rest of them later. Nice frame rate. It's gonna be a rare occasion that we see 60 FPS when I'm looking at the base nowadays. Alright, so we needed these. I should have gotten a battery while I was up there. I'm an idiot. I could technically use the same battery. I guess I don't. I could just use the same battery, actually. Yeah, let's do that. So we don't need this platform. Let me grab a smaller one. Minor optimizations. If you have a few of these logic gates next to each other, though, you don't need like one battery for each one. You can just like use the power from this one over here to also power the one over here. The battery never gets drained. It's just like a power existence check. It doesn't actually reduce the power. I mean, that's not how real power works, but there's very little in this game that's even vaguely realistic, and this ain't one of them. So we can just get away with doing this instead, and the battery is just serving both logic gates. The battery is literally just here to produce just a state, like a current. That's all we need it for. Like, think about like redstone in Minecraft. We just need like an enabled redstone signal to get a logic gate to work correctly, and that's all the power is doing here. It's not actually powering anything per se. It's a little bit weird, but they reused an existing system instead of creating like a different, like, steady state power system. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but that's the word I'm using for it. I don't know anything about electronics, by the way, if it wasn't obvious, so you'll hear me use these words, and someone in the chat's gonna be like, that's called a diode, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what a diode is, I'm sorry. Don't yell at me, I'm a software engineer, not an electrical engineer. That's called an SR NOR latch. It's like, alright. Sure, I'll take your word for it, buddy. Someday I might learn this stuff, but that's maybe an activity for future Cosine to look into, is learning proper electrical engineering, just as like a side hobby, not as a job. Just so I understand the difference between voltage and current. Diode lets electricity flow only in one way. Okay, we got someone who knows more about this than I do already. Yeah, see, I didn't know that. I just, like, I understand the concept behind making these logic gates, but I don't know any of the terminology for it and like what it would equate to for actual electrical engineering. Like, I know what a diode would be in like Minecraft, but not in real life. I don't know what that would look like. I wouldn't think about that off the top of my head. But in Minecraft, it would just be like a one-way redstone signal. There's a few ways you can do that. And I think this is good. So we're meeting this condition and we're meeting this condition. So in theory, I should have sent the rocket with this load. And this is set to only activate with power gained. Alright, so this rocket would have been launched when I topped this off here. Oh my god, there's just scrap everywhere. I need to actually turn this off for a second here. Just so that I can, like, get rid of the scrap I have already. Minecraft greater than electrical engineering. I mean, it's easier, I'm sure. It's easier to go get redstone than to actually get the necessary components to create an electrical circuit in real life. Good old Minecraft. It's probably a good way to learn the concept. I mean, I would imagine stuff like this is also a good way to learn the concept. Like, I think in a different world, I could have probably been an electrical engineer and would have been fine. But I looked into it a little bit, but the courses I had in college for electrical engineering were really bad, and I didn't, like, learn anything from them, and I just stuck to software engineering. I was pretty sure I wanted to do software engineering in the first place, but, like, the shitty education I got on the stuff, like, just was like, nah, I don't want to deal with this. I already decided what I want to do with my life. So that's ultimately how I wound up where I am here. All right, so we got that. This is the output actually. We're done with the basic setup here. You graduate. Okay, you went the other way around. Electrical engineering and then software. I don't know. Again, I want to learn it as a hobby. I think it would be kind of interesting, but I don't think that's what I actually want to do with my life. So I'm happy with the path I took. See how far I can move this without disconnecting anything. What I'm trying to do, by the way, is get an arm to reach this distance. It's not going to, so I think I'm just going to perturb this whole system a little bit to move it over to the right. Because I could just rotate all this. None of this stuff is going to be permanent anyways. I have to move this later when I make the nanocarbon factory, so this is the best we're going to get. For now. Okay, so one arm should be able to reach both of these now. Yeah, that should be good. I am aware that I disconnected the power there. Yeah, shift everything else over a bit. That's good. Maybe a little further back. I'll read what you said in a second here. Let me finish this thought and move all these over. Get out of the way, you stupid scrap. I don't need you right now. I'm gonna set this up. Okay, it doesn't appear to have violently ejected anything. Now we can reach all that, so that one's in the right spot. Let's see, what was I... Right, that's what was going on. I was like, there's supposed to be an auto arm there. Yeah, it's this one. Alright, so this one's supposed to be here. I'm gonna, once again, turn it off. Actually, it's not... If I just unpower it, there we go. That'll work. Move this out of the way. I really wish picking these up didn't disconnect them from the logic gate. Stop clanking. I'll give you power in a moment. Quit whining. And if we do something gross like this, it'll probably also work. I don't like that. It looks ugly, but you know, this whole thing is ugly. I can rotate this a little bit, I guess, to make that not look like dog shit. So let's do it right. Let's straighten it out a bit. Alright, that could reach those. Good. And this can reach all the outputs. Good. Lock. I think we're good to go. I can turn this back on now. Let me get the arm off so it doesn't produce even more like scrap that I don't need right now. And just finish this, then I'll look at chat. Okay. The diode is 2 types of metal. One is an excess of electrons, second can accept. Okay, I vaguely understand that concept. One end is charged. If current is applied, it either pulls the electrons into the second material. Pulls or pushes? Is that distinction important? I don't really know how power flow works. If it's applied the other way, it pulls electrons away from the second material, creating a gap. Okay, I don't know what applying current the other way means. This is like where my understanding of electronics just like completely breaks down. I don't know what it means to apply the current one way or the other. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. DC power, directional current. Okay. I guess I could see like how that would work then. So you would turn it on and off by powering it, and I guess I'm just trying to think. So power from the other end wouldn't be able to flow through in the other direction. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here reading chat trying to understand electrical engineering. This is something where I think if I took a course, I would be like, oh, I get it. That makes sense. But reading it in chat, like having to think for a second what it even means to have, like what direction of current even means, like I need to just take a course on this stuff if I'm going to learn it. It's not that there's no hope for me, but it's, at this point, I don't think trying to learn electrical engineering from Twitch chat is going to be the most practical use of any of our times. I think if I like literally had learned anything from those courses I took, what you said there would have probably made sense. But those courses were terrible. Like I don't even know what I was supposed to get out of that. All right, so set up a filter here. Do that. Don't really need to attach this power. Okay, so we're going to make a station here because I don't really have another one nearby, and I'm going to need one here anyways for future recipes. Also, this rail is most likely not going to cut through the storage like this. I'm going to most likely run it around the edge, but that's something I would change off stream because like as it stands, this hole in the floor here is already a hack. Like this is not where this is going to be when I'm finished. I'm going to clean it up. But I'm going to clean it up after we're done with all the factory floor stuff. So for now, it works. It gets the job done. Good enough for me. And we did need this, however, because we're going to need to make, I think, another logic gate. So let's think about this. This is our organic factory. So we have 3 conditions. Yeah, we need a logic gate for that. 3 conditions. Is there organic waiting to be picked up? That's what this is going to tell us. Is the train here, and do we need organic in our main storage? Those are the 3 conditions. Oh god, snails. God, these fuckers are always hungry. These seeds are as big as you are. Why do you need one of these every 30 minutes? Good lord. Oh no, don't grab that. Why would this not have collision? Collision? No collision. Collision? No collision. Good hitbox. Alright, we got to the snails in time. We don't have to listen to the loud noises. Grab a couple extras because we're going to need those in a moment. Alright, back down. Let's finish this off. Yeah, there you go, enjoy. These things are necessary evil. They're better than like the alternatives, but not by much. They're annoying. But they're not annoying enough for me to not want to use them, because they are very strong. Let's see, we need an A platform, which I do have a bunch of extras. Alright, I'm gonna have to splice a station into this rail. Hello, train. Yep, that'll be you. You'll be stopping here in a second. Isn't that exciting? But before I do that, let me set up everything else that I want to do here. I should be able to reuse the battery. Maybe it's all the way over here. I could set it up in the center. Nah, I'll just use another battery. I'm just making this weird. Let me go grab some batteries upstairs. Like, how many battery reuses do I want versus just making this not an incoherent mess? I can always tidy this up later. Alright, so here's our extra batteries. This is why we're keeping these around. Not to store power, but for stuff like this is why they're useful. Alright. So it'll go there. I brought a bunch of extras just to put them on this thing. I think where was I putting the batteries? The heck is that? It's a battery sensor, right? Yeah, there's a battery sensor. I've literally never used a battery sensor for anything. I'm sure they have some applications, but I haven't thought of any that are relevant to what I'm doing. And a power sensor. Alright, that should be the last logic gate we have to build now. So anyone who's tired of hearing me talk about logic gates and not know anything about electrical engineering, you can unmute the stream in a second here. Just finish this one off. I mean, again, I understand the concept of the logic gates, just not the physical implementation of them. So I'll plug that in, stick that one there. Honestly, that jump scared me a little bit. Like, not much, but just like having something unexpected just like crawl in from the bottom of your screen while you're focused on where these target pins are going just kind of messed me up for a second there. Very, very mild jump scare. Too spooky. There we go. Another donation. Axo will thank you, and anybody else who wants that emote that isn't a sub, I guess. Well, actually, no. Never mind. That's right. We're paying to prevent followers from using that emote is what's happening there. But the thing is, I don't want to make it a permanent follower emote. I want to make it a sub emote if I'm going to do that, because I do want to keep the 5 follower emote slots. That said, now that I've been given, I need to think about this. Now that I've been given the information that follower emotes can be used by subs anywhere, that means follower emote slots. I basically have 5 more sub emote slots now that I think about it, that you can also use in my chat. Dude, I'm gonna move the numbers. I'm gonna move 4, I'm gonna move L, I'm gonna move plus into the follower emotes, I think, and we might rotate a sub emote slot or something with that channel point redeem. Yeah, Mighty, I didn't know that either. Apparently you could do that now. I need to, I'll fact check that, but apparently Twitch just snuck that update out like a couple weeks ago and didn't tell anyone. So if that's the case, then I have 5 more sub slots, and I did not lose my follower slots. It means that I can take my favorite emotes and use them as follower emotes. And then subs can also use them anywhere, so we don't lose anything. If that's the case, I am going to do some testing on that. I'm going to fact check that. Yeah, those are lavables like shitpost follower emotes, and you could use them anywhere, so never mind, that's the confirmation. Love those emotes. In fact, I think that's how I discovered originally that you can't use follower emotes, because I was given a gift sub to Lovable, and I wanted to use one of those on a different stream. I wanted to use I think I wanted to use just the letter A or something, and I wasn't able to do it. I'm assuming he had to remove the letter A because it was literally just a glyph of the letter A, which is you're technically not supposed to do. I have an L emote, but I'm using it as like a Neo emote, so it's hopefully that's more of an embodiment of Neo Babylon than just the letter L. I don't really know how that works. If I lose emote privileges over it, I'm not gonna cry for too long about it, and then I'll just not do that anymore, I guess. But I don't know. The rules are weird. I'm assuming he had to remove the A though. That's my guess for why it isn't there anymore. Either that or neither of you wanted to use it. But again, I'm hoping that a letter constructed out of level tiles for a video game that I play a lot in a level that you lose a lot doesn't count as just a solo letter emote, because the wording is very non-specific for what qualifies as an emote you're allowed to use. If you donate Radians, you can make it so fewer people can use the Soap King emote. Yeah, that's basically what's going on here. When I set up the incentive, I didn't actually know about this, but I'm gonna stick to it, I think. Maybe I'll turn it back into a follower emote at some point, but the thing about it wasn't a permanent follower emote, so you had to keep renewing it with the redeem to make a follower emote. I need to do something. I'm just standing here talking to chat about emotes. So that was the reason to make it a sub emote, because that makes it permanent. It doesn't get cycled out of my follower emote slots anymore. And again, if I get too many emotes, that redeem might eventually go away. That's not necessarily going to last forever, because if I get a lot of emote slots, or if I get a lot of emotes that I like, I'm going to eventually reduce the number of follower slots that I use for that purpose. because at the end of the day, I would rather have emotes that I need. The thing is, the reason why I made that redeem in the first place was because I did not have all that many emotes and didn't have a lot of stuff to fill in. I keep rambling, I need to focus. I didn't have a lot of stuff to fill those slots, so I was like, you know what, I'll just let chat have some fun with it. So I don't know if that redeem is going to go away necessarily, but I might reduce the number of follower slots in the rotation if I have enough like emotes that I want to actually keep in those slots forever. So we'll see how that goes. I need a delay repeater. Let's see, I think maybe 2, and we move a couple of them from over here. 1, 2, 3. I think I'm going to move 3 delay repeaters off of this stack and put them on this one. I can just sort of adjust this myself if it doesn't work out. Use Radiance to unlock. That's true, you can do that. I have those. They're not very expensive. You can unlock, I think, any sub emote on in my chat specifically for not very much money. I might lower the price on that. It's like, I think 128 Radiance, and you could just use it for the whole stream. Because like, barely anyone uses those, so I don't have them set up very expensive. I'm not here to be like, oh, my emotes are top tier, and I want people to give me money for... No, my emotes they're fine, I guess. I don't care if people can spend channel points on them. This is not a for-profit stream. Alright, so I need to think about how I'm going to splice this here. Let me move these over first. I think that'll make this work a little bit better. So I need to carefully take this down, put that one back on top, and then take these 3 or 4 maybe? I think we'll take this many. There we go. Alright, so I've never explained on this stream, like this particular one, not in general, how this train system works, so I might as well explain it. But basically there is a signal running alongside these rails, and that signal is responsible for sort of pulling the train cars around. There's actually 2 copies of that signal being run along these tracks in a cycle. And that's causing these trains to move down these at a fairly fixed rate. There's 2 of them on opposite ends of the rail system. So there's the one that we just saw. The second train is somewhere up in the sorter right now. And what I need to do is splice a stop into it. And what a stop consists of is calling the train to a rail post, waiting a fixed amount of time, and then calling it to the next rail post. There is a simpler way to do that using these pins right here to detect the arrival of a train, but this game is 90% functional, and this feature does not work when the train is far away. It is inconsistent. Sometimes these do not get fired, or the train does not stop correctly and trigger them, so I cannot rely on that. However, the system I have here, with just a running signal in a circuit, it seems to be 100% reliable, and that's the reason why I have it set up the way I do. So I wish I could use the simpler version, but the devs don't feel like fixing this, so for now we're stuck with what we've got. So what we have here is the button repeater that's going to get fired when the train is going to the station, and then it's going to get fired again when the train is leaving. That's the one I've been attaching to this part of the logic gate. Right there. I'll set up the other 2 conditions later, but the train is currently not at the station, so this should be turned off, like so. Now as for the timer, what we want to do here is splice this in, and I think I might actually be able to remove this button repeater. This is when I had a bigger gap between the stations. So I think I can remove this button repeater now. But for now, let me just sort of partially set this up. So it would be like this. I'll take out the button repeater when I'm done. Just drop that one right there, that should be good. Why did I hear boop? Recall failed. What did I do? Did I break the signal at some point without realizing it? We'll see. I might have broken something while changing the timings on these. In fact, that's what I did, I think. I broke the timings. Don't worry, I think this will fix itself if I keep at it. So, as long as I don't lose one of the signals, I should be fine. Alright, so the next thing that would happen here... Let me actually double check how I usually do this. Yeah, I fire the button repeater again, and then I send the signal to the next rail post. That's what I do. It's been a little while since I set one of these up. And I have 5 more emote slots. I need to look into that after the stream and move my favorites, and I think we'll reduce it to like maybe 2 or 3 like follower emote cycles for that point redeem. So I'll probably lower the price of it as well, since they don't last as long anymore. Imagine if I had to read code the way I have to read this setup. Isn't there like... Aren't there video games that are basically that? Like the guy that made like Space Chem and those other games, I'm pretty sure at least one of those games is basically just read this kind of thing. And it's probably presented better in all honesty. So this is very incomprehensible, to say the least. This... I'll put an intermediate one, and then this would fire here. I don't want to connect it yet, though. Can't I put still GIFs into animateds? I think they say not to do that. I don't remember the wording of it. I think they said that you're supposed to put an animated emote in the animated GIF slots. Like, you could definitely put a still GIF. There's nothing preventing you from doing it, but I think you're not supposed to do that. I'd have to check the wording for it again. I don't want to make this just to, like, read the Twitch terms of service with cosine stream. Just animate it very slowly. I wonder how high you could set it. It's like, oh, it's actually animated. It's a 60 frame animation, and each frame is actually like 1,000 milliseconds apart, or whatever the maximum is. And then only one of the frames just has like a different pixel from the other ones. But yeah, I don't know. I think they say not to do that, so I'm not going to do that. It's a little more explicit than like what qualifies as a letter emote versus an emote that has substance to it. Alright, so I think I'm ready to do the splice now. Let's see, we just called it in. Something doesn't feel right about this. Let me double check. I don't want to miss anything. No, this should be right. Oh, I know it doesn't feel right about this. It's not done yet. That's what doesn't feel right. I need one to go under here. So I think we're going to do the splice now. The train just rolled past, so I have about a minute and a half to splice it before something happens. Before I lose a signal and have to retime the whole thing, which is a huge pain in the ass, so I don't want to have to do that. So we stick that there. And we stick this one here. I definitely don't want a double signal. That would be even worse. So let's go ahead and detach that. Okay, I think the splice is done. Don't need that. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one, and then we can remove this button repeater. I think we're good to go on this. So the signal is going to come in, it's going to call the train, it's going to start the timer, and it's going to activate the arm. Then when the timer ends, it's going to turn off the arm, and it's going to send the train to the next station. And that's the splice. So I think the rest of it is set up. And again, this is time sensitive because, again, I have a rolling signal running along these cables, and if I have a disconnect, the signal will go into a dead end, it'll die, and then I have to basically whip out a timer and figure out when to put the signal back into the circuit to get the two rail cars far apart from each other, because otherwise they will get stuck. Like, they're dumb. The only thing these rail posts do is call the nearest car, so I need to time this in such a way that the nearest car is never the one that's further down the track. It has to always be the incoming car. And so far I've been able to get that to work pretty well. Let's see if it worked. I need to add a bigger delay to this. Alright, I need to add one delay to this one so it stays longer at the station. I failed to call the car, but that's fine. That doesn't break the circuit. I forgot to attach this one. Now this one might throw an error. Yeah, it throws an error, but the car would have been called to this one right here. I'm trying to just catch it up. Okay, we should be caught up now. And then it'll get called to this one. Yeah, okay, we're all caught up. So I need to add one more repeater to this. Which doesn't feel right. What's the delay on this one? This one is it 5 or 6? It's just 5. What's the one over there? That one's set to 4? Okay, I think I'm going to move one of these repeaters. So let's say I don't have an incoming signal. So let me just take that one out and move that delay over to this one here. Since I did like add a delay between like a couple of the signals here, I might have to eventually come back and clean this up, but for now I think this minor addition should be totally fine. As long as I don't see the rails going backwards, then I'm good to go. And at some point I might be able to put a third one in if I make this long enough.
Ha, what rousing.
Oh my god, the bot just scuffed the hell out of that. That wasn't even close. What was that? It was just Kraussing. Also, anyone who was wondering, the beak on the avatar is gray now, just canonically a crow. So you can call me that, I guess, and I won't be mad at you anymore. And I wasn't really mad to begin with. Alright, it looks like that works. The train came by, it stopped for a second, and then it took off. It's out of here. It tried its best. It really didn't. Like, I've heard way better from these text-to-speech bots than that. That was pretty bad. The bot should be ashamed of that. What does AI come to if that's how it pronounces Kraussing? Like, come on. Right, anyways, this button repeater I can put away now. I don't remember... Oh yeah, this was the one that was between the two, like, segments. Is that? Yeah, that's the stack of button repeaters. And we have an extra one over here that I thought I was going to need, but didn't, so I could put that one away as well. And then we can go check and see if the system is finished, and then I think we might be done with this. We're coming up on 6 hours, so we might end the stream after that. Let's see if we finish this off. Let's wrap things up here and clean up the hot garbage mess of scrap that I have all over the floor while I'm at it. And then as usual, off stream, I'll tidy up things that aren't interesting to watch, and next time we'll probably do some more on the factory. There's still a few unique things to design, like a hydrazine factory, but we'll get to that when the time comes. And it turns out I did not need the count repeater, because I found what I would say is a better way to do this, or at least an easier way to do this. So, put that back. Okay, so what is the holdup here? I turned this one off because I'm trying to get rid of scrap. So let me... How do I want to do this? Yeah, this is going to be slow because of how slowly the arms are able to place on these trains, but here we can actually see it in action. I might want to change this timing to make sure it has time to output exactly like 4 of these onto the train, but... Because otherwise we're going to wind up with this situation here where there was just one left. I could put a silo here instead, so this one I might actually benefit from buffering it, but then again, we're not trying to make these that fast, we're just trying to get a working proof of concept for it. But I think we're going to actually see the system fire on its own. Let me put this back. I'll just pick up the scrap and store it myself. It's a little bit of cheating scrap, but I think I'll just put it in the main storage just to get it out of the way. Alright, so let's see what's going to happen here. The train is, or the platform is not going to launch until all of this organic is taken off. How many rail cycles does it take for that to happen? I will add a delay repeater to this. If I can get it such that this one arm can move 4 of these, I could also make 2 arms on top of each other to increase the throughput, which in all honesty might be a better one. And that's just because this is a sluggish system and organic is a dependency for an extremely large number of recipes. So this might end up being a bottleneck I want to fix. In the meantime, what's going on over here? Nothing's going on here because this arm is turned off because this is filled. Alright, so how many of these is it going to be able to output? I think the train is going to be the bottleneck in this system, actually. So speeding up the rest of it's not going to help. If I can get this to unload faster, I think we'll have a better system. It's not going to make it to the 4th one. Okay, here's what we can do. I think I can add 1 more delay, and I can add a second auto arm, and that would be enough time for this to unload all of the storage. Though, I don't want to do that, actually. I don't want to do that because I don't want this train to just have nothing but organic in it every single time it comes through here. Not sure how I want to handle that then. I wish this thing didn't make noise constantly when it's, like, stuck. The just problem is it doesn't have anywhere to output the scrap, and I don't think you could turn this on or off, so there's no way to prevent that. I guess I'll just add one more delay. Make it long enough to put 4 of them, and then call that good for now. So let's see here. Delay repeater. Devs, please let me set this higher than 25. Like, come on. 25, by the way, is approximately 3 seconds, I think. Yeah, Rip, this is one of the songs you suggested. I'm glad you told me about this soundtrack, because I did pick out, like, I think 3 or 4 of these for Astroneer streams. For anyone who doesn't know what this is from, it's from a game called Littlewood, which I think is basically like a slightly different Stardew Valley or something. I've never actually played it, but it has a cute soundtrack. Looks like a cute game. Maybe give it a look. I don't know. I think it's good. That's my understanding of it. But I've got other games I've played. Maybe I'll do it at some point. Either way, though, good soundtrack. Alright, so let's see. I do not want that in my backpack. Alright, so the train's on its way. It's always going to take this fixed amount of time to get here. Is this just enough for 4? I can always add more auto arms instead. That's perfect. It's just enough time to turn around and grab a 5th one to hold on to for the train to come around next time. So that means every 2 cycles, so roughly every 3.5 minutes, this, assuming there's nothing else on the trains, which there won't be because this is the first stop in the system, this is going to do another circuit. So yeah, that's going to be the bottleneck. It's definitely the throughput rate of my storage. The only way I can really think to fix this is to just add more trains and have them moving faster. It's a retrofit I might do off stream, which would be to add rail engines to the trains so they just move faster and I can fit more of them into the system. Because right now that's really the thing that's hurting me here, is how slowly these trains move. Alright, so the rocket comes along, these start shredding again. I just kind of want to see it do a full circuit. I want to see this rocket get launched, like once we run out of solid fuel jump jets, and then I think we'll be able to say that everything works. Steam locomotive, yeah, pretty much. We need to add some of those. Like the mining ones, like, I'll go over here because we have a second to burn. The mining trains here, you'll notice have an engine on the front of them. All this is here to do is make them move faster. And introduce a new bug I had to work around by moving the storage sensor, but I'll complain about that another day. But I could theoretically add these to the ones that also run through this circuit. The problem is this circuit is very compact, and I don't know how that's going to break the position of the rail car. I don't know if these can get, like, called backwards, so I need to do a little bit of testing. Because what I need for them to do is for the rail car to stop here, not the engine. I need the car to be in this spot. If the engine stops here, then that means that I have to redo every single one of these positions, and it's going to be a huge pain in the ass, and I don't know if I want to do that or not. The alternative would be if I could figure out a better way to get these cars to not do that. Is that another rail car for organic? So here's the thing about this. There are a lot of optimizations I could do, and I've thought about that for some of these materials. Like, I could definitely do that. I could have a rail car that goes from here straight over to here, and then somehow, like, shove the organic through the ceiling into the storage. I was trying to avoid that simply because I have 3 dimensions of space to work with, and I've already used, like, 2.5 of those dimensions, and I'm running out of space. Like, how much of a spaghetti nightmare of rails do I want to make? What I was hoping initially was that having a circuit like this would be reasonably productive. The problem is I ran into so many issues setting up this, like, cyclical rail system to sort the items that I wound up with what we have now, which is performing way more poorly than I had hoped that it would. Issues like, for instance, these target pins not working correctly, and not being able to use train stations, and just not having enough room to place anything. Like, the problem with the train stations was that they're too big. They took up an insane amount of space, and I was just not able to make the compact storage that we have upstairs because of how ridiculously big the rail stations are. So that's why they're not being utilized in this system. Instead, I have to call these to rail post. Also, the rail stations don't work correctly either. They cause some weird issues with like calling and sending trains in the wrong directions. It's a never-ending supply of problems from this video game that I had to work around, and ultimately this was the best that I could really come up with. This did the job well enough after a ton of experimentation on and off stream that I decided, like, I'm just gonna cut my losses and just let it be. I'll put up with what we've got here. So it works well enough. It's not as much as I'd like, and maybe if they ever fix some of the bugs for these systems, I might be able to like actually get it to work faster. Right now, the only optimizations I could think of are add more trains and add engines to them so they move faster, which means there's less downtime where they're just running along the rails and not doing anything. Nice dust cloud. Yeah, I know. There's a packager attached to it. It has solid collision. Can you believe it? Broken video game. Hello, Alia. But yeah, I put packagers on these dust clouds in the hopes that someday the devs would allow us to get rid of these. They haven't. I reported it as a bug. No, they've done fuck all about it, so I don't know. I don't know if they're ever going to fix this video game or just keep adding marginally functional features to it. So how are we looking with this? We're still waiting for this to get finished off here. I'm just going to go ahead and just pick off a little more of the scrap just to move things forward. I just want to see the system like actually work. I want to see this rocket get automatically launched and then get replenished with Astronium. If it does all that, that means that we have a working system. There it goes, looking good. There goes the other one. Just right through the ceiling. I can't wait to just see these occasionally like lift off out of my base. Like, when this is actually done, I'm most likely going to put a little hole in the ceiling just cosmetically to have those rockets launch through the little holes, because it does bother me a little bit that they just go straight through the ceiling. But other than that, I'm not going to do much to like clean this up really. That'll be something I do a lot later then. I might do that on stream, just as a little bit of terraforming. What's my Astronium farming? It's just there's an auto extractor down at the core of the planet, and I have the rail system bringing it up automatically. Alright, it looks like everything here works. The rocket comes back, it loads up, it drops off all the jump jets. So I'm going to clean up this dumpster fire of scrap, like off stream. I'll take care of that on my own time. But we did it. We have automatic organic. That's it. This is the only thing I'm planning on using automated trading for, is getting organic. Because, again, it defeats the purpose of mining other materials if you just trade for them all the time. But organic is stupid, and we have a way to turn Astronium into organic. So I think that's completely fair game. And you know, this is my rules and my stream, and I do what I want. And here's where the Astronium is coming from. I got a train here, and it literally just straight down all the way to the core of the planet. That's the quartz. That's the Astronium. And that's the core. Any questions? It's fun to fall down that. You fall real fast. And we're back. Yeah, amazing. You want to see the one that goes up? I think we could end the stream with the space elevator, because I haven't rode that in a little while. Because we're going to wrap up the stream here. I've been doing this for 6 hours, which is the target time that I usually like to stream this game, even though I tend to go way over it. So we got a lot done here. I did the entire holiday cheer event upstairs. Anyone who checked in late probably missed that because it only took like 2 hours, but I went and I got a bunch of scrap out in the field. And I did the entire cheer event. It was very easy. I can just launch this now. Unfortunately, I couldn't automate it. I had to kind of stand here and babysit it the whole damn time, but can't win them all. So I printed all the stuff. Ultimately, the game did not generate any of these baubles on my planet, or any planets. It just did not retrofit them into my save file, so I had to just print them all, which was fine, because as you can see here, we have an abundance of the necessary materials to do so. More Astronium than I know what to do with, and I'm turning Astronium into organic, and I still have too much of the stuff. And I went and I got a bunch of scrap to make sure I could cover the cost, which I still got with flying colors. So we did that, we flew around a little bit. I've automated the production of glass and carbon and organic and explosive powder. So there's not a whole lot left to do in the factory, but there's still a few things. A couple of them do present unique challenges. We need to fix hydrazine automation in the future. I need to do graphene, diamond, steel, titanium alloy, and nanocarbon. And that would be everything in the system. I need to set up auto extractors for, I think clay is the only one that doesn't have one now. These other ones, I guess technically resin doesn't have one either. There is a resin auto extractor in my base, but it sucks. It's this one here. And the only reason that this one works is because there's like one nugget of resin in the ground underneath it. You can see the bar has a little bit of fill. There's actually like, yeah, you can actually see where the particles were coming from. There's one like right here. And that has just been enough of a trickle with me constantly replenishing this to work, but I need to go find a better one. The other thing I need to do is set up auto extractors for compound and ammonium, because neither of those are automated properly either, I believe. The ammonium's here and the compound is over there. So there's a few things to do left on the stream. I have a few like surprise side activities that I'm going to do as well. It's not just going to be me... Oh, rocket. It's not just going to be me building factories the whole time. So, I mean, if this seems interesting, then drop a follow. There'll be more of that later.